Chapter 437. What is it? Li Shimin didn't take the industry of bone-strengthening powder seriously before. After all, there were only a handful of people who could afford such things. But it had only been half a month. They had made so much money in Chang and city alone. And that didn't include the ministers. They had made even more money. This was what shocked him the most. But now, the biggest problem was that although this thing was popular, it would be sold out one day. What should they do then? By the way, I remember now. I remember that Brother Zhang Feng said that this thing could also be eaten if it was mixed with millet rice flour or white flour. Hearing that, the ministers were instantly excited. In this way the price could be lowered. In this way ordinary people could buy it normally, and the locust powder could be sold until next year. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Du Ruhui, who had been silent, suddenly raised his voice and said, Your Majesty, pigs, cows, sheep and horses can be reared in captivity. I think that if we deal with the locusts properly, we may also be able to rear them. What do you think? Hearing that, Li Shimin's expression suddenly changed. That's right. This thing was already out of stock now, but once it was reared in captivity, I've thought about it, but this thing can't withstand low temperatures. Once it's autumn and winter, this thing will get into the soil. If we do this, won't it mean that this thing will be out of stock in winter? No, Your Majesty. Zhang Sun Wuji followed Du Ruhui's words and said, Your Majesty, have you forgotten that the temperature in the south is high all year round? As long as we place the breeding ground there, wouldn't we be able to have an endless supply of these things? In a few words, for the sake of profit, the most important officials of the Great Tang had really managed to develop artificial cultivation. If Zhang Feng were to hear of this, he would really praise them for it. After an hour of discussion, Li Shimin and the others really made a decision on this matter. It would be a pity if such a profitable industry was cut off. Moreover, this thing was really nutritious. Once it was cut off, they would not be able to eat it again. How could they be willing to do that? In this way, based on the original foundation, the few of them also formulated a complete set of things. Pure bone-strengthening powder, 1 gram of it, 1 kilogram of it, 1 kilogram of it, 1 kilogram of it, and bone-strengthening powder mixed with corn and flour. The prices were also divided into 3 levels. After finalizing the plan, the few of them left in a hurry. Even Li Shimin forgot that he still had something to say. But looking at the huge amount of money on the report, Li Shimin sighed. Half a year ago, he was still worried about how to make the people of the Tang dynasty live a better life. But now, all of this was the work of Zhang Feng. If it weren't for Zhang Feng, what would have happened to the Tang dynasty? He did not dare to think about it. Thinking of Zhang Feng, Li Shimin couldn't help but remember that he hadn't been to the tavern for a long time. Little Gizi, prepare banknotes worth 30,000 taels of gold. We are leaving the palace. On the other side. Before noon, Cripple Wang had already hurried to the entrance of the tavern with a group of people. The cart was still pulling the bamboo tubes. Zhang Feng was eating noodles with oil. When he saw the mighty 50 people and the neighbors behind them, he could not help but be stunned. The bowl was bigger than his head, but he did not know whether to put it or eat it. Manager, the bamboo tubes you asked for. That's enough. Move them all to the backyard. Zhang Feng simply put down the bowl and drank a mouthful of wine. Cripple Wang was stunned. Don't you want to take a look? Zhang Feng was confused. Look at what? Haven't you already done it? Don't talk nonsense. Pull them in. If you want to eat, I have meat on the stove. If you want to drink, I have enough wine. But you have to pay. Ah, thank you, manager. How could the 50 people be unhappy when they heard that? The wine in Zhang Feng's tavern had never been sold to outsiders. But the wine in this tavern had long been known in the neighborhood. But Zhang Feng's temper was strange. Usually, no matter who you were, you could not drink wine. But as long as he was happy, even if you were a beggar on the street, he would give you a jar of wine. No one dared to say anything. What? Didn't they see that the manager had a good relationship with the 4 demon kings? If the 4 demon kings knew about this, they were worried that they would lose their lives to drink wine. Everyone threw the bamboo tubes and the sealed items in the backyard. Everyone instinctively wrapped a fist-sized lump of braised meat in oil paper. Then 5 of them would share a jar of wine. They followed Zhang Feng's example and squatted at the closed door to eat the meat and drink the wine. There were even people who took out dry biscuits from their arms and ate them. In an instant, the smell of the wine and meat made the neighbors salivate. Feng Zi, that's not very nice of you. Such good things, why don't you sell some to us? No matter what, we are neighbors on the same street. Zhang Feng picked his teeth and glanced at the person who spoke. He spat a mouthful of saliva and said, Get lost, get lost. You want to drink wine? Wait for 10 days. When the wine cellar opens, if you are not afraid of drinking to death and not afraid of being poor, come. I have enough wine. Really? Chapter 438. Zhang Feng casually dismissed the onlookers. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He was indeed afraid of being famous before, but now? It was to build momentum. Otherwise, would he be willing to give such good liquor to this group of uncouth people? It was all to promote beer. The honest people of the Tang dynasty didn't understand such profound things. The people of this era didn't understand marketing and tricks. They only knew that every word was a nail. But Zhang Feng was different. Therefore, under Zhang Feng's persuasion, everyone hurriedly left. They didn't dare to annoy Zhang Feng here. If they annoyed this guy, they wouldn't have a share of the meat and liquor that made them drool just by smelling it. Soon, the veteran soldier took Zhang Feng's remaining money and the next batch of 1,000 bamboo tubes and hurriedly left. Someone wanted to buy a jar of beer to take away, but in the end he was scolded by Zhang Feng until his face and neck turned red. Zhang Feng knew the pain of this group of people. This wine was not something that ordinary people could afford to consume. Once they were addicted to it, that jar would cost at least 1 tael of silver. 1 tael of silver was their daily expenses for a year. Where would they get the money? Therefore, Zhang Feng was unwilling to sell this kind of liquor to the public from the beginning. It wasn't something they could afford to drink at all. Brother Zhang Feng, what's wrong with you? Today we usually drink a little of the liquor that you feel distressed about. How can you let those rough men take advantage of it? Just as Zhang Feng was squatting in the backyard and filling 10 bamboo tubes to test the beer, Li Shimin's voice sounded at the entrance of the tavern. Obviously, Li Shimin had seen what happened just now. Seeing that Li Shimin had come, Zhang Feng's face instantly lit up. Lao Li, you really came at the right time. You wait, I'll treat you to barbecue and good liquor later. And it's something you've never seen before. Beer? Yes. Okay. I'll be waiting. When Li Shimin heard this, he sat down in the tavern and waited. Not long after, Zhang Feng came out with a bowl of chopped chicken wings, drumsticks, pork, mutton, and other meats that were skewered with bamboo skewers. Come, Lao Li, help me carry the brazier in. Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand. Li Shimin curiously looked at the meat in the basin and followed Zhang Feng to the kitchen. The brazier was the same as the one used to barbecue meat last time, but there was an extra rack on top, which was different from the iron plate used to barbecue meat. Li Shimin didn't ask. He just followed Zhang Feng's instructions and placed everything he could bring out on the table in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng then took out 10 bamboo tubes from the backyard and said mysteriously, Lao Li, why are you always so accurate? Li Shimin smiled in confusion. What's wrong? Every time I make something good, you're always the first to come. You say this is your good luck? Or are you good at divination? Li Shimin was speechless. So you're saying I'm a quack? No, no, no. Come and try this mutton kebab. How does it taste? Zhang Feng chatted with Li Shimin while barbecuing the meat. Li Shimin took the mutton kebab from Zhang Feng and ate it with relish. Compared to the big chunks of meat they barbecued and ate in big mouthfuls, this was very refined. It was even more refined than those great scholars. However, Zhang Feng didn't say and he didn't ask. Today Zhang Feng said that he made something good and he even made these things. Naturally he would tell him later. This guy was just a pretentious prick. By the way, Feng, this is the harvest of bone-strengthening powder in half a month. You can take it. Oh, just put it where it is. Zhang Feng didn't care and asked Li Shimin to put it on the table. Li Shimin's mouth twitched. This was the first time he met such an attitude when he gave something to someone. If it was someone else, who would dare to do this? However, Zhang Feng didn't care. I say, can you take a look at the amount first? Don't you want me to see your surprised expression again? Li Shimin was speechless. He originally wanted to show off in front of Zhang Feng and see Zhang Feng suffer, but this bastard didn't give him the chance. Zhang Feng heard and glanced at the banknote. However, the next moment he couldn't help but rub his eyes hard. He didn't even care about the chicken wings and grabbed the banknote. He said in a trembling voice, "This is 30,000 taels of gold?" "Yes. This is the money Lord Zhang's son calculated. We split it in half, 30,000 taels each." "Oh my God, we're rich." "Ha, good good. I was worried that I didn't have enough capital to start this business. Lao Li, you're really my god of wealth." Zhang Feng wiped his hands and pocketed the banknotes. Then he said, "Since you've already shown me this thing, I'll also show you how I've made a fortune. Just wait and be jealous." What is so mysterious that it made you, who always cherishes your life, come out of retirement? Open the bamboo tube and have a taste. Under Zhang Feng's crazy hints, Li Shimin opened the seal of the bamboo tube and looked at the yellow thing with bubbles. He frowned. This is the beer? Why do I smell urine? Try a sip. Don't you trust me, Zhang Feng? Li Shimin was suspicious. However, he still followed Zhang Feng's instructions and drank a sip. Chapter 439. Li Shimin gulped it down. Instantly his face changed. What did I just drink? It was rustling and there were bubbles. Isn't this? Thinking of this, Li Shimin's face turned green. He leaned on the table and vomited again. Zhang Feng didn't laugh or say anything. He just glanced at him and continued to roast the meat. Okay, here comes the barbecue chicken wings. Come, Lao Li, have a chicken wing to calm down? No, 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 brother Zhang Feng, I treat you as a brother. How dare you make fun of me? This is obviously horse urine. Ugh. Li Shimin didn't dare to mention that word again. Once it was mentioned, he felt like vomiting. However, under Li Shimin's disdainful gaze, Zhang Feng picked up the bamboo tube that Li Shimin had drunk from. He bit the chicken wing in one mouth and drank the beer in the other. Moreover, he actually drank it with relish. Li Shimin's face was inexplicably frightened. Fengzi, did something happen to you? Or did something happen? If you have something to say, just say it. As long as I can deal with it, I will help you. Don't take it too hard. Originally, Zhang Feng was in a good mood, but when he heard this, he was instantly unhappy. So you, Lao Li, mean that my head was caught by the door? Damn you. Forget it, I'm too lazy to explain. Here, this is the wine that I brewed with the malt. It only took 3 days. The first time you drink it, for example, the locusts, none of you can stop them. But if you drink a few more mouthfuls, you will realize that this thing is really delicious. Do you want to try it? Li Shimin was dumbfounded. Under his shocked gaze, Zhang Feng drank until he was full, and there was a layer of white foam on the bamboo tube. When Zhang Feng opened his mouth, it gushed out. Seeing this, Li Shimin's stomach churned again. This thing, are you sure it's okay? Didn't you see that I drank it? And do you see anything wrong with me? There's something wrong with you here. Li Shimin pointed at Zhang Feng's head. Zhang Feng was so angry that he almost cursed. Drink it or not, when the time comes, you won't have a share. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes and simply started to eat and drink by himself. He finished a chicken wing and a bamboo flask of wine. Seeing this, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel nervous. He picked up the bamboo tube from the table and copied Zhang Feng. He picked up a roasted chicken wing and took a bite. In an instant, the peppery taste spread in his mouth. Then he closed his eyes and took a big gulp as if he was swallowing poison. He resisted the urge to vomit and forced it down. However, in the next moment, Li Shimin's eyes slowly opened after a long time. His eyes couldn't help but burst out in waves of shock. The wine was just as Zhang Feng said. It was sweet and mellow, and there was an indescribable sense of comfort. The feeling of the bubbles bursting in his stomach was especially comfortable. There was even an indescribable sense of satisfaction that couldn't be described. It was something that fermented rice or white wine couldn't compare to. As he drank, Li Shimin actually had an illusion that the beer and the roasted chicken were so compatible. It was as if the two things were originally one. Li Shimin was aghast. Fengzi, this beer, this foam, how did you make it? Also, how did you make this wine? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. How is it? Have I ever lied to you? Just tell me if this wine tastes good or not. Wonderful. This wine is really indescribably wonderful. Li Shimin looked at the bamboo tube and couldn't help but smack his lips as he spoke. Then it's fine. As Zhang Feng spoke, he poured the wine into a large bowl. In an instant, the bubbles on the surface of the wine piled up. The wine foam couldn't be compared to the future. Because of the manufacturing process and the insufficient pressure, Zhang Feng could only let it have the bubbles that originally existed in the malt. It wasn't like the future where carbon dioxide was injected to increase the storage time. In this era, there was no such ability. There was no such equipment. Moreover, this pure brewed beer had very few bubbles to begin with. However, the strength of the wine was naturally incomparable to that of other beers. This was even the distinction between dry beer, dark beer, and stale beer in the future. Zhang Feng pointed at the yellow beer and said again, this thing, although it looks like horse urine, and people who have never drunk it will definitely think that this thing is horse urine for the first time. However, if you can force yourself to endure and drink a bowl, then congratulations, this wine has acknowledged you. Moreover, Lao Li, you have to know that this is brewed from the bitter and black malt that even pigs won't eat. This thing is what I'm going to do when I go out of the mountain. You can calculate the cost. It can be brewed in 3 days, and 1 stone of wheat can be brewed into 10 stones or more of beer. Moreover, this bamboo tube can only hold 1 jin, and each bamboo tube is sold for 1 copper coin. You can taste it carefully. Once this thing is accepted by the entire Tang dynasty, how much money can we make? Moreover, with the current barbecue, you can calculate again that the entire Tang dynasty people's alcohol tolerance can be said to be huge. As long as this meal starts, won't one person drink dozens of barrels? Li Shimin's expression had already changed. Zhang Feng patted the dumbfounded Li Shimin on the shoulder and said, "Lao Li, taste it carefully." Chapter 440. How much was a stone of wheat worth? At most, it would be 100 copper coins. Any more, and it would be 200 copper coins. But how many bamboo tubes could be filled with 10 stones of water? A few hundred? A few thousand? Based on this calculation. Then, however, the originally useless wheat had really come back to life. How much could this malt be sold for? 10 copper coins? Perhaps other than Zhang Feng, no one would want to buy it even if they had to pay for it. Such a good business opportunity instantly made Li Shimin jealous. "Fengzi, this business hey Lao Li, let's make a deal. I'll do this business myself. Besides, you don't know anything and you haven't fully accepted this kind of thing. If you sell it, you'll only lose money. So, after thinking about it, I'll do it myself." No. How could Li Shimin be willing? He hurriedly waved his hand. "Fengzi, although you're good at doing business is very difficult. You have to wake up before 7 in the morning and may not even be able to sleep at night. Based on your character, how can you bear this? So, how about we cooperate? When the time comes..." No. Now you know how to be anxious." Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin with a faint smile. "All right, who asked you to be our Fengzi's good brother? Then let's make a deal. It's just the two of us. We can't have one more person." "Fine. Then it's settled. How about this? I have 1,000 taels of silver here and I think there are 10 more. Let's take it as a deposit for the cooperation?" Zhang Feng was a little confused. "Good fellow, you always bring so much money when you go out? Aren't you afraid of bandits?" "I haven't had time to go back yet. After splitting the money with Lord Zhangsun and the others, I came here directly." Li Shimin casually evaded. Then he asked, "By the way, this barbecue? When the time comes, let's do it together. You've seen this thing. It's just a stove squatting by the roadside. Even if it's open, the cost is low and the profit is high. Look at these chicken wings. They only cost a few copper coins. But after roasting them they will become 5 copper coins." Li Shimin frowned. "So expensive?" Zhang Feng glared at him. "This is expensive? Look, there are chickens and ducks all over the streets of Chang'an City. Even if they are lost, no one will look for them. What? Wasn't it because of the locust that all the chickens and ducks were gathered together? In addition, the emperor heard about my plan from who knows where and actually went to find Tubo to ask for chickens and ducks. This was exactly what I thought. Lao Li, tell me honestly, were you the one who gave Lord Zhangsun the idea? Otherwise, how could the emperor think of such a move? This is clearly my move." Li Shimin touched his nose. "Yes. Didn't I cooperate with Lord Zhangsun on the bone-strengthening powder before? So I mentioned it by the way. No wonder. I thought that His Majesty really knew how to make divine plans." After being reminded by Zhang Feng, how could Li Shimin not understand Zhang Feng's meaning? He was the one who came up with this idea. Moreover, he had mentioned it countless times to Zhang Feng as the cost of wine. Chickens and ducks were really cheap now. Even if they were thrown on the street, no one would steal them. What? On the one hand, it was because everyone was saving food. The farmers in the fields were all gnawed bare. Most importantly, even if the crown prince forcibly distributed 10 chickens and ducks to each household around Chang'an City, the pressure on the government would be reduced, and the people would be too lazy to care. Now, chicken eggs and duck eggs were sold on Chang and Street for 1 copper coin each, which was priceless. But now, 2 eggs were sold for 1 copper coin each. If you wanted more, you could buy 50 eggs at a time and people would give you 10 eggs as a gift. Even so, the eggs could not be sold until they were rotten. Everyone had chickens and ducks at home. Who the hell would be stupid enough to buy eggs? If anyone bought eggs, they would really be laughed at by the people of Chang'an City. There must be something wrong with this guy's head. Or was squeezed out by the door. However, Li Shimin saw another market from Zhang Feng's words and actions. Once this barbecue appeared, all the chickens, ducks, pigs and mutton that were so cheap that there was no stable price of 2 would be in high demand again. Moreover, once the price stabilized, it would definitely stimulate the consumer market and the market economy again. Zhang Feng had used this method several times and so had Li Shimin. If he still could not understand it now, it would really be inexcusable. "Fengzi, this method of yours is really amazing." Li Shimin gave him a heartfelt thumbs up. "Not only did you make the market that was paralyzed become active again, but you also made the consumption level of the people become active again. You are really a genius. I, Zhang Feng, have never calculated whether the market economy is economical or not. I only know that this time, we just have to wait for the money to be made. And it's the real meaning of lying down to make money. When barbecue and beer become popular in the Tang dynasty, that scene even now is exciting just thinking about it. This is what it means to bring honor to our ancestors. Chapter 441. For example, Du Kong. He could leave his name in history and even be known by everyone. Why was that? It was because he came up with this Du Kong wine. And he was the first person in Wuxia to brew good wine. But now, not only did he revolutionize wine, but he also brought the brewing method of later generations to the Tang dynasty, and he also created this beer. Whenever he mentioned a type of wine, Zhang Feng's name would go down in history, and it would be passed down by word of mouth. What's more, he even promoted barbecue. What was that? That was the real benefit of future generations. It would be strange if he didn't leave his name in history. And this kind of leaving his name in history was different from the kind of achievements in the imperial court. This thing could increase one's reputation. Don't underestimate this thing. Once your reputation soared to a certain extent, even if you really fell out with the Guanlong group, you wouldn't be killed because of this. Who was Li Shimin? When Zhang Feng mentioned this thing, he instantly thought of this layer of meaning. Fengzi, it's really not easy for you to understand this layer of meaning. Previously, I had long wanted Chef to come over and learn from you. Compared to the delicacies we eat at your place, once we return home, the food we eat on a daily basis has become pig swill. Ah, you're too kind. If you really did that before, I would really kick your chef out. Zhang Feng laughed and said, Laoli, I'm sure you've tasted this beer. Tell me honestly, will anyone like this thing? Yes. But you don't have to teach me this craft of yours. Let me take it back and try it first. What do you think? Zhang Feng heard this and glanced at Li Shimin. Laoli, you're really good at calculating. We haven't even started working together, and you're already giving money and asking the chef to steal your skills. What's wrong with you? This? Li Shimin sighed. It's all because of my old father. After eating your good food for 2 days, he didn't have any appetite for food when he returned home. He kept mumbling that he wanted to eat your dishes all day long. I didn't have any other choice. I see, Zhang Feng frowned. All right, when you're done with your work, find someone who's talented and can learn quickly. You know that I'm lazy, so I'll only cook a few times and learn as much as I can. No problem. Li Shimin was overjoyed. This matter was finally settled. When the time came, the imperial palace would no longer be wasteful. So many delicacies would be stewed in one pot. Li Shimin felt his heart ache when he saw this. However, in Zhang Feng's restaurant, he was able to make dishes that satisfied people with just a few home-cooked dishes. What was this? This was true culinary skills. After settling these two matters, Li Shimin said, By the way, Fengzi, the matter of the academy will be settled in 2 or 3 days. It's right next to the Vermilion Bird Gate, the Vermilion Bird Street's Kaihua Square. So soon. Zhang Feng couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, Li Shimin had already hurriedly disappeared outside the door. I say, old Li, aren't you forgetting something? Zhang Feng scratched his head and looked at the 7 barrels of beer on the table. Li Shimin was very anxious. On one hand, he wanted to confirm whether the scrapped food could be used to brew wine. However, after really understanding this matter, he instantly couldn't sit still. With Zhang Feng's ability, he was still very much looking forward to it. However, the moment he walked out of the door, Li Shimin paused. He forgot the most important thing. That was to get the wine. This thing he was defeated. He had to take it back and let those old guys have a taste of their own medicine. And that barbecue, he had to get the recipe. When he returned to the pub, Zhang Feng was hanging chicken feet, repeatedly leaning on the remaining things. Seeing Li Shimin return, he smiled and said, I knew Laoli would come back. You forgot to take this thing, how are you going to explain it to old Sun and those bastards? Aren't I in a hurry? Li Shimin touched his nose. Although he didn't need to explain anything to anyone, if he said this thing would sell well, then it would definitely sell well. But there was another important person, that was his father. If his father knew that he came to Zhang Feng's place and didn't bring anything to satisfy his craving, wouldn't he flip out? Okay, give my father 3 jugs of wine, the recipe for barbecue, and Li Shimin said a lot. But Zhang Feng curled his lips. There's no recipe for barbecue. Did you see how I barbecued the meat just now? It's just that you need to use oil and fine salt, and the pepper, cumin and dogwood powder. You just need to sprinkle it repeatedly. These are all common things. Go back and tell your chef. If he doesn't even know these things, then it's really strange. But this rack. Li Shimin pointed to the barbecue rack that Zhang Feng was barbecuing. He wanted to say something but stopped. Zhang Feng instantly understood. He rolled his eyes. 10 taels of silver. Ask someone to take away all my things. Chapter 442. Wei Shiyu felt very uncomfortable. Li Shimin waved his hand. Wei Shiyu hurriedly entered the small tavern. She thought there was something good waiting for her, but she didn't expect that she would be asked to carry a brazier. It was such a hot day. Wei Shiyu's face immediately stiffened. But it was the emperor. Under the gaze of Zhang Feng, that bastard, Wei Shiyu kicked and roared as she came in. She looked at the dozen or so people and each of them did the same thing. She even took away the leftover barbecued meat and the table that Zhang Feng had not put away. 7 bamboo tubes of beer were not enough. When Zhang Feng had more than 30 bamboo tubes of beer in the backyard and asked people to take them away, he found that the hall was empty. Even his jar of salt was taken away. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded by what he saw. Who the f***ck are these people? They didn't even let go of the jar of salt? However, Li Shimin and Wei Shiyu had already walked out of Tong Huifang by this time. Li Shimin was drinking wine in the sedan while eating the barbecued meat that Zhang Feng had made. When he was eating just now, he was anxious and worried about the beer, so he didn't seriously taste the barbecued meat. But now, once he stopped thinking and sat in the sedan, listening to the shouting and hawking outside, and the sound of people fighting for things from time to time, this was the real dish to go with wine. To put it bluntly, this barbecued meat was a little different from what they had eaten before. Although it looked like a big piece of meat was cut, even so, it couldn't be eaten so quickly. If it could reach this level, it meant that there was something else in it. Thinking of this, Li Shimin immediately roasted the chicken wings and asked, "Shuyu, I'm here." Hearing this, Wei Shiyu threw the oil jar in her hand to Xiao Gizi and hurried forward. "Did you look carefully when Fengzi was roasting the meat just now?" Wei Shiyu knew that the emperor was looking for someone to roast meat. Did he admit it? Or not? If he did, he would become the emperor's personal barbecue chef. But if he didn't? Wei Shiyu stammered, "Your Majesty, this general didn't pay too much attention, but this general saw the chicken wings and chicken feet on the roof beam. They were marinated with seasoning for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The mutton and pork were not processed. Oh, when we get back, you will roast meat for me according to Feng Zi's method." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wei Shiyu had already thought of the result. At this moment he only wished that this was a one-time job. Otherwise he would never be able to make a name for himself. He returned to the Taiji Palace. The directors, Little Gizi, and Wei Shiyu closed the door and barbecued meat in the back garden of the bedroom. It was not until 2 hours later that the three of them finally grinned, looking at the chicken wing in Li Shimin's hand, which was half roasted, with blood still dripping from one side, with a grin on their faces. "Shiyu, give it a try. How does it taste this time?" "Yes." Wei Shiyu pulled a long face and took a bite of the chicken wing. Then his pupils constricted and he spat it out. "Your Majesty, it's overcooked this time. Is it because we didn't turn it hard enough? Also there's too much salt." "Is that so?" Li Shimin frowned. He threw the grill away and sat on the chair. He waved his hand and said, "Little Gizi, summon the imperial chef. Come here quickly." "Yes." After a while, a fat man who was as fat as a ball ran over, panting. It seemed that this guy ate a lot of good food every day. But Li Shimin didn't care. "Shiyu, you too tell him about the roast meat. I'll give you 2 hours. If you can't make roast meat to my satisfaction, then..." When the fat imperial chef heard this, his face turned pale and he fell to the ground with a plop. "Yes, Your Majesty." The imperial chef didn't know if it was because he was under great pressure or something else. Anyway, within an hour he really roasted the remaining meat skewers, chicken wings and chicken feet that Zhang Feng had made. Although the taste was still a little different from the one that Zhang Feng had made, it was basically the same roast meat. The three of them looked at Li Shimin, who was sometimes frowning and sometimes deep in thought. They didn't dare to breathe loudly. After a while, Li Shimin nodded. "What's your name?" The fat imperial chef kowtowed hurriedly. "Your Majesty, my name is Zhang San." "Good. From today onwards you'll be roasting meat full-time. When the time comes I'll take you to a place. But this place is only known to you. If I find out and a second person knows about this, you know the consequences." What could the fat imperial chef say? This was his own business and he was very clear about it. The emperor didn't say anything because he was still useful. What else could he say? He hurriedly kowtowed to express his gratitude. "Although the taste is a little bad, it's still acceptable. Little Gizi, reward me." "Yes. Shiyu, go and call those old guys. Tell them that I'll treat them to barbecue and beer." Chapter 443. Fang Xianling was more excited than anyone else. Because this beer had been on his mind for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that the Ministry of Agriculture was busy recently, he would have gone to the tavern to see it with his own eyes. But this was a bit mysterious for the rest of the people. On the way to the back garden, several people asked Fang Xianling about the beer over and over again, but Fang Xianling basically just laughed it off. Several people were so angry that they wanted to beat him up. As soon as they entered the back garden, everyone smelled the fragrance of barbecue. Although this was the back garden and also a part of the Imperial Garden, after being swept by the locusts, only withered branches and withered leaves were left, as well as clusters of tender buds. And not far away, Li Shimin's bright yellow robe was seen by several people from afar. And at this moment, Li Yuan's excited voice also sounded from the other side. Where is he? Where is the emperor? He brought good things but didn't know to give it to Lao Tzu to taste first? What kind of logic is this? All of you get out of the way, I want to see what the emperor is doing hiding in this small garden. Whether it was Li Shimin or the people who had just entered the back garden, they all hurriedly got up at this time. Welcome, Father Emperor, retired emperor. Get up, get up. Li Yuan couldn't wait to walk to the strange brazier that he had never seen before. To be precise, he looked at the barbecue that was sizzling with oil and said, Where did that kid get this thing? Father Emperor, this son just came back from Zhang Feng's place. This is not this thing. Because of some reason this son is letting the imperial chef study it? Did you get it out? Li Yuan ignored the sweat on the faces of Li Shimin and the other two as well as Wu Go. He grabbed a piece of barbecue that was already cold and took a bite. In an instant, Li Yuan's cheeks swelled up, and he was eating with a face full of enjoyment. Not bad, it's the taste of that kid. Right, come, all of you come sit. You hurry up and barbecue or I'll chop you. Li Yuan greeted everyone while sitting cross-legged on the floor, staring at the grill and eating. Everyone looked at each other and imitated the retired emperor and sat on the floor. Do you have wine? Did you only take the meat and not the wine? Li Yuan ate a few more mouthfuls before he came to his senses and asked. Yes, Imperial Father, please wait a moment. I have something to tell you. Brother Zhang Feng has come up with a new trick this time. Do you want to try it? However, regarding this wine, allow me to keep you in suspense for the time being. You can drink Zhang Feng's previous wine first, and allow me and the others to try this new wine. What do you think? Don't? If that brat dares to make fun of Zhen will definitely skin him alive the next time I go there. Alright, didn't you drink all of it? If you can drink it, why can't I? This? Li Shimin was in a difficult position. He couldn't possibly say that it tasted like horse piss when he drank it for the first time, right? If he said that, wouldn't it be terrible? Imperial Father, why don't you watch them drink first before drinking? Just trust me this once. Li Yuan saw that Li Shimin was so cautious, then he waved his hand. Then you guys drink. The few people couldn't help but lose their composure. Since the emperor said so, they couldn't help but feel guilty at this time. Come, Zhen will drink with you. This wine is different from any of Brother Zhang Feng's wines. It's even different from the fermented glutinous rice. It's a bit unpalatable the first time, but I also felt uncomfortable the first time. However, when you endure it and drink a few more mouthfuls, you'll realize that this thing is really good. While speaking, Li Shimin looked at everyone and drank in big mouthfuls from the bamboo tube. Although Fang Xianling knew what this wine was made of, the rest of the people didn't know. Now that they saw the emperor drink it and looked at the bamboo tube on the table, Wei Zheng and Qing Yaojin went forward almost at the same time, unscrewed the seal and put it on their mouths. Jiang Sun Wuji, Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling saw that the two of them drank it. What could they do? They also hurriedly went forward to imitate the two of them and drank. Pfff. However, when everyone drank the wine, they couldn't stay calm in an instant. The pungent smell instantly caused everyone to spurt out uncontrollably. Fortunately, Xiao Gizi and Wei Shuyu were already prepared. After everyone drank, they hurriedly opened 2 oil paper umbrellas behind them and covered in front of Li Shimin and Li Yuan. Li Yuan was stunned. All the ministers were dumbfounded. This was wine. This wasn't horse piss? The emperor actually drank this just now? Everyone looked at Li Shimin in disbelief. Wei Zheng was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Your Majesty, what is this? You just drank this? Wei Zheng was going crazy. What was this? What was Brother Zhang Feng doing? This kind of thing, wasn't this cheating people? Don't, Prime Minister Wei, don't be agitated, let's talk slowly. Shimin, although Zhen didn't drink this wine, Zhen has already explained your origin. What is this? Why does it look and smell like horse piss? Did something happen to you? Chapter 444. Li Shimin was somewhat speechless. If Li Yuan was not here, then everything would still be fine. However, now that Imperial Father was here, there was no way to talk about this thing. But fortunately, Imperial Father did not drink it. If he found something, then it would be easy to handle. Imperial Father, this thing is a new kind of wine. This son drank it for the first time at Zhang Feng's place and was indeed not used to it. At that time, when I drank the third mouthful, I really discovered that this thing was a treasure. If you don't believe me, Qing Yaojin, don't you love to drink? We now order you to drink all the wine in this bamboo tube in one go. If you drink it, I will reward you with a jar of Zhang Feng's fine wine. Your Majesty, is this true? When Qing Yaojin heard this, his expression instantly became excited. Although this thing did not taste good when he was fighting back then, when there was no water to drink, he even drank his own urine. What was this? Seeing Li Shimin nod, he raised his neck and gulped it down in front of everyone's grinning eyes. After he was done, he even snorted. TSK TSK TSK. Your Majesty, can I drink another one? After drinking this bamboo tube, I really discovered something, but this thing is really a bit hard to describe. We allow it. If you can drink it, all the wine here is yours. Li Yuan frowned and stared at Qing Yaojin's eyes. After seeing that he really did not have the slightest suspicion of flattery, without waiting for Li Shimin to speak, he waved his hand and agreed. Qing Yaojin was a straightforward person with a one-track mind. His personality of being addicted to wine as if it was his life, as well as his straightforward personality, had always been liked by the Li royal family. This was also the reason why he could become one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. When Qing Yaojin heard this, after hurriedly thanking Li Yuan, he started drinking to his heart's content. And when he drank 3 jars of wine, his stomach instantly swelled to the point that he could not drink any more. How is it? Have you tasted anything yet? Li Yuan asked hurriedly. Wei Zheng and the others looked at the bamboo tube in their hands, then looked at Qing Yaojin, who was still drunk, waiting for his answer. This wine, hiccup. Although it tasted like horse urine for the first time, this thing is really something. It's sweet, mellow, and has a strong taste of malt. Your Majesty, is this wine made by Fengzi? Is this made from malt? My dear Minister, you're right. This thing was something that Zhang Feng and his brother had just created. Tell me, what do you think of this thing? Good. Was there even a need to ask? I can guarantee with my life that if this thing were to spread out, it would be the grape wine of the western regions. All kinds of wine from the Tang dynasty? They were all F***king trash. And I'll say something unpleasant, this wine, even if that woman who doesn't drink came, she could drink 2 or 3 jars. Qing Yaojin was obviously drunk. As he drank, he did not wait for Li Shimin to call him. He took a meat skewer and bragged as he ate. And how could Li Yuan and the others still sit still? There were at most 30 bamboo tubes on this table. In such a short time he drank more than 10. If this went on, then what would the others have? Needless to say, Li Yuan's neck was the same. He imitated Qing Yaojin's appearance and drank to his heart's content. Father Emperor, this son salutes you. Later, this son has an important matter to discuss with you. Good. Come. Let's all drink together. And you, kid, you come too. We find you pleasing to the eye. Li Yuan waved his hand and pointed at Wei Shuyu. Only then did Wei Shuyu joyfully express her gratitude. Then she started to shout with everyone else. The few of them suppressed the discomfort in their hearts. After drinking the bamboo jug of wine, they found that this thing was really something. It was a bit like fruit wine, but the taste was a bit like the wine with the lowest alcohol content at Zhang Feng's place. However, their mouths were filled with the taste of malt. This was not all. If you said it was fermented glutinous rice, it was not. It was not that sweet. In any case, it had a strange taste. And this taste, the first contact, was really not that good. However, when the third sip was taken, the waves of bubbles filled the stomach, and the comfortable feeling in the stomach was not comparable to any kind of wine, or even any kind of food. Come. Father Emperor, the effect of this wine will be better with barbecue. You guys don't drink it foolishly. Come and try it. This is good stuff. You all have eaten it before. This thing with beer is really satisfying. Today there is not much wine, but we have enough barbecue. In less than 2 hours. The wine was gone. The meat was also gone. One by one they held their stomachs and burped. Wei Zheng and the others even went to the toilet several times. At this time each of them walked as if they were stepping on cotton, drifting. Shimin, don't you have something to say? Now tell me. When Li Shimin heard this, he said, Father, do you think that once this wine becomes an industry combined with this barbecue, it will stimulate all the people as well as businesses once again. The most important thing is, will this beer be accepted by the people of the Tang dynasty? Chapter 445. Li Yuan was very happy today, because this was the first time Li Shimin discussed matters of state affairs with him since the Black Tortoise Gate. Moreover, he did not avoid it at all and asked in front of his most trusted minister. This could not help but make Li Yuan sigh endlessly. Shimin, you guys can discuss this matter. We are old and we are too lazy to care about these things. However, we have to say a few words about this matter. The wine is good stuff. This barbecued meat is also good stuff. We know that during this period of time, you have gathered immeasurable good things for the Tang dynasty. You even got the Tubo and Tuyuhun chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, sheep and horses and even the Tujua horses. This is a good thing. However, this way because the people have just passed, everyone is immersed in the pain of losing food. This is a good move to divert their attention. However, you have to remember that food is the most important thing for the people. Although the people have made a fortune because of the locusts, you can't just go and ask for money so straightforwardly. This is good stuff, but have you considered whether the people can afford to drink such good stuff? They can afford to drink it, Imperial Father. Take a guess. How much does this bamboo bottle of wine sell for? Li Yuan weighed the bamboo bottle in his hand. It looks like it's only 1 catty. No matter what, it should be 10 copper coins, right? Moreover, this is made by that kid. No, it only costs 1 copper coin. What? 1 copper coin? Li Yuan was stunned when he heard this. Such a good thing and you're telling us that it only costs 1 copper coin? Li Yuan was dumbfounded. Such a good thing, no matter how worthless it was, it should be worth at least 10 copper coins or 100 copper coins, right? However, it was only 1 copper coin when it came here? If it was calculated like this, how much was the cost? What kind of wine was sold at such a low price? Wasn't this a loss-making business? What was this kid doing? He did not seem like a good person. If he, Zhang Feng, could do such a loss-making business, he would not be called Zhang Feng. Li Yuan wanted to beat him for being so stingy. How could he be so cheap? Li Yuan could not help but think of an inconceivable thing and asked, "You tell us, what is this thing brewed with? This thing is definitely worth more than 1 copper coin, right?" Father. Li Shimin smiled faintly and said, "Official Feng, why don't you tell retired emperor about it?" "Yes, your majesty." At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji and the others hurriedly looked at Feng Xianling. "Your majesty, here's the thing. The wine is only worth this much. Aren't the people in Chang and city in a state of panic because of the food disaster? That day I went outside the city to investigate and I met Brother Zhang Feng by chance. Then I told him about this matter. Originally, I just wanted to complain, but I didn't expect Brother Zhang Feng to actually have a way." "What?" everyone exclaimed in unison. "As far as I know, the wheat has already sprouted. Even if you feed it to pigs, they won't eat it. What can he do? Could it be that the wine we're drinking was made by this thing?" "It can't be." Everyone was shocked. Li Yuan was an impatient person. He waved his hand and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so wishy-washy. It's annoying to listen to." "Yes." Feng Xianling stopped sighing and said, "Here's the thing. The wheat really can't be used and I personally tested it. It's bitter to take a bite, but Brother Zhang Feng said it can be brewed. At that time I really didn't believe it. But today, when His Majesty summoned us to the palace to taste the wine, I suddenly realized that this thing is brewed by the useless wheat. Then it makes sense. In this case, doesn't it mean that the disaster our Tang dynasty suffered this time has become a blessing? This little guy is really amazing." When Li Yuan heard this, he sighed with emotion from the bottom of his heart. "You guys tell me. I think this thing is feasible. It's up to you guys. If you guys think it's feasible, let's discuss how this thing should be operated. After all, Zhang Feng, that brat, is very cunning. When the time comes, he will definitely make a move. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his big words. And you've tasted this thing. You all know the taste and the value of this thing in the future. Think about it. I've decided to take 30%. Let's go. I'm drunk before I even drink it." Alas, it's easy to get sleepy at this age. Li Yuan left under everyone's stunned gaze. He was robbing in broad daylight. But who dared to say anything? "Well, Your Majesty, I recently made some money because of the bone-strengthening powder, so I want to invest some." "Your Majesty, I also have some meager savings. I also want to invest some. I also have the 100 taels of silver that Your Majesty gave me last time. I'll invest too." Li Shimin was a little speechless. Originally, this thing was for them to make money together. He planned to pay for it alone, but he really didn't expect them to be so rich. Okay, then tell me, how much are you going to invest? I'll invest 150 taels. 200 taels? 500 taels? 630 taels, that's all this old official has. Chapter 446. Alright. Just keep your money as a coffin capital. I've already thought of this matter. You can go and deal with it. When the time comes, you won't be short of money. By the way, I've decided to try it out first. Where do you think it's best to try it out? For the time being, they could only say that they had just accepted this thing. If they didn't try it out before putting it into production, it would be really dangerous. For the sake of conservatism, Li Shimin still decided to try it out first. Otherwise, if he invested so much money, not to mention whether it would be a loss or not, how many people would be able to accept the taste of the beer? Your Majesty, I think that we should let those guys in the imperial court have a taste of this thing first. After all, the ones who can drive this thing first are definitely not the common people but the sons of the nobles. Zhang Sun Wuji squinted his eyes and said. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up. No, there's another place that can instantly test out the market for this wine. Yanlai Restaurant. Also, if we let Qing Chumo and the others go and take this thing out, Old Wei, you're very bad. My Chumo learned bad things from those guys. You still want him to do this? Wei Jing rolled his eyes. Your son isn't any better. He's still better than your son. My son is now working well by your Majesty's side. You see, alright. Don't quarrel with him when you see him. Li Shimin waved his hand. He sat down on the stone bench and picked up a skewer of barbecued meat. As he ate, he drank beer and said, this matter is settled. Shiyu, work hard tonight. Go to Fengzi and get some wine. Tell him that I'm experimenting. If it works, this matter will be settled in less than 10 days. Yes. Also, quickly pass this matter to Cheng Chumo and the others. I'll give you half a month's leave. If you do this well, I'll allow you to take an idle job. When Li Shimin's last sentence sounded, Wei Shiyu was really excited. He had been waiting for these words. During this period of time, seeing Cheng Chumo strutting around the streets in front of him, even boasting about Yanlai Lu's Huji, not a single one of this didn't make him angry. However, he had a duty. Without the emperor's permission, he didn't dare leave Li Shimin for too long. But now, stroking the poker cards in his bosom, he couldn't help but run all the way to the Department of Affairs to get a fast horse. With a flick of his clothes, he changed places with the servants cleaning the night incense and ran away. She ignored the palace maids who were covering their noses in horror. The next morning, in the political announcement hall, all the ministers were glowing. The first thing they said to each other was, "How much did you earn?" Every minister had a smile on their faces. Her body, her feet, and even her hair was tied up in a bun. All of them were bejeweled. Obviously, everyone had tasted the sweetness of the bone-strengthening powder this time. His Majesty has arrived. Little Gizi's voice rang out at the entrance of the back hall the moment the morning bell rang. Everyone hurriedly bowed and shouted in unison, "Welcome, Your Majesty. You may rise." Li Shimin walked up to the dragon throne and sat down. He waved his hand and said, "Recently, I learned that the bone-strengthening powder is selling well, and all of you have made a lot of money because of this matter. This is a good thing. Only when the officials in the imperial court are rich can the economy of the Tang dynasty be more effectively promoted. I am very fortunate. Come, bring wine. I want to drink a barrel of wine with all the officials." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What was wrong with the emperor today? He was giving wine and praising everyone. This wasn't right. Didn't the emperor always oppose the ministers in the imperial court like this? Although everyone did make a lot of money in this business, everyone's heart was like a mirror. The emperor was the one who earned the most. Which one of them didn't know that they could take this thing with confidence? That would be a strange thing. Just last night, the Minister of Works had personally paid them a visit and calculated how much money they had earned during this period of time. He had even brought the banknotes with him. What could they do? Refuse to give them money? That was obviously disobeying the emperor's order. They all knew that the emperor wanted to hoard everyone's money and put it in the Tang dynasty's treasury by making these banknotes. But they couldn't find a trace of objection. After all, banknotes were indeed lighter than rolling copper coins, but they were still a piece of paper. They were not as practical as piles of money. However, this was the emperor's intention. The emperor was willing to make money with them. This was equivalent to the emperor giving them a chance. At this time, who dared to say anything? They were really courting death. Therefore, in just one night, the emperor's treasury had accumulated at least 1,000,000 taels of gold in reserve. It would be strange if the emperor was not happy. However, at this time he was giving wine in the political announcement hall, and it was a barrel, not a jar. This was something. Was the emperor really happy? Chapter 447. Thank you, your majesty. What could the crowd say? They hurriedly knelt down and sang loudly. The moment they knelt down, there were palace maids and eunuchs hurriedly carrying trays to the political announcement hall. Xiao Gizi personally took the tray for Li Shimin. At this time the crowd dared to raise their heads and look at the tray in front of them. At first glance, everyone thought they were mistaken. They rubbed their eyes and confirmed that it was indeed a bucket. And it was the smallest bucket, a bamboo tube. Was this wine? Was this really wine? The officials looked at the wine on the tray and couldn't help whispering. Hey, what wine is this? Why does it smell like fermented glutinous rice? No, it's probably not fermented glutinous rice. What is it? Everyone. Li Shimin stood up with a smile, picked up the bamboo tube, unscrewed the cork sealed with gum and said, "This is a good thing that I happened to get recently. Try it. Although the taste is a little pungent at the first time, when you force yourself to drink it, you will find that you can't stop at all." Li Shimin's words instantly made all the officials unable to sit still. They curiously imitated Li Shimin's appearance and pulled out the cork. Some people even used too much force and intuitively broke the bamboo tube. In an instant, a white foam rushed out of the bamboo tube. The official trembled with fear and wanted to throw away the bamboo tube in his hand subconsciously, but after seeing Li Shimin, he resisted the fear and withdrew his hand. The white foam along the official's hand dripped to the floor of the political announcement hall. In an instant, a strange smell made everyone twitch their noses. What was this? Was this thing really wine? This can't be. Why does it smell like horse urine? Shut up. Don't you want to live? In everyone's frightened voices, Li Shimin acted as if he didn't see or hear anything. He stood up, held the bamboo tube high and said, "Everyone please drink this bucket." While speaking, Li Shimin didn't wait for anyone's response and gulped it down. Qing Yaojin looked at the crowd with disdain and roared, "Come, come, come, let's drink too. A group of bookworms, your mouths are usually full of the smell of ink. Now even our emperor has drunk it. What are you doing?" While speaking, Qing Yaojin, Wei Zheng, and the others also picked up their bamboo tubes and gulped down the wine. Qing Yaojin even purposely smacked his lips and glanced at Yu Qigong. That hint of jealousy and provocation caused Yu Qigong and the other generals to explode. Wasn't it just finding something to drink? Lao Tzu had drunk his own urine before. Why would he be afraid of this? His Majesty has already drunk it, how can we not drink it? Generals, heed my command. Ha! The generals looked at Yu Qigong. Even Qing Yaojin had drunk it, so how could they not? This was a group of men made of flesh and blood. The two generals had already drunk it, so what could they do? Ha! Let's drink for the Tang dynasty. Loud and clear voices resounded in the political announcement hall. The civil officials couldn't help but blush. What should we do? What should we do? Let's drink. His Majesty has already drunk it. Are we more pretentious than His Majesty? Ah! Everyone resisted the urge to vomit and forcefully swallowed all the wine in their mouths. It was as if they were drinking poisoned wine. Li Qingqian was no exception. However, when he remembered that this thing was made by Zhang Feng, and that his father and the Emperor Emeritus had drunk it yesterday, and that his father was drinking it in front of all the officials, how could he not drink it? At first, his stomach was churning, but after the third mouthful, he slowly tasted a little of the wine. It wasn't that bad after all. He couldn't help but continue drinking. He swallowed the bamboo tube. Before he could taste it, Qing Yaojin, who was standing next to him, bumped into Li Qingqian. How is it? The wine is still there, right? It's not bad. What kind of wine is it? Beer. Beer? Li Qingqian was confused. He had drunk fermented rice, fruit wine, and water wine. He had even tasted alcohol, but it was the first time he had heard of beer. He couldn't help but feel confused. At this moment, Li Shimin put down the bamboo tube. He looked at the confused eyes of the civil and military officials. He laughed and said, "Everyone, how's the taste of this wine? Your Majesty, may I ask what kind of wine it is? Why did I feel like I was drinking horse piss when I tasted it for the first time? But after the second time, why did I suddenly feel that this wine has a strong malt taste? When this wine entered my stomach, it didn't go as smoothly as other wines. Instead, it made me feel like my stomach was squirming. Your Majesty, I also had the same feeling and I kept burping. I had some indigestion, but when I drank this barrel of wine, why did I feel? Your Majesty, is this wine a tribute from the barbarian tribe in the wilderness? Otherwise, why haven't I heard of this wine before? Aha, this wine. It's none other than the product of our Tang dynasty. The name of this wine is beer. I've set up a market square at the Vermilion Bird Bridge. After the court, if you want a drink, there will be plenty. And this bamboo tube only costs 1 copper coin. Chapter 448. On the Vermilion Bird Bridge. At this time, little Gizi had already quietly left the political announcement hall to come here while he was drinking. This place was already filled with people from the imperial kitchen, and the fat imperial chef was running back and forth to give orders. Because the Ministry of Works followed Zhang Feng's barbecue racks, they could only rush out 30 or so barbecue racks overnight. There were even more than 20 braziers that were temporarily made with iron bars. Although they didn't look as good as the meticulously made braziers, at least they could be used. At this time, 50 barbecue racks were lit at the same time on the Vermilion Bird Bridge. In an instant, the bridge was shrouded in smoke and dust. The patrolling imperial guards would scold them from time to time. But after seeing little Gizi, all the imperial guards were like mice that saw a cat. They turned and left. Little Gizi was too lazy to lower himself to the level of these soldiers. He simply moved a chair and sat in the most conspicuous position. Anyone who came would be able to see him. This also saved him a lot of trouble. Although little Gizi was like a sheep in front of the emperor and the dukes, other than this, he was the master that made all the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace afraid. Little Gizi was too fierce and always had a cold face, which made people not know what to do. As for any order from the emperor, even if it was to kill, he would do it for the emperor. Now, looking at the sky and the chaotic scene, little Gizi was angry. You haven't eaten yet. There's still an hour before the court is dismissed. If all the ministers pass by and still haven't eaten this, you can just wait to throw the fellow on your neck into the latrine pit. Gong gong, please wait. It'll be ready in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The fat imperial chef hurriedly ran over and bowed. Little Gizi glanced at the fat imperial chef and scolded sternly, "The time it takes to brew a cup of tea? What are you afraid of? If you delay the emperor's matters, that's disobeying the imperial edict. No matter how I see it, you want to disobey the imperial edict. The emperor wants to give you a chance here, and you don't know what's good for you? You're here because I found you. If you dare to delay my time, I really want to feed your meat to the cat." Little Gizi's frightening words instantly made the fat imperial chef's legs go soft. "Eunuch, please wait for a moment. Everything will be done in an hour." Normally, the imperial kitchen was basically a place where no one cared about anything. As long as you could arrange the meals for the emperor, the empress, and the concubines on time, no one would care about it. This time, he originally thought that he could follow this damn fatty to freeload, but he didn't expect to encounter little Gizi as soon as he arrived. The people who came this time were basically the stewards of the imperial kitchen. Not for anything else, but because this time Zizi was setting up a stall on the Vermilion Bird Bridge. At that time, the emperor, the empress, and all the officials would come here. This was a rare opportunity to be recognized and then climb up the ranks. If the emperor was happy, they would be able to achieve meteoric success in an instant. However, they were already unfamiliar with starting a fire, but they still had the ability to roast meat. When they heard little Gizi say that in an hour the officials would come to eat, everyone couldn't help but panic. Everyone puffed up their cheeks and squatted on the ground to blow. Not to mention the sparks, even the ashes were blown away. Little Gizi became angrier and angrier as he watched. "Fatty, are you sure you didn't disobey the imperial edict? Are you sure these guys are from the imperial kitchen?" Hearing this, the fatty wiped the sweat on his forehead. "They are from the imperial kitchen, but they are people who don't usually do anything." Before the fat imperial chef could speak, a little eunuch beside little Gizi whispered in his ear, "Isn't this a cushy job? How can these people sit still? Aren't they here now?" Little Gizi was furious when he heard this. "Men, drag all of them away. Give each of them 50 paddles. Then, inform the Ministry of Justice that the imperial kitchen is guilty of corruption. Tell the Ministry of Justice to investigate this matter thoroughly." Hearing this, everyone in the imperial kitchen was scared out of their wits. They hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Eunuch, please spare us. Eunuch, we have worked hard even if we didn't do anything. Please spare us this time." "Spare you? Then when the emperor comes and sees you like this, who will spare me? Men, you are all dead people. Drag me away and beat me. Beat me to death. Damn fatty, go to the imperial kitchen and get the people who are doing this here. If there is one more time, you will be soaked in the latrine." Yes. This time, the fatty really didn't disappoint little Gizi. The fatty was from the same hometown as him and they met by chance. Yesterday, the emperor wanted to find an imperial chef. At this time, little Gizi used some tricks. He didn't expect that this small imperial kitchen would have so much filth. How could little Gizi not go crazy? If this spread out that he, little Gizi, the head of the internal servants department, couldn't even help a fellow countryman, wouldn't this be a slap to his face? And the little fatty was very respectful. In less than a quarter of an hour the people were here. A group of sloppy and greasy men. The little fatty waved his hand and everyone skillfully started the fire, cut the meat, wash the meat and skewer the meat. They didn't need to be told. Obviously, the fat imperial chef had already instructed them on the way here. Seeing this, little Gizi was really relieved. The moment the bell for the end of the court session rang, little Gizi waved his hand and said, "Go set up the wine. Set up the tables and other things like the stalls in the market of Chang and city. Put a table and chairs in front of each grill and serve the wine. Little fatty, now it's your turn to roast the meat." Okay. Chapter 449. The court meeting was basically about the current affairs. But now, except for the food shortage after the end of the locust plague in the Tang dynasty, there was basically nothing major. Fang Xianling also explained the source of the beer to everyone. Everyone couldn't help but shut their mouths in the end. After chatting for half an hour, Li Shimin waved his hand under the hint of the little eunuch and said, "Everyone, the court is dismissed. Let's go to the Vermilion Bird Bridge to have a look. Today I specially set up a surprise on the Vermilion Bird Bridge as a reward. But you have to pay for the food." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly kowtowed. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Her Majesty the Empress is here." At this time, Zhang Sun Wu Go, dressed in court clothes, slowly appeared at the entrance of the political announcement hall with a long phoenix wing cloak. Seeing this, all the officials hurriedly kowtowed again. "Welcome, Your Majesty the Empress." Although they kowtowed, everyone couldn't help but be secretly shocked. What day is it today? The Empress actually came out in person? And she even wore a phoenix robe that she hadn't worn for a long time? What's going on? Rise. Zhang Sun Wu Go didn't enter the political announcement hall. Instead, she opened the door and waited for Li Shimin. Li Shimin waved his sleeves and went out of the political announcement hall. He supported Zhang Sun Wu Go and walked slowly with the officials to the Vermilion Bird Bridge. "Your Majesty, I heard from Shuyu and Chenna yesterday that you and father drank something extraordinary in the back garden?" "Yes, but don't drink it later. If you want to drink it, wait until we return to the palace." "What? This, you'll know later." Li Shimin made a riddle. Zhang Sun Wu Go rolled her eyes. "Old Fang, you hit it well. Why didn't you tell us such a good thing?" On the way, Qing Yaojin and others began to complain about Fang Xianling again. Fang Xianling followed closely with his hands behind his back as if he didn't hear it. "Look, the answer is here. What did the old man say? Isn't it all here?" While Fang Xianling was speaking, they smelled the scent of cumin and the aroma of meat. They couldn't help but look at the Vermilion Bird Bridge in disbelief. Both sides of the Vermilion Bird Bridge were filled with stalls that they couldn't understand. In these stalls, people dressed in imperial chef's clothing were handcuffing skewers of meat over the stove. But aren't these skewers a little too small? "Everyone please begin." Li Shimin waved his hand. Everyone on the Vermilion Bird Bridge uniformly knelt on the ground. "Welcome, Your Majesty and Empress. Rise. Do whatever you need to do now." "Yes." As Li Shimin's voice fell, the fat imperial chef rolled his eyes and shouted, "Roast chicken wings. High-grade roasted chicken wings." Hearing this, what else could all the imperial chefs wait? Now all the heads of the imperial kitchen were arrested. Now only the fat imperial chef was left. He was the roaster personally appointed by the emperor, and he was also from the same hometown as the head of the internal servants department. What did they dare to say? One after another, they followed the fat imperial chef's appearance and shouted like the peddlers in the poetry anthology on the street. But Li Shimin's trick really came from Zhang Feng's essence. This was the first time he had done such an unusual experiment in the almost a year he had been in contact with Zhang Feng. On the one hand, he wanted to let the empress and the imperial harem who didn't often go out of the palace experience it. However, he had a more important plan, which was to increase the popularity of this empty palace. There was an east market and a west market in Chang'an City. Then should there be one in the palace? In this way there would be a place for the running water in the palace. Otherwise there would be problems if they were always stuck in the palace. For example, those imperial concubines and those who could not often go out of the palace. In fact, to put it bluntly, he wanted to make a small market for Li Yuan. Otherwise, how could his body stand soaking at the card table all day long? Chang and City didn't dare to let him go out often. However, making a market was just a matter of waving his hand for Li Shimin. This experience for the princes and princesses could be handed over to the people of the Ministry of Works to carry out. How much is this roast lamb? At this moment, Qing Yaojin's loud voice pulled Li Shimin back to reality. General Cheng, this is 3 copper coins for a skewer. Okay, give me 30 skewers. While speaking, Qing Yaojin grabbed a big handful and gnawed while sitting on the chair to eat and drink. On the one hand, no one dared to do this now. However, what was Qing Yaojin afraid of? Yesterday he drank so much with the emperor. Now that no one was doing it, why didn't he take the lead? With him taking the lead, Wei Jing, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others also found a stall and sat there to eat and drink. When the ministers saw that the Guogong had taken action, they couldn't help but go forward to buy things. Although the amount of this thing was small, after more than 2 hours of court assembly, coupled with the fact that they woke up before dawn to go to court, everyone was hungry to the point of dizziness. Old man, give me 30 skewers of lard. I want the fatter ones. I want the pig's tail. Yes, and the pig's ears. Here, this is 1 tael of silver. Take a look. How much are the chicken wings? Chapter 450. Guanyin maid, let's eat some too. This thing tastes better than munemohu. While they were talking, Li Shimin waved his hand and casually sat at a table with Li Qingqian, Zhang Sun, and Wu Go. The fat imperial chef ran over and said like a waiter, Emperor, Empress, Crown Prince, what would you like to eat? Give me a little of everything. All right, please sit down. I'll be right back. Come, bring wine to His Majesty. Bring roasted pork kidney. Li Shimin's face stiffened. Cough, 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 cough. Xiao Gizi hurriedly coughed. Only then did the fat imperial chef realize. Seeing that the emperor was not angry, he hurriedly shouted, Wrong, His Majesty wants to eat pork ribs. Pork ribs. Little fatty, what's your name? Li Shimin waited for the fat imperial chef to finish shouting and asked. Hearing this, the fat imperial chef excitedly knelt on the ground and replying to His Majesty, this one is called Zhou Dafu. This name is festive. Li Shimin laughed. Tell me your body is... Replying to His Majesty, I entered the imperial kitchen 3 years ago. 3 generations of my ancestors were all chefs. I have a brother who is a chef in a restaurant in Chang'an. 3 years ago, I came to seek refuge with my brother, but by chance I entered the imperial kitchen with my cooking skills. Zhou Dafu briefly introduced himself. Zhang Sun and Wu Go were also interested. Your appearance is very likable, but this one heard that you and Xiao Gizi are from the same hometown? Hearing this, Xiao Gizi and Zhou Dafu both knelt on the ground. Li Shimin chuckled. Get up, this is the market. The Empress has no other meaning. Both of you get up and talk. Thank you, His Majesty. Empress. The 2 of them thanked him and hurriedly got up. Replying to His Majesty and Empress, this one is indeed from the same hometown as Zhou Dafu, but it was at the banquet last time that I went to the imperial kitchen and accidentally heard him speak his hometown language. But there's no need to explain. If I'm not at ease with you, who else can I be at ease with? Li Shimin's indifferent words made little Gizi so emotional that tears fell from his eyes. Li Shimin ignored him. Instead, he looked at Zhou Dafu and said, Zhou Dafu, I want to hold a gathering in the alleys of the palace every 3 days. What do you think? Hearing this, Zhou Dafu was not the only one who was stunned. All the ministers who were eating and drinking were stunned. They instantly quieted down, waiting for Li Shimin's next words. Seeing this, Li Shimin stood up, raised his bamboo tube and drank a mouthful with everyone. You all know that the rules of the palace are strict, but this is also the place where the imperial power is concentrated. Late at night, I will suddenly feel that the palace is a huge prison, locking me and everything in the palace. Your Majesty, you mustn't say that. Your Majesty, you can't say that, you can't say it. Your Majesty, forget it. I'm just expressing my feelings. Li Shimin waved his hand. In fact, I've thought about this for a long time. There are iron-like rules in the palace. The people inside can't go out and the people outside can't come in. So I'm thinking of giving it a try. If there's a market in the palace, will it bring a little more warmth to the cold palace? And this can also make me remember the people at all times, and give the Empress more places to relax. Your Majesty is benevolent. This method is feasible. Your Majesty, this method is brilliant. If this Vermilion Bird Street continues like this before we go to court, if we can drink a bowl of hot wine or a bowl of fermented rice, or eat a skewer of roasted meat especially during winter, then that would be a supreme gift. Your Majesty, just tell me when you want to do it. I, Old Cheng, will bring my servants to help. Ha ha ha. Okay. Since you all don't object, I'll do it. Du Ruhui, you and Fang Xianling will discuss this matter. As you wish. You all continue. I'm happy today. All the money is mine. After saying that, Li Chengqian frowned and said, Father, you want to give the retired emperor? Eat meat. Li Shimin gently drank the wine, looked at the appearance of the ministers and then said, Zhou Dafu, I have a secret order for you. Are you willing to accept it? Secret order? Zhou Dafu was stunned. But the emperor was talking with laughter at this time, so it was not good for him to kneel down. Zhou Dafu was so excited that the fat on his face trembled. Your Majesty, just say it. Even if you want the meat on my body, I'll cut it off without hesitation. Who wants your meat? Li Shimin frowned. I want you to go to a place to learn how to cook. You can only bring your brain and eyes with you. You can't ask or see too much. You only need to remember every step of the process. You only have 3 days. Can you do that? This servant will die 10,000 times. Okay, this matter only has 3 days. When the time comes, I'll let the crown prince accompany you. Drag it out for as long as you can. You must remember during the time you're there, you must use it all to learn his cooking skills. But there's one more thing. This place, this person, and any word they say you can only rot in your stomach. Can you do it? This servant will die 10,000 times without daring to say a word. If I do, I'll be struck by lightning. Good. Only then did Li Shimin put down the last worry in his heart. He looked at Li Chengqian and said, Chengqian, then I'll leave him to you. The son understands. Chapter 451. These days, Zhang Feng was happy and happy at the same time. Those dozen stones of malt were all brewed into barrels of beer. Cripple Wang once again sent 1,000 bamboo tubes, but Zhang Feng asked him to stop the production of bamboo tubes. Instead, he asked Cripple Wang to make a wooden barrel that could be hugged by a person. Hundreds of barrels of beer were sent out. Zhang Feng knew that this thing was absolutely profitable. At this time, the small bamboo tubes were definitely not enough. Old He Zhuzi's father, Zhuzi's dog, and the neighbors who could work, brought the malt bit by bit. And Zhang Feng simply rented the house next door. The basement became a ready-made place to store beer. At least 1 mu of the yard above was all leveled. The unnecessary houses were all pushed down. Except for the courtyard wall, there was only a spacious house. And in the yard, at this time, bursts of malt smell basically lingered in the air above Hui Tongfang for a long time. Even the old Xiucai and Wang Pa could not sit still. They all came to make money. In a day they could earn 10 copper coins, and they also provided food. Who would not be envious? But this was not a long-term plan. Although the old Xiucai was using the abacus, but this was not a good thing. Now the orders were basically Laoli. Could not go on like this. This was not. In Zhang Feng's pub. Those who could come and those who were smart all came. Everyone's eyes were shining brightly as they looked at Zhang Feng, who was lying on the counter, waiting for him to speak. Zhang Feng did not delay. He said directly, I asked you to come here today because I found a profitable business. If you are willing to do it with me, just tell me. Tomorrow I will teach you. Is that okay? Fengzi, you can't do this. Brewing wine is passed down from your ancestors. This thing, even if you want us to learn it, it is not for us but for you. You are forcing us to die. Don't you understand the principle of not showing your wealth and not passing on the skill to 2 people? Although you are still single, you are bound to get married and have children. This thing you should pass on to your baby son. Aha, yes, Fengzi, you are harming us by passing on this to us. You're making us unable to get over this hurdle in our conscience. Fengzi, come out with me. The old Xiucai was more direct. He directly pulled Zhang Feng to the backyard with a black face. As soon as he entered the backyard, the old Xiucai saw more than a dozen grills in the backyard. Fengzi, what do you want to do? After knowing that you're dealing in this business, the Zhang family is also very happy. You said that you should start your career first before getting married. They've already agreed. Your marriage is basically set in stone. If you spread your winemaking skills to the public, believe it or not, not only you, but also the backbone of the Zhang family will be broken. Xiucai, I understand. Zhang Feng patted the old Xiucai's shoulder and said, Who said that I am going to pass on the wine brewing skill? Isn't this nonsense? Even if I, Zhang Feng, am stupid, I will not pass on this thing. Then what do you mean? The old Xiucai had been worried that Zhang Feng had been provoked, or because the marriage was too tight and there was a problem. Zhang Feng and the old Xiucai sat on the reclining chair in the yard and said, Xiucai, you have seen my skills and cooking skills. In the future, I will definitely enter the imperial court as an official. However, the officialdom is dangerous. If I am not careful, I will be killed. Therefore, I want to use some of my other skills to tie up some connections. In this way, even if I commit a crime, there will be someone to help me, right? And you also know that I don't have a family now. Therefore this wine brewing skill cannot be passed on. If I wanted to pass it on, I would have done it long ago. But cooking skills are nothing. It is just common sense. Therefore I am going to pass on the barbecue and cooking skills. This way the neighbors will have more skills and I can take the opportunity to make a name for myself. When I enter the imperial court as an official in the future, I will be able to get along well with the officials in the imperial court, right? The old Shutsai finally understood what Zhang Feng meant. He smacked his lips and said, I didn't think it through enough. I thought it was strange before and thought that you were lazy. But now it seems that this old man is ignorant and inexperienced. You have basically tied yourself to the imperial court with this wine trick. This will create a very good opportunity for you to enter the imperial court as an official. I won't try to persuade you anymore. Whatever you want to do, just do it boldly. Oh right, Shutsai, it is still the same thing as last time. In 2 or 3 days my academy will open. At that time, you will still be the teacher of the academy. You know that I am lazy, so I still need you to do the common sense things. You can tell me all the specific requirements. The academy is opening so soon? Hearing this, the old Shutsai looked at Zhang Feng in surprise. The Imperial College actually agreed so quickly. You are opening an academy under their nose? Chapter 452. Zhang Feng and the old scholar had been discussing for about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, but the pub was already in an uproar. Everyone was arguing that if Zhang Feng wanted to pass on his skills to them, they would tie Zhang Feng up and marry him. Even if it was the betrothal money? Wouldn't they be able to find him after tying him up and searching the pub? At most, they would go to the prescription and get some medicine. On their wedding night, he would be more impatient than anyone else. At that time his wife would be in charge. Would he be so reckless? Don't even think about it. As a matter of fact, when Zhang Feng entered the tavern, the atmosphere of the entire tavern changed. Zhang Feng looked at Old Ho suspiciously, but Old Ho didn't even look at him. Everyone today, I, Feng Zi, will be honest with you. In the past year, everyone has helped me a lot. So, don't even think about this wine. I definitely won't pass it to you. Even if you put a knife to my neck, I won't do it. When the time comes, this thing will be passed down to my son. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that. Zhu Zi's father couldn't help but ask curiously, in that case, what do you have left? We don't know many big words. Don't pass on your things to me. That's right. Aren't you going to open an academy? When the time comes, you can ask both my sons to go. Ha ha ha. No, I'm talking about something else. Zhu Zi's father, you eat a lot of wine every day. Now you're saying that I don't have any skills other than wine? Tell me which one of the dishes that I cooked up that didn't lick your fingers after eating? Zhu Zi's father's face turned red. Well, there was oil on my hands, I didn't lick it. All right. Now our lives are better. Our waists are bulging. Everyone can afford to eat meat. So, I thought about it and came up with something good. Barbecue. Guzi, bring it out for me. Guzi and the others had eaten Zhang Feng's barbecued meat before. How could these little fellows sit still when they heard this? They all ran to the backyard to tidy up. Not long after, several people carried the stove and the grill to the tavern. The crowd hurriedly made way for them. What is this? It's so hot, what are you? Don't overthink. Don't ask. Zhang Feng had a headache and hurriedly asked everyone to shut up. He took a bunch of mutton skewers from the table and placed them on the charcoal rack. He used a pig hair brush to brush oil on them and started to roast them. Not long after, the fragrance of the meat made everyone salivate. Come on, all of you, have a taste. This is what I'm going to pass on to you. Of course, this thing is definitely not free. I've passed on the ability to you. Whether you make money or not, I'll make a deal first. You have to give me 1 tael of silver every month. That's the technical fee. Also, I can give you a clue about this thing. You can eat and drink beer at the same time. In just 1 day you can make thousands of coins. Hiss. So much. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They had all drunk beer before, and in the workshop, there was always enough to go around. Although this was the first time they had barbecued meat, just by smelling it, they couldn't help but drink 2 mouthfuls. If this, 1,000 copper coins. How could this be? Seeing that everyone was tempted, Zhang Feng then said slowly, this is just this. The beer is counted separately. A bamboo barrel of beer is 1 copper coin to 3 copper coins. It depends on how you sell it. But if you take it from me, I'll sell it to you at 1 copper coin. This is the rule and I can't break it. But for this barbecued meat, we are all neighbors. If I don't benefit you, who will benefit? But I can guarantee that although this wine is only 3 copper coins, a bamboo barrel may be sold for more than 3 copper coins. Are you serious? Zhang Matzi, who was pouring the night incense, shouted loudly, which instantly made Zhang Feng stunned. I'm serious. But brother Zhang, can you change your clothes for me? If you dare to wear this night incense smell and do this for me, not only will I not give you money, I won't teach you. And you guys the same. You have to wear clean clothes. At least you can't stink with sweat. This will affect the customer's appetite. To put it bluntly, this is smashing my reputation. You're smashing my reputation. Fengzi, don't worry. The old man will personally supervise you. If anyone dares to be sloppy, he will break his third leg and send it to you. Ah. Fengzi, don't worry. We all understand this. Okay. Since you all understand, you can go now. Have a good discussion with your family tonight. Tomorrow I will teach you officially. Why not now? Get out of here. You stink with sweat, feet, and night incense smell. It's going to kill me. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Zhang Feng drove everyone away. Not to mention anything else. He was really sleepy. But when everyone finally walked out of the pub and Zhang Feng was about to close the door, a thick hand suddenly held the door. Fengzi, I, Old Cheng, am here to give you money. Chapter 453. In an instant, Zhang Feng saw Qing Yaojin's big face. As soon as he saw Qing Yaojin smile, Zhang Feng instinctively felt that this guy was definitely up to no good. Looking behind him, Lao Li, Lao Sun, Lao Feng, and Lao Wei were all there. Zhang Feng was stunned. What's going on? Did you guys come as a group? That's really rare. You guys don't want to do business anymore? Sigh. Fengzi, how can we still do business? There are servants to take care of everything. Didn't we come here? Compared to your beer and barbecue, it's nothing. As they spoke, Qing Yaojin hugged Zhang Feng and entered the small pub. Zhang Feng shook his head. He knew that this thing couldn't be hidden. Since they were all here, what could it mean? It could only mean that this matter had already spread among them. The few of them found a place to sit down. Without waiting for Zhang Feng to call them, they opened a bamboo tube of beer and drank to their heart's content. Fengzi, this is the money we earned from the beer and barbecue we took from you last time. Count it. Li Shimin smiled as he took out banknotes and an account book from his arms and pushed them in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't look at the banknotes. That thing was just a number to him. What he wanted to see was the flow of water and what was the most popular thing. After looking at it for a while, Zhang Feng smacked his lips and said, I really didn't expect that chicken feet and chicken wings, which no one usually eats, would become popular goods. Isn't that right? You think? Lao Qin, can we talk about it properly? Zhang Feng was speechless as he interrupted Qing Yaojin. Fang Xianling stood up with a smile. He pressed Qing Yaojin down on the bench and said, Let me tell you. Over the past few days, we've tried to sell it in 3 different places. The first place is Swallow Descent Restaurant, the second is the Eastern and Western markets, and the last place is on the path that the officials must pass through on their way to court. Guess what? This thing is selling like hot cakes. 3 days of time. The first day was on the Vermilion Bird Bridge, and the second day was simultaneously in the Eastern and Western markets and Swallow Descent Restaurant. If Zhang Feng were to see this scene, he would be scared to death by Zhang Feng. No one had any intention of saying anything. How much? I remember that you only took 500 barrels? Zhang Feng asked. You remembered wrongly. What kind of brain do you have? We've already taken almost 1,000 barrels. Coupled with the barbecue, we've sold them for over 1,000 taels of silver in 3 days. Yet, the production cost is less than 100 taels of silver. Fang Xianling was so excited that he could not be any more excited. What was a cost-free business? This was a true cost-free business. A production cost of 100 taels of silver for a profit of over 1,000 taels of silver. How could he not be excited? Do you know how much the beer was sold for in the end when we were about to run out? Someone found a business opportunity and actually raised the price of the beer to 10 copper coins per barrel. Moreover, this was done by second-hand dealers. This won't do. For the time being, we'll sell this beer for 5 copper coins per barrel. Zhang Feng shook his head. Lao Li, you have to think of a way to deal with this matter. Although these second-hand dealers seem to have good intentions, as time goes on, this will ruin our reputation. What was this? This was King overpraising. Although this beer was able to attract a large number of people in a short period of time due to its freshness, once the price of this beer reached an outrageous level, the sales would definitely drop. To put it bluntly, this was a matter of quantity. This plaything could not be stored for long. Once the sales slowed down within half a month, this plaything could only be thrown into the latrine pit. Li Shimin's expression changed slightly when he heard this. I'll remember what you said. I'll handle this matter tomorrow. Alright, you have to settle this matter well. This money will definitely be endless. Don't you guys know that people are trying to ruin your reputation? That's right. Zhang Feng's words instantly made everyone's expression stiffen. These words struck a chord in their bones. They were indeed only concerned about the immediate benefits. If this matter was allowed to fester, it would definitely become a huge knife that would cut off the beer and barbecue industry. Also, Lao Li, the price of this barbecue meat should be set according to the market price. Don't dig a hole and bury yourself in it for the immediate benefits. This is our first business deal. I really don't want to mess it up. Don't worry. I'll take care of this matter. Li Shimin nodded and said again, by the way, we've already discussed this matter. We've also seen it just now. As for the pub, we plan to buy all the properties on the street near the pub. When the time comes, the pub will be set up here. What do you think? That's good. As for the barbecue stall, are you sure you're only going to set up a stall? This was what Li Shimin did not understand the most. How could such a high-end thing be made so rustic? It would not cost much to set up a pub. That's it for the time being. I still have a follow-up plan. If the standards are set high now, it will be difficult later on. There's more? A flash of astonishment flashed across the faces of these people. However, it quickly faded away. Fengzi, the Kaihua Square Academy will open the day after tomorrow. The door has not been done yet. What do you think is a suitable name for it? Chapter 454. In Zhang Feng's academy. Although Zhang Feng didn't pay much attention to it, Li Shimin had always been concerned about it. In addition, now that Zhang Feng was ready to come out of retirement, it meant that Zhang Feng was about to enter the imperial court as an official. Once his identity was made public, therefore Li Shimin was more anxious than anyone else. Moreover, the opening of this academy also indicated that the Guanlong group, as well as the 5 clans and 7 kings, had officially opened up their battle lines. At that time, although he would be in the imperial court to suppress them, it was inevitable that those corrupt Shandong nobles would come to provoke him. Although Li Shimin knew Zhang Feng's character, that was a person who did not want to suffer losses. At this time, it was unknown whether it would be good or bad if they touched him. However, if Zhang Feng could pull the Shandong nobles under his banner, it would be a great help for him when he entered the imperial court in the future. And by then Guanlong wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The academy, Zhang Feng hesitated. But there was more reminiscence in his eyes. At this time, Li Shimin and the others were sensible enough to not disturb him. In Zhang Feng's memory, bits and pieces of his previous life also rushed into his eyes in an instant. Those former classmates and teachers, those days when he stood in front of the teacher's door all day to recite English words as punishment, how nostalgic. But now everything couldn't go back. Let's call it the Chang and University Academy. Zhang Feng thought for a while and finally came up with this name. Although it didn't sound as awesome as the Imperial College, this name would always remind Zhang Feng of his past. Chang and Academy? Several people were confused. We all know Chang and but isn't this academy too simple? Fengzi, can you tell us about it? Don't ask. If you ask, you don't know. I have my own arrangements. If you are willing, do as I say. No. Li Shimin hurriedly interrupted Zhang Feng and said, look, I've also thought of a few names. We've been discussing this with them when we have nothing to do. I have 3 names that are more suitable. Do you think they'll work? The first one is called Listening Pine Pavilion, the second one is called Crane Savoring Pavilion, and the third one is called Scholarly Courtyard. Do you think they are suitable? What are these? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Take a look, Lao Li. What kind of place is Swallow Descent Restaurant? It was a brothel, wasn't it? Didn't the first 2 sound like that? The third one is okay, but it's too vulgar and can't reflect the power of our academy. But Chang and University is different. Zhang Feng decided to speak openly. You all understand Chang'an, right? As long as you are a person of the Tang dynasty, there is no one who doesn't know it. This is the foot of the emperor. Then, with my ability, Zhang Feng, do you think the people I teach will be mediocre? No. Li Shimin thought for a while and shook his head. If Zhang Feng only learned 10% of his ability, he would definitely become a person like Zhuge Kongming. Would he be mediocre? Zhang Feng continued, isn't that enough? The people we teach are all people who want to go up and bring glory to their ancestors. At this time, the importance of the name of our academy can be reflected. Academy. What we learn is university questions. That's it? Qing Yaojin was dumbfounded. Fengzi, I have an idea. Do you think it will work? Say it. Why not call it Tianzi University? Get lost. Zhang Feng's lungs were about to explode from anger. If you were to tell this to an ignorant person, it would be strange if he didn't die from anger. Lao Li, the name of the academy has been decided. This is it. What university? Don't you think it's awkward? What should we learn? What about university? What does it mean? Who can understand it? Therefore, the name Academy sounds like an impressive name. Then, let's use this name. I'll find someone to carve the words. The red sandalwood plaque is ready. We're just waiting for your words. Li Shimin saw that he couldn't persuade Zhang Feng, so he let him have his way. In any case, none of them could compare to Zhang Feng when it came to eloquence. Moreover, no matter what the academy was called, as long as they could teach those people, even if it was a tacky name, they would still be able to make the academy shine. The matter of the academy was settled. Everyone drank wine, ate barbecue, and talked about the interesting things in Chang. And Li Shimin asked, Fengzi, what did those neighbors come here for? What did they do? Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. You'll know when the time comes. These neighbors are very good to me. So when I'm rich, I can't let them do the same, right? So I'll help them if I can. As for what they can do, it's none of my business. Oh. Li Shimin didn't ask any more. After chatting about the things to pay attention to in the academy and the future development of barbecue, Li Shimin and the others left in a hurry. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng finally managed to send everyone away. He secretly took out his sunglasses and put them on. Then he lay on the recliner in the backyard and fell asleep. Chapter 455. Before the rooster crowed in Hui Tong Feng, almost every family had lit up their oil lamps. The sound of coughing, washing, and even scolding and feeding pigs could be heard. It spread throughout the peaceful and quiet Chang'an city. Then the sound of children waking up became louder and louder. The number of people on the street also gradually increased. Today they did not go out of the city to look at the wheat fields or look for grasshoppers. Instead, they dressed neatly as if they were celebrating a festival. Some of them wore the clothes that they would wear for the new year and went out. Although the cotton-padded jacket was hot on their bodies, it was the only thing that they could wear outside. Everyone dressed up. Even those who usually had unshaven beards had gotten a beard early in the morning. Although their faces were full of cuts, it was difficult to hide the excited smile on their faces. Uncle He and Juzi's father did not sleep at all last night. At this moment, looking at the smiling faces of the people on the street, Uncle He could not help but sigh and curse. Alas! What a wastrel! Such a good thing, and you gave it to this group of bumpkins so easily? Damn woman, are you up yet? If you don't come out, Feng won't teach you any more. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Old He's wife chased after her sleepy daughter and scolded Old He as she hurriedly chatted with the other women. Everyone was heading in the same direction. That was Zhang Feng's tavern. However, when they arrived at the tavern, they did not dare to speak loudly or knock on the door. They just found a place and sat down. When they were close to each other, they would gather together and chat. Juzi's father, come here. Uncle He finally saw Juzi's father. He greeted him and moved his butt to make a place for Juzi's father to sit. I'm wondering if I should talk to Fengzi about this. I thought about it yesterday, but I don't understand. Why didn't he get such a profitable thing? Why did he give it to us instead? That's right. Before Juzi's father could sit down, Old He had already started talking. I don't know, but isn't this Fengzi's temper? Have you ever seen him being serious about anything? This wouldn't happen to anyone else, but if you ask Fengzi to do it, he'll really do it. Sigh. This bunch of fools, we really let them off easy. Old Ho looked at the densely packed crowd and couldn't help but sigh. You don't have to worry about it. Fengzi already said that he doesn't care. Besides, Fengzi is going to be an official in the future. I asked the old elementary scholar yesterday, and guess what the old elementary scholar said? Juzi's father nudged Old He and said, Fengzi treats us as his own people. Think about it, when Fengzi becomes an official, everyone on our street will be poor. Won't that make Fengzi lose face? When Old Ho heard this, he couldn't help but think about what Zhang Feng had said to him during this period of time, as well as what he had done. Needless to say, he really understood. There was indeed such a logic behind it. Old He could not help but ask, then why didn't the old elementary scholar come? The old elementary scholar is rich now. Juzi's father's face was full of envy. Last night, the old elementary scholar was scribbling on a piece of paper. I don't know what he was writing, but I heard that Fengzi school is going to open tomorrow. What? Really? Old He couldn't help but shout excitedly for a moment. In an instant, everyone glared at Old He, as if they were annoyed that he had woken up Zhang Feng. Old He shrunk his neck and chatted with Juzi's father. It was also at this moment that Zhang Feng's door was pulled open by Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, who was still yawning, glanced outside the door and was about to unbuckle his belt to pee. However, he was frightened by the scene in front of him and held back his pee. "What are you all doing? It's not even dawn yet. What are you all doing squatting here?" Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He was woken up by a piss and didn't have time to go to the toilet. He was about to relieve himself at the door, but he still took a look. Mother****. Basically, everyone on the street had come. There was a large group of men and women squatting. This time Zhang Feng was completely confused. He glanced around the crowd and found Old He and Juzi's father. He hurriedly asked, "Old He, what's going on? Didn't you ask us to come over today to learn barbecue?" Zhang Feng patted his head and almost fell down. What time was it? The rooster hadn't crowed and they were already here? Even if they were in a hurry, they couldn't be in such a hurry, right? All right, get up and go back first. It's still so early. Come back at noon. We can't even see now. How can we learn? Zhang Feng directly ordered them to leave. Everyone looked at each other and then at each other. No one knew what to do. Wasn't it better to learn things as early as possible? Why did they have to wait until noon? Could it be that there was something to pay attention to? Juzi's father and Old He stood up and shouted. Go, go, go. Fengzi already said that we'll come back at noon. Look at all of you. Why are you so anxious? Are you afraid that Fengzi won't agree? All of you get the hell back. Chapter 456. Zhang Feng couldn't sleep. Although it was still dark outside, he didn't feel sleepy at all because of what happened just now. He didn't expect that the opening of the academy would coincide with this matter. The reason why he agreed to Old Li's request to open an academy was to prepare for entering the imperial court in the future. However, these two matters were completely unrelated. If he were to do both, there would definitely be some unpredictable consequences. Moreover, with Chen Tinyu's character, would they stay in the academy obediently and be controlled by the old scholar? If that was the case, he wouldn't be called Chen Tinyu. It was necessary to teach them. He only needed to teach them military training, elementary and middle school mathematics, physics, and chemistry. He also needed to teach them the training scenes of the special forces that he had seen on TV. He could copy everything. Even if he were to copy what he had seen in television dramas, he would definitely be able to train them. It was just that it would be a little difficult. However, he had time. He also believed that the things that could be used in military training in the future were all ahead of their time and had never appeared before. In addition, their physique was as strong as an ox, so they could basically be trained. At that time, they would be instilled with some modern military knowledge. Then, wouldn't they be able to instantly grow after entering the military camp in the future? Moreover, it would be a rapid growth. It would also be a great help for him to enter the imperial court and quickly establish his own power. Fame. Everything was for fame. And what would happen after he entered the imperial court? Fengzi? You haven't woken up yet. The sun is already shining on your butt. Madman, get up quickly. Your wife is here. Zhang Feng was lost in his thoughts. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. He only woke up from his memories when he heard Ching Chimo's voice. Coming. Hurry up. Zhang Feng complained. He didn't want to sleep anymore. He got up. Chen Tinyu's arrival at this time really helped him a lot. He was originally worried that it would take a long time to teach these neighbors. But now that Iron Bull was here, things would be much easier. With his unique loud voice and his ferocious reputation, these honest people would definitely learn these things in a very short time. As soon as he opened the door, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. Yo, we gone? Chongzi, idiot way, good fellow, the sun has just risen. For stubborn fools like you, this is the time when you should be sleeping. For you to come to my place at this time, aren't you causing trouble? Hey, otherwise we're brothers. Just thinking about it made me think of it. Cheng Chimo was delighted to hear that. He hooked his arm around Zhang Feng's neck and walked into the room. He said, Brother Zhang Feng, don't you think you're being a little too heartless? Zhang Feng was stunned. Where did this come from? When did I have a bad conscience? You have to give me a clear explanation. Otherwise I'll make you suffer. Hee. Cheng Chimo laughed slyly. Don't think that I don't know about the last time. That's right, it's great-grandfather Li Gan's grandfather. He's here and you actually came up with some poker cards? Tell me, are you still my brother? You have such a good thing and you don't take it out to play with your brothers. You actually... Cheng Chimo and Zhang Sun complained to the two of them. They each took a jar of wine from the wine cabinet. Zhang Feng glared at them and said, Isn't it just about this? When do you think I'll be free? That thing was also stimulated by the old man's Go game and suddenly thought of this thing. You also know that I'm not a Go player. If you ask me to play that thing, how can I play it? Besides, I've already lost a few jars of wine. If I continue to lose like this, I'll also lose my crotch cloth. How can I not think of a way? Cheng Chimo heard this and glared at him. Then why do you think Idiot Wei has this thing? He even took it out and showed it off in front of us brothers. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes. How would I know? If you're here for this, then I'll teach you how to play cards today. Since you want to give me money, then I'll take it all. Later I'll show you how good these things are. But now, since you're here, then I won't hold back. Later, my neighbors will come to learn how to barbecue. Listen carefully, I believe that you've all eaten this thing. As for the specifics, I'll only teach you 3 times. If you can teach your neighbors, then what do you want to learn? I can basically satisfy you. What do you think? Fengzi, is what you said true? Li Gan was so excited that he wanted to jump up and grab Zhang Feng's arm, but Zhang Feng subconsciously avoided him. Zhang Feng glanced at the excited Li Gan and said, I know what you're thinking. You definitely won't be able to learn that thing for the time being. Let me ask you, have you memorized the division table? Also, other than the division table, there's still a multiplication table waiting for you. These 2 things are the foundation. If you say. Before Zhang Feng could finish, Du Go interrupted him and said, Fengzi, that division table you mentioned, I think I've memorized it all. Zhang Feng, who was drinking tea, spat out the tea leaves in his mouth onto Du Go's face. What did you say? You said you've memorized it all? Zhang Feng really didn't believe this, but other than the freak in the strongest brain, only a computer could memorize things in an instant. Other than that, there really weren't many people who could memorize punishment chants within 3 digits in an instant. Could it be that he was really a math genius? Zhang Feng subconsciously asked, how much is 352 divided by 352? 1. Chapter 457. Without pausing, the moment Zhang Feng's voice fell, Du Go gave the exact answer. Even if this number was said without any consideration, this Du Go could miraculously connect it. This was what really shocked Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little angry. What's so great about memorizing this stuff? I'll tell you that there's something even bigger here. Forget it, I won't make things difficult for you. Since you've passed the first round, let me ask you, Li Gan. Even Du Dabing has learned it, how much have you learned? There have been a lot of things recently, so I've slacked off a little. But for the division table within 2 digits, I have basically memorized it. Oh my god, what kind of F***king evildoers are they? Zhang Feng looked up at the sky and sighed in his heart. But when he thought about the fact that school would start tomorrow and that he would have to face this group of freaks for a long time, Zhang Feng suddenly felt that agreeing to Lao Li's matter of opening the school was a stupid decision, but it was too late to back out now. Okay, you guys are all awesome, okay? But this is only the beginning. You guys will all roll to the school tomorrow. At that time, the real nightmare will begin. Mr. Du, do you think you can show off just because you can learn to divide within 3 digits? Let me tell you, I have seen a person who can instantly say the division of a number within 5 digits, and it can be any number. Hearing this, Li Qingqian and the others couldn't help but flash a look of horror in their eyes. Is this still a human? Even for Du Go, he had only managed to learn this after a period of exhaustion and forgetting to eat and sleep to crazily perform backup calculations. But what did they just hear? They actually heard someone say the division of a number within 5 digits in an instant? Is this still a human? Zhang Feng was naturally talking about the computer. Seeing their uncomfortable faces, he waved his hand and said, Okay. Alright. Don't think about it. This matter is still too far away for you. Let's talk about the current matters. Right now, I have something that I need you to help me with. Yes, it's about the barbecue. All the academic stuff, when school starts tomorrow, you will have to suffer. I can only say that the division table is only the foundation. In an instant, the few people wanted to leave, and even the thought of playing cards with Zhang Feng disappeared in an instant. They didn't know how this evil creature would torture them tomorrow. No, they had to think of a good way. Otherwise, looking at this despicable face, they didn't know how he would deal with them. Damn de Bing, would you die if you were modest? Now that things had become like this, they wouldn't have a good time. Zhang Feng didn't give them much time to think. After all, this was free labor. And they were the notorious stubbornness in Chang'an City. Obviously, they were very fastidious when it came to food. Sitting on the barbecue table was probably the same. Zhang Feng ordered a few people to move the barbecue racks to the empty courtyard of the brewery next door. At this time, there were only a few people in the brewery. They were bargaining with old Xiaocai about selling the malt. Zhang Feng never cared about these things. Now that he handed it over to old Xiaocai, he really became a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. Otherwise, he would really be annoyed if he had to deal with these people every day. After finding a remote place, Zhang Feng ordered several people to set up the stove. After that, he took out a pile of red charcoal from the stove and took out some meat skewers that he had prepared in advance. You have seen me barbecue before. Now you can watch it again. Let me tell you, after putting the meat on the stove, let it roast until the surface is oily. At this time, brush it with a layer of oil and sprinkle it. This will make it easier for the flavor to enter, and then, Zhang Feng carefully taught him how to remove the bad smell of mutton, how to marinate and roast chicken and duck legs, chicken wings, duck wings, and even how to marinate and roast chicken necks. To put it bluntly, all he needed to do was to master the basics of cooking with a handful of salt. The barbecued meat had to be fresh. This way, it could instantly lock in the fresh taste of the meat over a fierce fire. Then it would be paired with cumin, spicy dogwood powder, and pepper. The taste would instantly make people salivate. After learning for a while, the few people really learned this. However, at this time, at the entrance of Zhang Feng's tavern, a group of neighbors arrived one after another. But when they saw that the tavern's door was wide open, they didn't see anyone. Instead, the smell of barbecued meat floated in the air. In an instant, everyone followed the smell to the tavern. When Zhang Feng saw all these people coming, he said, "Boys, here's your chance. This is your first test. If you can teach these people how to barbecue in one day, then tomorrow, you will be qualified to enter my first school in the Tang dynasty, Chang, an academy. Otherwise, you can forget about learning anything from me." Li Qingxian's people were very happy and even a little eager to have a try. But when they saw the dense crowd at the door, they were instantly dumbfounded. K, so many people? What is Fengzi doing? Chapter 458. Mr. He and the others came. Moreover, the number of people who came this time was even more than the number of people who came before the sun rose. At this time, the old scholar and the others who were working in the winery also looked over, but not because they saw it, but because they were attracted by the smell of barbecue. "Feng, what are you doing?" "I'm going to sell this beer. I'm teaching them to make some barbecue so that we can expand our business." You want to make barbecue here? Aren't you messing around? Don't you know how important this place is? Go, go, go. Get out of here." The old scholar roared with a black face. Originally, he was against Zhang Feng's idea. Now, Zhang Feng wanted to teach him his amazing barbecue skills in this place. How could the old scholar not be angry? "Hey, you old scholar. Prince Zhang is kind and wants us to do business. What are you doing here? Old Xiucai, don't waste your time here. If you want, you can come too. By the way, I remember that the old scholar is going to the academy tomorrow." The moment this voice sounded, everyone was shocked. Only then did they remember what was going to happen tomorrow. It was a big event in Huitongfang. Zhang Feng's academy was open. Su Rian and the others couldn't afford to go to the academy for the time being. But it would be great if they knew about it. Did you see? The Chang, an academy is our Huitongfang. It's opened by my acquaintance Zhang Feng. How great is that? At that time, even if Zhang Feng doesn't teach us, we won't be able to afford it. When the barbecue becomes popular, we will have enough money to go to the academy. What's this? It's easy to do things in front of an acquaintance. What's more, it's in Chang'an City. After 3 years, even if he can be a county magistrate, he will be able to change his life. Feng, don't forget about this matter in our Huitongfang. The old man from Huitongfang and the aunties from Huitongfang rushed over. They almost wanted to throw Zhang Feng into the air and throw him back and forth a few times. Fortunately, after Cheng Chumo and the others coughed a few times, they discovered these murderous gods. Alright, when the academy opens, Fengzi is not the kind of person who forgets his roots. Next year, in June of next year, as long as you have a child above 6 years old in your family, you can come to the academy. Our Fengzi will open the back door for you. It's free of charge. Really? Instantly, everyone became excited. Get lost. The old village chief was anxious. Although Fengzi said that he doesn't want money, that's because Fengzi didn't forget his roots. But if you bastards dare to be greedy and not pay, then you might King say that you're from Huitongfang. Our Huitongfang's people are not greedy. Yes. If anyone doesn't pay, get the CK out of Huitongfang. For our sake, Fengzi cut off his flesh and gave you such a profitable business. You wolves, aren't you satisfied? Zhang Feng instantly had a headache. Li Qingxian and the others behind Zhang Feng were aghast. What was this? Although it didn't seem to be anything, everyone experienced a feeling that they had never experienced before. That was the feeling of being cared for and cared for. This was also the charm that only Zhang Feng had. Even Li Qingqian as the crown prince only feared and respected him. Besides that, without the brilliance of his body, what was he? Don't flatter me. Go do what you're supposed to do. I still have work to do here. The old scholar couldn't listen to it anymore. He waved his hand and scolded everyone. Only then did everyone remember that they were here for business. Sigh. The old scholar stomped his feet, glared at Zhang Feng and left. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. He was a person who liked to be lively. Once it was no longer lively, he would feel uncomfortable all over and would feel twice as lonely. At this time, seeing that everyone's emotions were ignited, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone today, it's these ruffians in Chang, and who used to be the second generation in your eyes. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask them. If they dare to yell at you, just tell me. Tomorrow, I'll make sure that they can't enter the gate of the academy. And today, old He Zhuzi's father has worked hard. You two write down each of them. If anyone does not perform well, just tell me. If you don't perform well, they can't enter the gate of the academy tomorrow either." Damn. You're cheating your brother. When Zhang Feng finished speaking, Cheng Chumo instantly couldn't stand it. He almost stomped his feet. Let this group of people supervise them? Damn it, what kind of stupid rule was this? Zhang Feng laughed. This is my Zhang Feng's rule. Iron Bull, since you've chosen to learn something, you have to learn from the beginning. You have to learn what it means to bow your head and dare to be an ox. Zhang Feng knew that it was impossible, but his academy couldn't accept stubborn people. Besides, this was also a way to make them understand something that would be very useful to them in the future. And that was to be close to the people. As long as the heart was with the people, then in the future, no matter what profession they were in, they would have this in their hearts. Brothers, let's go. Come, everyone, let's watch first. We won't teach you how to start a fire. Come, let's start by cutting the meat. Come, I'll explain the problem of hygiene to you. You can go wash your hands first. You, sir, can you throw away the cow dung basket in your hand? Chapter 459. The next morning. The people of Chang and city woke up early again. At this time, Zhang Feng and the others were sleeping soundly in the tavern. Zhang Sun was even holding a deck of poker cards and yelling something in his sleep. The floor of the tavern was unsightly. Vomit, barbecued bamboo skewers, countless bamboo tubes, and so on. The group of rich second generations were lying on the ground or lying on the table. Even Wei Shiyu was giggling foolishly while hugging a wine jar. After 7 o'clock in the morning. It was a rare occasion for the old Xiaocai to wear a white Confucian robe. On the white pillars on both sides of the door, there was a gilded couplet that read, "Diligence is the path to the mountain of books, the sea of learning is boundless, hard work is the boat." And right above it was a horizontal board that was personally bestowed with words by Li Shimin. The Chang and Academy, also known as Chang and University. However, there was no signature. It was not that Li Shimin did not want to add it, but that he could not do so now. Instead, it was Chu Suiliang, Yu Shernan, and the others who wrote their names on the plaque. Of course, Zhang Feng did not know any of this. Right now, he was sleeping soundly in the small tavern. The two pairs of stone lions at the entrance were comparable to the pair at the entrance of Huayu Imperial College. This time, basically everyone who had received the news had come. Jingshu was the first to come. And when she came, basically all the stubborn children of Chang'an City, as well as the students who claimed to be the descendants of Confucius and Mencius, came. There were also the people of Chang'an City who came to watch the show, as well as the neighbors of Huitong Square. Li Shimin and the others did not see any of them. It was not that they did not want to come. In fact, they had been there for a long time, but they were watching from the gate tower not far from Kaihua Square. After all, this was the work of Li Shimin. At this time, if something went wrong, Li Shimin would really kill them. What's wrong with Feng Zi? Doesn't he know that today is the opening day of the academy? Li Shimin looked at the entrance of the academy and could not help but frown. And what about the crown prince and the others? Why didn't he come? This? Replying to your majesty, it seems that they played mahjong until late last night. They are probably still sleeping right now, little Gizi whispered. Li Shimin's eyes reddened when he heard that. Nonsense. Quickly send someone to wake these bastards up. Even if you have to carry them, you must bring Feng Zi to the academy. Most of the great Confucian scholars in Chang'an are watching, and so are the people from the Imperial College. If anything goes wrong, the Crown Prince and the others will have to go to the Ministry of Justice to receive their punishment. As you command. This was the first time little Gizi had seen the Emperor like this, so he hurriedly went in person. She also brought along a group of palace maids and a set of gorgeous Confucian robes that she had prepared beforehand. Luckily, Kaihua Square was not far from Tonghui Square. When the old elementary scholar realized that something was wrong, he had already asked Old He to personally invite someone over. When little Gizi and the others arrived, Uncle He had already knocked on the door and opened it. Little Gizi, Old He, and the others were dumbfounded when they saw the scene in the small tavern. What the hell were they doing last night? They did not even dare to look. The palace maids were so embarrassed that their faces turned red. Old He closed the door and kicked Zhang Feng's buttocks to wake them up. What are you doing? Zhang Feng also lost his temper. He was playing games in his dream. Before he could do anything, he was kicked in the buttocks. It hurt so much that he wanted to beat someone up. But just as he raised his fist, he saw little Gizi. This person made him feel uncomfortable just by looking at him. What's the matter? Old He, what time is it? What's the matter? Are you drunk? Today is the grand opening of the academy. Everyone in Chang and city is here. Why are you still sleeping here? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded when he heard that. F***CK. What the F***CK? Hurry up. Damn it. It's all because of that damn Chintinio. F***CK. Let's go. I'll change my clothes and go. Prince Zhang, you don't have to change. My master has prepared clothes for you. Little Gizi hurriedly presented the prepared clothes with both hands. Zhang Feng grabbed them and walked into the inner room. However, before he could leave, he was stopped by little Gizi. Prince Zhang, the carriage is ready. The maids will change your clothes on the way to the academy. There's still an hour before the auspicious time. If you change clothes here, you won't be able to make it in time. Please get on the carriage. Then, please thank Laoli for me. The carriage was also very exquisite. The carriages of officials and civil officials were different from those of Confucian scholars. The carriages of Confucian scholars and great Confucian scholars were also different. The carriages of Confucian scholars were made of straw mats. They were arched and decorated with some famous Confucian paintings. The carriages of great Confucian scholars were much more high-end. They were at least 10 feet high and made of pure mahogany. Some famous sayings of Confucius and Mencius were carved on the mahogany, as well as some symbols of the great Confucian provinces. Anyway, it was very troublesome. Zhang Feng couldn't understand it. As for the carriages of the civil officials, the palanquins were even more different. The decorations on the palanquins were different depending on the rank of the officials. The quality of the wood was also different. The color of the palanquins ranged from hemp, brown, red, and finally purple. The carriages of ordinary people were made of wood instead of the covers of the Confucian carriages. As soon as they got on the carriage, Zhang Feng was so scared that he wet his pants in an instant. The four maids naturally undressed Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was so scared that he covered his waist directly. What are you doing? What are you doing? Young master, don't be nervous. I'll help you change your clothes and wash up. Chapter 460. Is this still me, Zhang Feng? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Looking at his clean face in the bronze mirror, as well as the hairpin tied up high and the gorgeous white Confucian robe on his body, he was completely dumbfounded. If he were to put on those sunglasses, he would definitely look like a rich second generation. Compared to before, Zhang Feng looked at himself in the bronze mirror at this time. He was like a completely different person. Which family's handsome young master was this? Zhang Feng was almost fascinated by himself. He was a person who didn't like to dress up, and he was usually too lazy to look at himself in the bronze mirror, but now? Where's the folding fan? Do you have a folding fan? Zhang Feng stretched out his hand, wanting to see if the appearance of wearing glasses and then waving a folding fan was enough to show off. But the palace maid's words made him completely give up. Young master, we don't have a folding fan for the time being. If you want, we'll go and prepare it now. Okay. Forget it. Zhang Feng thought about it and decided to forget it. By the way, where are Li Gan and the others? Why didn't they come? They're here. They're on the way with little director who really dares to come again. Little director? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. But the next moment he thought of the guy who always spoke sinisterly. At this time, Li Qingqian and the others didn't feel good either. Because of the crown prince, although little Gizi didn't make things difficult for them, when they learned that the emperor was angry at this time, everyone was scared silly. They hurriedly changed into white Confucian robes. Except for Li Qingqian, the others could only follow the carriage and run. They had to run. If they delayed the time, would they go to the Ministry of Justice? They would definitely lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. They didn't dare to say that, but they didn't know how Zhang Feng, this pervert, would treat them. That would be the real misery. In this way, everyone went on the road with their own thoughts. On the other side, Li Yuan and Empress Zhangsun also changed their appearance, changed their clothes and came to the city gate. Looking at the bustling downstairs as if it was the new year, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Where's that little guy? Didn't that brat love to show off? Why didn't he see him when it was such a good time to act cool? Don't tell me you're still asleep?" "Father." "Greetings, retired emperor. Get up, get up. We're not in the palace, so there's no need to do anything. What would happen if someone saw us? Let's watch the show." Li Yuan chuckled and looked downstairs. Looking at the anxious old scholar, Li Yuan's face flashed with astonishment. But after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. Instead, he had a playful look on his face. "Shimon, this person, I know. This person is an old man now. He has been living in Tong Hui Fong and sells letters for a living. He doesn't know anything about this. I feel that Brother Zhang Feng asking him to come is a wise decision." "That's good." At this moment, the old scholar couldn't wait any longer. The Zhang family could not wait any longer. None of the Confucian scholars and students could wait any longer. "What's going on? Why hasn't the dean of the academy come out yet? It's almost the auspicious hour. Hey old scholar, what's going on? Where's Fengzi? He's coming. Don't rush him." At this moment, he panted and shouted as he ran. Not far behind him, a tall carriage slowly appeared in everyone's sight at this moment. And the moment they saw the carriage, Zhuzi's father shouted, "The auspicious day has arrived, fire the firecrackers." Crackle crackle. Carriages of free firecrackers were hung on the bamboo poles on all the gatehouses of the academy and on both sides of the street. When Zhuzi's father's voice sounded, someone instantly lit a string of firecrackers. And also at this time, Zhang Feng's carriage stopped at the gate of the academy at this time. At this time, Li Qingqian took the lead. Du Go, Wei Shuyu and others stood on both sides of the carriage door. Then they saluted and said, "Welcome, master." All the Confucian scholars and students also bowed to the Confucian salute at this time. Although they had never seen this person, the person who could open an academy in Chang and city must be a great Confucian scholar. As long as he was a great Confucian scholar, even ordinary officials had to salute when they saw him. "Welcome, master. Welcome, master, to get off the carriage and teach us." After 3 times, the palace maid in the carriage lifted the curtain and motioned Zhang Feng to get off the carriage. Looking at the dense crowd outside the carriage as well as the people in Confucian robes standing in front of everyone at this time, Zhang Feng was really a little excited. Not excited, but terrified. Why the hell are all of them here? He originally thought that this matter was just a formality, and then a few words of pretentiousness would be enough. However, after seeing these Confucian scholars, he instantly thought of something that the old scholar had said in the tavern when he had nothing to do. They wanted to open an academy. Unless it was a great Confucian scholar who was famous in the Tang dynasty, countless Confucian scholars would come to challenge him. It was like fighting in the ring. Damn it, even the old scholar was no longer sloppy and sloppy today. Instead, he was wearing the robes of a great scholar. What's going on? Damn it, old scholar, what's going on? The old scholar's face was solemn as he bowed to Zhang Feng in a Confucian manner. Then he said, "Scholar Zhang Feng, everything in the academy is ready. I would like to invite you to pay your respects to Confucius and Mencius and announce the handover." Chapter 461. Zhang Feng was speechless. This was really so troublesome. But at this moment, a Confucian scholar in the crowd suddenly shouted to stop. "Wait." A middle-aged Confucian scholar in his 40s wearing a white robe embroidered with golden edges and green bamboo leaves stepped forward and saluted Zhang Feng. Then he bowed like the old scholar and said, "I have long heard that there is a great Confucian scholar hidden in Tonghui Lane, a great Confucian scholar from the previous dynasty. I am here to greet you, sir." At this moment, the scene was completely silent. This was a matter between scholars. No matter how capable they were, they had no right to interfere. If anyone dared to say a word at this time, the yamen runner behind the crowd would come forward to teach him a lesson. The old scholar saluted with his fists without changing his expression. "May I ask what is the matter? Why did you interrupt the worship of Confucius and Meng for no reason?" "I am puzzled. I believe that every Confucian scholar here is puzzled. This young man looks to be in his 20s, but why is he wearing the robe of a great Confucian scholar? If you were to open an academy, I would have nothing to say. But this young man, I cannot do that. First, you have to explain the origin of this robe. Then, you have to explain why he is riding the carriage of a great Confucian scholar and opening an academy. Otherwise, I believe that all the scholars in the world will not let this matter rest." "Ha! He was here to cause trouble. Zhang Feng finally understood. The old scholar then said in a low voice, "This is the normal process and it is also essential. You just need to do it your own way. You just need to fight with them and make them believe in your ability. I heard from the people of Du Xing that when you enter, there will be a great scholar coming to testify for you, so don't be afraid." Zhang Feng heard this and calmed down instantly. That's right. This matter was done by Lao Li, and he had not seen Lao Li and the others until now. Perhaps they had gone to do this. Moreover, this was 2F** King boring, wasn't it? Lao Tzu opening an academy had nothing to do with you. If you have the ability, why don't you open one too? Sir, may I know your name? I'm Zhang Feng. Why have I never heard of your name in Chang'an City? The middle-aged scholar stroked his beard, glanced at Zhang Feng and said, My surname is Sun and I am from Jade Mountain. Outside people call me Mr. Jade Mountain. I wonder if little friend Zhang Feng has a name? Names are decided by the parents. How can they be changed? My name is Zhang Feng. The neighbors of Tong Hui Lane call me Feng Zi. That's all. Haha, good. But that's only because you have a sharp tongue. Do you have any works that can be handed down from generation to generation? Or perhaps something that has been approved by all the Confucians? If you do, who can prove it? Zhang Feng thought for a moment. There really wasn't any. Other than giving some calligraphy to Lao Li and the others, he really didn't have anything to do. Zhang Feng could not help but feel that he had suffered a great loss. If he had known earlier, he would have left all those things behind and pretended to read them aloud. Wouldn't that be better? Sir, I have something to say. At this moment, Jingshu, who was standing beside the old scholar, said charmingly. Sun Yushan heard this and hurriedly cupped his fist. Jingshu did not have any title, but who in Chang'an City didn't know her? Who didn't know her? Jingshu's zither song that no one could understand made all the Confucians in the world scratch their heads. But why did she come here today? Could it be the one who broke her zither song was this guy? How could it be? It was rumored to be a masterpiece handed down from generation to generation by Kai Wenji, the daughter of the great scholar of the Han Dynasty, Kai Yong. But because of some things, it became the only copy in Jingshu's hands. Except for her, no one knew this song and no one could decipher the meaning of this song. But, so it's Miss Jingshu. May I know what you have to say? How about we discuss it in the future? Jingshu's appearance instantly caused an uproar among all the students as well as the stubborn ones. Could it be that this guy broke Jingshu's vow? Impossible. That zither song has been lost for hundreds of years. How could that guy know how to decipher it? Then why is Jingshu here? This explains a lot of things. As for Li Qingqian and the others, when they saw the poignant beauty of Jingshu in the crowd, as well as her fairy-like clothes that were blown by the northern wind, coupled with her ice-cold face, it gave birth to endless fanciful thoughts. Zhang Feng couldn't help but look askance. But when Jingshu passed by him, she just gently bowed and said, Mr. Sun, I wonder if you've heard of my daughter's Hygge 18 beats? Not only have I heard of it, but old man has already memorized this song by heart. Then do you know that a month ago, someone broke this zither song of mine at Swallow Descent restaurant? This? Sun Yushan's expression was a little ugly. Of course I know. Could it be that Miss Jingshu is talking about this old gentleman? Jingshu shook her head, and the pearl on her veil swayed. No, Mr. Sun, it's Prince Zhang. Boss. Even though Sun Yushan had already guessed it, he didn't expect it to be this guy who broke it. After Kai Yong's death, Kai Wenji was also a talented woman whose name spread throughout the Han Dynasty. How could something from her be ordinary? This zither song that even the combined efforts of all the great scholars couldn't figure out was really broken by this guy. Prince Zhang, today is the opening of your academy. I don't have anything else, so I specially offer you my Hygge 18 beats. I hope Prince Zhang can play it with me. How about it? Chapter 462. This, Fengzi, come on. Are you stupid? This is a rare opportunity. Sister-in-law has made such a big sacrifice. Why are you still hesitating? Yes, Fengzi, why are you acting like a woman? Come on. Cheng Chumo and the others did not dare to speak loudly. They could only lower their heads and urge Zhang Feng behind. Zhang Feng knew that sooner or later there would be such a day. Miss Jingshu, please. After Zhang Feng made a gesture of invitation, Jingshu's maid brought up a guzheng, an incense burner, a stool and a table. Jingshu sat opposite Zhang Feng and bowed slightly as a salute. At this time, after knowing that the first beauty of Chang and Jingshu had come to the gate of the academy like crazy. Even if they tiptoed, they were still watching. Even the patrolling soldiers stopped to watch from time to time. Ding. Jingshu's jade-like hand gently plucked the strings of the guzheng. Then she closed her eyes. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and signaled Cheng Chumo to borrow a folding fan from a Confucian scholar not far away. He opened it with a pause sound and then walked slowly with one hand behind his back. Although Zhang Feng did not know anything, he thought that this thing was similar to the poetry recitation in school, which was accompanied by music. The Han dynasty will decline and become a barbarian. War will be frequent. Mourning for my parents who gave birth to me. Seeing the chaos of separation at this time, the screen window and the mirror will not be affected. They will say that the bead curtain can cover them. Once the invaders entered China, they met the barbarians everywhere. Suddenly, the life of a general is poor, but the beauty follows the invaders. As Zhang Feng's yin and yang voice sounded, everyone on the streets of Chang and fell into a dead silence. Even Li Shimin, Li Yuan, and the others who were watching from the top of the city gate tower could not help but slowly fall into that kind of mood after hearing the tune and the guzheng music. What is this? This was the complete version of Huge's 18 beats, the complete version of Huge's 18 beats created by Kai Wenji. As the 18 songs were slowly played, everyone finally thought of a fact. Zhang Feng might really be the person who solved the 18 beats of Huge. Otherwise, why would Jingshu come here? Would he be willing to lower himself to support Zhang Feng? Who is he? At this time, all the students and Confucians felt a chill in their hearts. Who didn't like beauties? Moreover, she was a talented girl like Jingshu, who was famous for her talent in Chang'an. Previously, when they heard that the Zheng song had been solved, everyone mistook it as a rumor. But now, it was just one song. The scene was still deathly silent. Xiaocai looked at the time and cupped his hands. Jingshu's zither song really brought out the essence of Kai Wenji. This song was extremely good. This way, please. At this time, Sun Yushan took a deep breath, cupped his hands and left. Although there were still many doubts, no one could find the 18 beats of Huge's 18 beats in a second place. Otherwise, why would those great Confucians be so useless? After Sun Yushan left, the ceremony went smoothly. No one came to cause trouble. Everyone knew about the incident. Now that they saw the real person who would dare to cause trouble. Moreover, the stubborn people in Chang and city knew each other. Although some of them hid their identities, they still remembered Cheng Chumo and the others. Damn it, if they could squat behind that person and pretend to be his grandson, how could that person be simple? But what kind of background did he have to be able to make so many people circle around him like this? No one knew. Zhang Feng's identity could not help but become mysterious. At this time, when the plaque covered by the red cloth was uncovered, the great Confucians became even more uneasy. They saw that the plaque was written by Yu Shernan and the other great Confucians. How could it be fake? What did that mean? If this was all fake, then he would have been locked up by the bailiffs who were waiting outside. How could he still strut around here? Since there was an inscription by Yu Shernan, Chu Suiliang, and the others, it meant that Zhang Feng's identity was recognized. If there was an inscription by 4 great Confucians, and there was a great Confucian following him, he was already a great Confucian. This was the elaborate etiquette of a Confucian scholar. You either had to have a masterpiece or something amazing. You had to find at least 3 great Confucian scholars to vouch for you. Although the 4 great Confucian scholars didn't come, their personal inscriptions were all here. What did that mean? After paying respects to Confucius and Meng Qi and other things were done, Zhang Feng finally began to read the rules of admission. Fellow Confucians, students and people of Chang'an City, today I, Zhang Feng, am able to open an academy in Chang'an City because of your help. But this country has its laws and every family has its rules. This academy will naturally have its own rules. Now I will talk about the specific rules of the Chang'an Academy. First, our academy will set up a military Confucian religion and basic teaching rules such as mathematics. We will not force you to memorize. Of course, you must learn the teachings of Confucius and Mencius. This is the criteria for entering the academy. Second, our academy will only recruit monsters. If you are arrogant, we will not recruit those who are treacherous or have ulterior motives. As long as you want to learn, even if you are a stubborn rock, I, Zhang Feng, have the ability to teach you. After speaking for nearly 4 hours, Zhang Feng finally finalized this matter. The number of people temporarily was only 5, including Li Qian. If there were more, he would not be able to handle it. What? He just had to wait for these 5 free laborers to be trained this year. Next year he could really be a hands-off shopkeeper. Let him teach them one by one? Then go *CK yourself. If Li Qian and the others wanted to graduate, it was fine. At least, each of them had to train 50 people who were not too far behind them to take over. Otherwise, once they left, what would happen to the academy? Chapter 463. At this time, the opening of Zhang Feng's academy was over. But in Chang'an City, people were still talking about it. What? Because of that plaque and that person. And that weird teaching philosophy that was completely different from the Imperial College and other academies? And more importantly, this guy only recruited 5 people this year? What kind of rule was that? Obviously, he left a fat job waiting for people to come and take advantage of it. Was this something a great scholar could do? But fortunately, everyone could be sure of one thing. This academy would basically be managed by the old scholar in the future. That was enough. Although not many people knew about Zhang Feng in Chang'an City, there were still people who knew about him. However, the old Shuozai was different. He was also famous in Chang'an City. Although Zhang Feng looked and his teaching philosophy was somewhat unreliable, this kind of person could still trust the old scholar. On top of the city gate, Li Yuan looked at the slowly dispersing crowd and chuckled as he said, "This brat is really unexpected. By the way, Shimin, whose idea was it to open an academy? I don't think this is Zhang Feng's idea." "This is my idea." Li Yuan suddenly understood. He laughed and said, "Let's go. Now that everyone is gone, let's go to the academy and let this guy make a real barbecue for me. This half-baked barbecue is making me angry." Yes. What could they say? At this time they could only follow behind Li Yuan. And the Imperial Guards and the Jianghu Guards were all scattered at this moment. Those irrelevant people were basically cleared out of the area of Kaihua Square. Only the people who lived here for a long time and the vendors made sure that no one knew the emperor and the others did they stop. As for the old scholar just now, he went out with several great scholars. No one knew what he was doing. This way he could avoid bumping into Li Yuan. After all, if Li Yuan could know him, the old scholar would definitely know Li Yuan too. When Li Yuan and others walked into the academy, they happened to see Zhang Feng instructing the crown prince and others to do work. This scene made Qing Yaojin and the others behind Li Yuan and Li Shimin involuntarily drop their eyeballs to the ground. Li Chengqian was holding a broom and sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground of the academy with all his might. Du Go was pulling weeds with his bare hands. Wei Shiyu was cleaning the things on the roof tiles. Basically, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was flipping the roof. As for Zhang Sun, he was holding a piece of cloth and washing the floor of the academy. "This? Your Majesty, would you like this servant to send someone to do it?" "No need. This is great." These fellows usually lived like princes, so it was normal for them to suffer a little at this time. Why would they need help? "Zhang Feng, you've done well." Li Yuan decisively refused. Empress Zhang Sun and the others couldn't help but smile when they saw the ugly expressions on Li Chengqian and the others' faces. "Is that the Zhang Feng that second brother mentioned?" Empress Zhang Sun pointed at Zhang Feng, who was sitting on a chair and fanning himself wildly. "Yes, he's Zhang Feng. It's really weird." "Haha, if he's not weird, then he wouldn't be Zhang Feng." Li Yuan laughed loudly. Li Yuan's voice was heard by the few people in the academy. They glanced at the attire of Li Yuan and the others, stood up and gave a scholarly greeting. Then they continued to work. Although their expressions were ugly, this group of fearless brats actually followed Zhang Feng's instructions and continued to work. This made the eyes of Li Yuan and the others brighten. "Yo, old master, you've come personally? Lao Li, Lao Sun, Lao Qin, Lao Wei, Lao Du, Lao Feng, why are you all here? Go, let's go to the tavern." "There's nothing here. Let's go to the tavern. We'll treat today." "Haha, good. Brat, you're not bad. These few brats are all pampered at home. Moreover, they're those lawless guys. Old man, I really don't know what kind of ability you used to make these lawless guys so obedient." "Hey, this isn't a difficult thing." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "To forge iron, one needs to be strong. If they can't even do this well, then they can forget about it after 3 years. They don't need to do anything else. They can just go back home and inherit your inheritance. They're just waiting for death. If such people go out, they'll only bring harm to others." "Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Li Yuan laughed loudly again. "Looks like you want to be a hands-off shopkeeper again?" Zhang Feng was anxious. "When did I?" "Oh right, Lao Li, this is..." Zhang Feng hurriedly changed the topic and looked at Zhang Sun and Wu Go. "This is my wife." "Hello, sister-in-law." Sister-in-law, when everyone heard this, their faces turned green. What kind of address was this? Daring to call the empress sister-in-law, you Zhang Feng are really the first person. But Li Shimin didn't care. Zhang Sun and Wu Go covered her mouth and smiled. She waved her hand and said, "I've heard about you, Chen and my husband before. Seeing you today, you're really a talent." "You flatter me. Let's go, don't stand there. Let's go to the tavern. Let's talk while we eat. At this moment, Jingshu's voice sounded behind everyone. Can go too? Chapter 464. Inside the small tavern. Xiao Gizi and the others had already cleaned up the place. After knowing that they were coming to the tavern, little Gizi called the fat imperial chef, Zhou Dafu, to personally cut the meat and other things. He also found some fresh vegetables and fruits. When Zhang Feng entered the small tavern and saw the table full of prepared dishes, he was stunned. The fish was sliced into pieces. The beef and mutton were all cut according to the rules without any excess. Chicken wings, duck legs and chicken hearts were neatly placed on the plates. Seeing that everyone had entered the room, Zhou Dafu stood respectfully at the door. Zhang Feng was so scared that he thought he had entered the wrong place. This little fatty Laoli, don't tell him he's your man. What a coincidence, he's really my man. Didn't you promise me to find a chef to learn from? Chin doesn't have time, so I brought him here today. How about you take a look at his knife skills? Knife skills, awesome. Zhang Feng gave a thumbs up. Such awesome knife skills, even he would blush if he saw it. Luckily, he didn't prepare it himself, otherwise he would be laughed at by the old man. Alright, since you're here, Laoli has told you the rules, right? Young master, the master has explained it clearly. What's your name? Zhou Dafu. Zhang Feng was stunned. He looked at Zhou Dafu and asked again, tell me what's your name? I'm Zhou Dafu from Jianghu. Fu, as in Fu. My parents said that this name is festive. Zhang Feng was happy when he heard it. Not bad, this name is festive and has a bright future. This name was more than festive. How similar was it to Zhou Dafu? Come. Since you're all ready, I'll show you my incompetence. Today's barbecue or what to eat, the old man has the final say. Really? Forget it, I'll make you guys a spicy fish with pickled cabbage. Otherwise, if you keep making things difficult for me, won't I cry to death? Everyone burst into laughter. Zhang Feng took off his Confucian robe and entered the kitchen. Jingshu followed him into the kitchen as if she was the hostess of the tavern. While they were talking, she had already filled their cups with tea. Zhang Feng wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but there was a third wheel by his mother's side. What could he say? As soon as Zhang Feng went to the stove, Jingshu consciously set up the pot. Although it seemed that she had never suffered before, she still stubbornly added firewood. Miss Jingshu, do you want to go to the tavern? It's all right, Prince Zhang. You do what you need to do. I'm fine here. Then why don't you just stand there and watch? If I do anything wrong, can you give me some pointers? Who's that? Fatty, you really don't have any eyesight. Don't just stand there. Set up the fire and start the pot. Oh, Zhou Dafu was really a blockhead. Seeing this, Zhang Feng wanted to beat him up. But he didn't know if this guy was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Zhang Feng didn't care much about him. Zhang Feng looked at Jingshu and said, Miss Jingshu, why don't you go out first? The smell of smoke in this place is too strong. I'm fine. Prince Zhang can do what he needs to do. Alas, that's fine. Zhang Feng didn't say much. Jingshu, who had fished out 2 carps from the water tank, couldn't help but have a strange look in her eyes. She secretly glanced at the people outside the curtain. She couldn't help but have a deep doubt in her eyes. What was the relationship between Zhang Feng and these people? These people were the people who could shake the Tang dynasty with a stomp of their feet. But they seemed to know what happened today and they didn't say much. This was not right. Did Prince Zhang really not know the situation of these people, or Jingshu didn't dare to think about it? Because this man was the man who would spend the rest of his life with her. Every man in Chang and city couldn't take a step away from her when they saw her. But Zhang Feng was different. He always looked at her with an equal gaze, without a trace of greed or filth. This feeling was very subtle. Especially when she saw Zhang Feng handling the fish seriously. He was so focused. When Jingshu's eyes fell on a bamboo tube on the chopping board, she asked softly, Prince Zhang, is this the rumored beer in this bamboo tube? Yes, this is it. When you cook the fish later, add a little bit. The taste will be more delicious. Then, is this also made by you? Yes. Jingshu was shocked. The thing that had caused a stir in Chang'an City in the past 2 days was actually made by Prince Zhang? How could this be? What else could Prince Zhang do? Why could he write poems and songs, and why could he do it so leisurely in the kitchen, which belonged to inferior people and women? And this kind of God's nectar beer was also made by him? Needless to say, the neatly arranged dishes and meat skewers in the pub as well as the stove, meant that the barbecue was also made by him? God. Was Prince Zhang an immortal? Why did he know everything? Was he really a husband that God took pity on me and gave me? Chapter 465. A moment later. The fresh, numb and sour smell of pickled vegetables drizzled with hot oil and pepper filled the inside and outside of the tavern. At this time in the tavern, Li Shimin and others also stopped talking. Everyone's eyes were staring at the back kitchen of the tavern. Second brother, why don't you make the decision to betroth Miss Jingshu to Zhang Feng? This kid doesn't have a woman by his side. It's always inappropriate. And now Miss Jingshu has admitted that matter in front of so many people. It's equivalent to Miss Jingshu cutting off her own way out. I can't make the decision on this matter. Li Shimin smiled bitterly. If he could make the decision he would have said it long ago. Why wait until now? But he didn't dare to interfere too much in this marriage. After all, this was Zhang Feng's own business. Old man, look, this matter really has to be said now. It's hard for you to say it later. I'll say it. Li Yuan also heard the words of Li Shimin and his wife. He said while shaking the fan that Zhang Feng took from the Confucian scholar. What are you talking about? Old master, what do you want to say? At this time, Jingshu opened the door curtain. Zhang Feng came out with a large wooden basin of pickled fish. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on the basin of fish, and their faces were strange. Kid, don't you know that carp is not allowed to be eaten in Chang'an City? Li Yuan smiled playfully. Damn old master, there are only a few of you here. I even guard against you. What's more, this fish is so king fat. Apart from this thing in this river, where else can other fish survive? If you don't eat it, keep it for yourself. This carp has violated the taboo with the royal family. Don't you know? I know. That's why you guys are so lucky. Since when have I ever let anyone else eat it? They don't deserve it. Ah, you kid. Li Yuan shook his head. He didn't say anything else. Only then did everyone feel relieved. Come. There's also this plate of spicy fish. Try it. It's delicious. When Li Yuan heard that, his eyes instantly lit up and he called out to everyone, Come, all don't be courteous. All eat together. Only like this is like a family. Qing Yaojin and the others looked at each other and finally looked at Li Shimin. Li Shimin nodded. Only then did everyone dare to sit beside Li Yuan and Li Shimin. Zhang Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He put the two tables together and sat beside Qing Yaojin. Qing Yaojin glared at him. Where are you going to sit? Zhang Feng shrunk his neck. Only then did he sit beside Li Yuan. He really didn't want to sit beside this old man. He always felt that sitting here was like sitting on pins and needles. Not to mention that Jingshu was on the left. Forget it, let's leave it to the heavens. Zhang Feng brought 3 jars of white wine and a large barrel of beer. Come, let's drink whatever we want. We have enough alcohol today. Fengzi, this fish of yours, can you teach him? This fish tastes really good. Zhang Sun tasted a mouthful and asked. Zhang Feng glanced at Zhou Dafu, who stood behind him like a wooden stake, and said, How much did you learn just now? Oh, I was tending to the fire just now, didn't look. Oh, sister-in-law, he said he learned it. Don't play dumb with me. The chopsticks in Li Yuan's hand knocked on Zhang Feng's head. He glared at Zhang Feng and said, Such a good thing you're willing to eat it alone? Aren't I sharing it with you guys? Zhang Feng said aggrievedly. Then this is how you share it? Teach him tomorrow or else old man will teach you. Zhang Feng's face instantly collapsed. Everyone wanted to laugh. Zhang Feng, who was lawless in front of everyone, became like a cat in the hands of the retired emperor. By the way, Fengzi, what are you going to do about the school? Now that the barbecue and beer matter has been done, do you have time? The school will be handed over to the old scholar. Didn't we agree before? Li Shimin's expression froze. Then you, Zhang Feng said while eating the fish, that fine salt and the matter of Jinla as well as the locusts and the bone-strengthening powder, which one of them have I worried about? Don't worry about the school, I know what I'm doing. Zhang Feng was a flower. In the eyes of others there was no problem, but in the eyes of Jingshu, it was terrifying. The things that happened in Chang'an City before were all instigated by Prince Zhang? Especially the fine salt that was popular by everyone was also made by him? What kind of freak was he? This made the emperor, the empress, and the retired emperor have to discuss with him? And from the looks of it, Zhang Feng and the emperor seemed to be on the same level? What was going on? Jingshu instantly felt that her brain was not enough. These things accumulated one by one. Miss Jingshu, I calculated that your age seems to be similar to Prince Zhang's, right? Zhang Feng's ears instantly stood up when he heard that. What was going on? At this moment, Li Yuan gave the answer. Fengzi, I see that you and this little girl are about the same in terms of appearance and intelligence, so this old man will make the decision. Tomorrow this old man will prepare for your marriage. In any case, this old man's palace has been won by you, and it's empty anyway. Is that okay? Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Feng coughed violently when he heard that. Old man, are you drunk? Chapter 466. Facing Marriage. Zhang Feng was slow-witted. It could be said that he had no sense of security. Not to mention in front of Jianghu, who was 90% similar to the former campus belle. Therefore, before entering the imperial court as an official and mixing in a certain position, he did not dare to get married. Now that there were so many things to do, how could he add to his worries? Not to mention, wasn't it good to be single? Speaking of entering the imperial court as an official, Zhang Feng's face could not help but brighten. Come on, everyone, thank you for your help during this period of time. My academy can officially open. Come, let's drink. Everyone looked at Zhang Feng inexplicably and did not intend to raise their cups. Even Jingshu lowered her head at this time, not knowing what she was thinking. Zhang Feng awkwardly touched his nose, sat down and said to Li Shimin, Well, Laoli, I was thinking, didn't you say that after this academy opened, I can enter the imperial court as an official? Have you thought it through? When Li Shimin heard that, he also jumped in fright. He dreamed of Zhang Feng entering the imperial court as an official. But he was also a little worried. At this time, after Zhang Feng said it, Li Shimin could not help but hesitate. No. At this time, Li Yuan said lightly, if you enter the imperial court as an official, you have to go through the procedures. Otherwise, if there is no one to recommend you, even if your academy is open now, you haven't made any achievements yet, have you? So, boy, if you want to enter the imperial court as an official, you have to go through the procedures unless you can make the academy very hot. Hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately did not want to do it. What the hell, what's the situation? At the very least, we've made contributions to His Majesty in the past. This cooperative, dealing with Tubo Turks, which of those things were not done by us? Although Laoli did not say this, according to the Emperor's ability, he should know about this, right? And isn't Laoli acquainted with Lord Jiangsun? Didn't you ask me to go to the Ministry of Justice? Alright, old way, didn't you ask me to go to that place? What's going on? If that's the case, then I won't accept this marriage. I won't get married before I become an official. Zhang Feng might as well set a trap for Li Yuan. On the one hand, he wanted to avoid the spotlight. He didn't want to bring up the topic of marriage so early in a system that he really didn't like. He didn't know when this broken system would be activated. If he continued to wait like this, he might not even be able to wait until his hair turned white. If he could give it a try, he would first become an official and wait for the system to give it a try. If it didn't work, he could just resign. Furthermore, what he was about to do next was something he would never do without a strong relationship. However, when he heard that he had to take part in the imperial examination to become an official, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Although this thing wasn't urgent, if he could enter it in advance, it would be better for his business and the school to do well. After all, this thing was his foundation. Without this thing as a cornerstone, how could he establish himself in the imperial court in the future? Fengzi, I know you don't want to get married so early, but have you thought about it? Today Miss Jingshu can come, which means that she has broken ties with the aristocrats in Chang, and as well as everyone else. If you let her go back, how will she face others? This. Zhang Feng really didn't think of this. However, when he thought of that F***king agreement, he wanted to beat Qintinyu up. If it wasn't for that bastard, how could he have accidentally cracked Jingshu's 18 strokes of Huga and broken her oath? If only he knew this at that time, that F***Ker would have deciphered that thing. But now it was all over. Zhang Feng looked at Jingshu and felt a headache coming on. That Laoli, is there really no chance of entering the imperial court? Li Shimin smiled and shook his head. Although he only needed to nod, it was enough. However, at this time what Zhang Feng showed really shocked him. He didn't know where Zhang Feng's limit was, so he shook his head and said, No, because of this and the academy, Lord Jiangsun and the Imperial College fell out, and this matter also reached the Emperor's ears. Although it's a good thing to abolish the academy, this is after all a backdoor. Now the Emperor has blocked all backdoors, so. Fengzi, with your ability, that little imperial examination won't be difficult for you. Jiangsun Wuji took the opportunity to raise the bamboo tube and said, Come, let's have a drink. He drank a mouthful of wine. Jiangsun Wuji then said, Fengzi, I know what you're thinking. With your ability, it's obvious to all of us. And there are still 3 months to the imperial examination. If you can make the academy vivid in these 3 months, it will naturally attract the attention of the people in the Imperial College. At that time we can let you in through the back door, right? And with your ability, are you afraid of that thing? Zhang Feng was really suffering, but he couldn't say it out loud. He knew his own situation. He knew what he was capable of. However, wasn't it just an imperial examination? Was it that difficult? At that time, Lao Tzu's poem would shock the whole world. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng was not so depressed. Well, Jingshu, for the time being, you don't have to go back to Yanlai restaurant. For the time being, you can stay in the academy and help the old Shotsai. At that time, I will think about how to get the Empress's female officials and recruit a group of female students. How about you teach music? This? Don't worry, Miss Jingshu. Since Zhang Feng has said so, you can stay in the academy for the time being. After all, the academy is short of manpower. It's not too late to talk about the marriage later. Give the contract of selling yourself to Yanlai restaurant to me. Seeing that Jingshu was hesitating, Empress Zhang Sun directly stopped her. She didn't understand what the emperor and the retired emperor were thinking. But since they had said so, Empress Zhang Sun couldn't say anything. And these words were even more strange in Jingshu's ears. Even today she felt like she was in a dream. Everything she had seen and heard felt so unreal. What was wrong with the emperor, the empress, and the retired emperor? She heard that they wanted Prince Zhang to enter the palace very much and offered such generous conditions. The Ministry of Justice. But Zhang Feng refused. Now that Zhang Feng wanted to enter the court as an official, they actually refused? What on earth was going on? Jingshu, thanks madam for your help. Since Prince Zhang has difficulties and it's a serious matter, how can I dare to stop him? This concubine only needs a place to shelter herself. Fengzi, look at her. Alas. Old man doesn't even want to talk to you. Then don't talk about it. Let's drink. We'll talk about this in 3 months. I'm not interested in this now. Everything is piled up together. Don't you think it's inappropriate to talk about this now? Chapter 467. Big news, big news. Inside the Chang'an Academy. Wei Shuyu rushed into the academy. Li Qingqian and the others were so tired that they were panting. They sat on the floor and asked, "What's the matter? Didn't you go to ask about our food, you little bastard? What are you doing? Do you even need to ask?" Ouch. Cheng Chumo and the others also threw the things in their hands and lay on the floor, groaning. When had this group of second generations ever done something like this? Now that Zhang Feng had done this, they were so tired that their bodies ached. "Hey idiot, did you go to the tavern? Did you bring wine? Come, give it to me to quench my thirst." Cheng Chumo propped himself against the ground and leaned against the stone steps. "Oh, you're still in the mood to drink at this time? Do you know that something big has happened?" Wei Shiyu didn't care about anything else. She fetched a bucket of water from the well and poured it over her head. Only then did she feel much better. "Let me tell you. Guess what I heard outside just now?" "What?" "If you have something to say, hurry up and say it. Otherwise Lao Tzu will beat you up." Cheng Chumo couldn't wait any longer. "I don't know what was wrong with Fengzi just now. He wants to marry a wife. Damn it, he actually wants to enter the imperial court and become an official now." "What? What did you say? F***ck, am I dreaming?" The masters were completely dumbfounded. Because of Wei Shiyu's words, the computer was completely down. "Shiyu, tell me what's going on? Did the emperor agree?" Du Go seemed to be very excited and hurriedly asked. How could the two of them agree to this matter? The emperor asked him to participate in the imperial examination. Ah. Fengzi is participating in the imperial examination? F***ck. Damn it, is the emperor okay? If he goes to the imperial examination, he might even destroy the imperial college. However, this is also a good thing. Li Qingqian seemed to have thought of something. Touching the blisters on his hand, he grimaced in pain. It's not like you haven't seen Fengzi's ability. Now that he suddenly wants to become an official, what does this mean? This means that we won't be able to keep our identities. At that time, although we can still be brothers, it will be difficult for our imperial father and the others. So I think that it's impossible for His Majesty to agree, at least for now. He knew his father well. Imperial father did not have a close friend. Now he finally had a friend. How could he want to lose this friend in such a short period of time? They all understood the reason behind this. When they first met Zhang Feng, they already knew about it. But now they suddenly encountered this matter again. They couldn't help but be curious. Big idiot, tell me what's going on. What's the matter with Fengzi? Why are you suddenly going to be an official? Wasn't this forced? Wei Shiyu looked distressed. The pain of a man, especially an outstanding man, is that when you want to work hard, someone will drag you down, such as forcing you to get married. Scram. F***CKU. Shut up. Seeing Wei Shuyu sigh, they couldn't help but take off their shoes and hit him. You're already a concubine of the third family. How dare you say this? Who the hell are you talking about, brat? F***CK beat him, brothers. As the few of them spoke, they swarmed over and violently beat Wei Shuyu up. The black-bellied Dugo actually took a tree branch and took off Wei Shuyu's boots and stabbed the soles of his feet, instantly making Wei Shuyu furious. In turn he beat Dugo. After a while, they lay on the ground with bruises on their faces, gasping for breath. Brothers, we have to do something. With Feng Zi's ability, if he gets involved in the vortex of the imperial court too early, it will do him no good. So we have to do something. Although the forced marriage is the key, let's go to the Zhang family. After hearing Li Qingxian's words, Wei Shuyu smiled slyly. There's no need to talk about Jingshu. She'll probably come to the academy tomorrow to report. From now on we'll have more energy to work. Although there's no wine to listen to free zither music, these days are really like immortals. *CK. That's true. But, don't you think the Emperor wants to find someone to keep an eye on us? Based on Feng Zi's character, he'll definitely be a hands-off boss. He's been fishing and drying nets every 2 to 3 days, and the old scholar can't do anything to us. If Jingshu comes and she knows our background when the Emperor asks about her. The most important thing is, Jingshu is Feng Zi's wife. Our hard days are coming. Zhang Sun Chong let out a long sigh, instantly waking everyone up from their sweet dreams. He had originally thought that this was going to be a wonderful thing. What the hell was going on? How did it end up like this? They had just sent away a fierce tiger, and now they were welcomed by a wolf? No, we have to think of something or we're really dead. What idea do you have? Everyone, I have an idea. Do you want to hear it? Chapter 468. If you have something to say, say it. Dugo patted the mud off his body and walked a few rounds in the courtyard. This Jingshu girl is good at zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She's even better at the Empress's daughter. If we get Qingxian's sister here for him to teach, and then with the daughters of high officials and noble families? No. What kind of rotten idea is this? If there are too many people, our identities will definitely be exposed. This rotten idea won't work. Then, why don't we go and recruit people? If that was the case, wouldn't it be fine if Jingshu's name was spread out? There will be plenty of people willing to come to the academy. Well, that's feasible. Li Qingxian also felt that it made sense. This Jingshu's identity was a bit special. He was the person that Imperial Father had personally appointed to Zhang Feng. And now, he had actually stood up for Zhang Feng in front of everyone. Then Yanlai Lu would definitely not be able to return. Now that Zhang Feng wanted to enter the Imperial Court as an official, then Imperial Father or Imperial Mother must have forced him. This brat was a donkey that would follow orders. The more one forced him, the more unwilling he would be. In that case, wouldn't this Jingshu become their teacher's wife? This Jingshu was very famous in Chang'an City. When the time came with her as a signboard, they would set up zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting classes in the academy. Naturally, those shameless students would crazily come to the academy. When the time came, wouldn't the academy's reputation spread? Jingshu would also have things to do. When the time came, her thoughts would definitely not fall on them. Thinking of this, Li Qingxian slapped his thigh. I thought of an idea. What idea? Have you thought of why Feng Zi only recruited the 5 of us? They all nodded. They really did know about this. To put it bluntly, it was because they were lazy. But they couldn't help but think of something. Li Qingxian put his hands behind his head and crossed his legs. When Jingshu comes, the academy will be lively. At that time, we don't need to say anything. We just need to spread the news that Jingshu came to the academy. Then, there will naturally be people flocking over. Now that she's not in Yanlai Lu, this is the academy. He. The Crown Prince is indeed the Crown Prince. Once we use this trick, no one will be able to control us. Haha, as long as Zhang Feng doesn't come to the academy, we will have the final say. Alright. Don't just stand there. Get to work. Otherwise, if Feng Zi comes tonight, we'll be in trouble. Sigh. He had miscalculated. If I had known that the old Xiucai and Feng Zi would not be here, I would have called a few servants over. How comfortable would that be? Don't even think about it. Do you think Feng Zi is so easy to fool? That guy is cunning. If he finds out, what are you guys doing? If you don't finish cleaning the academy in 2 hours, you will have a negative score today. At this moment, The old scholar's angry and cold voice sounded behind them. In an instant, the few of them were like frightened chicks, their hair standing on end. He hurriedly got up. Those who swept the floor, and those who pulled the weeds. No one dared to say anything. A negative number. That was too cruel. There was not a single day where 10 points were awarded. It was all assessed by the old scholar. At the end of every month, the person with the lowest score would be called in by their parents. If their families found out about this, then their butts would be in trouble again. The few of them could only keep their heads down and hurriedly get to work. It was not that they wanted to do it, but this thing. If they did not do it, their points would be deducted. Seeing that the few of them had started to work again, the old scholar clasped his hands behind his back and walked away. Today the old scholar was especially busy. For the sake of the academy, he had visited several great scholars in Chang'an City, specifically for the sake of the academy. Fortunately, those old fellows had bought a piece of paper. In addition, Zhang Feng had somehow gotten the engraved signatures of Chu Suiliang, Yu Shernan, and the others, which made things a lot easier. However, the more it was so, the more the old scholar suspected that there was something hidden behind this matter. It was not easy to settle the Imperial College and get the contract to set up the academy. Even so, the people behind Zhang Feng were able to get it. What could this mean? Could it be that Zhang Feng had a strong connection? Don't be ridiculous. Zhang Feng had never stepped out of the house. Except for a few fair-weather friends called Lao Li, he did not know anyone in the imperial court. Otherwise, why would Zhang Feng stay in the tavern? It could only be said that Zhang Feng's friends had really put in a lot of effort this time. Otherwise, the academy would not have been able to be set up. Although he did not often walk in the circle of great scholars, he still had his reputation. Therefore, the matter of him coming out of the mountain and showing up at the academy today could not be hidden from those people. Instead of letting them guess blindly, it was better for him to settle this matter personally. Otherwise, there would be people making trouble at the academy every 2 or 3 days. Although he was not afraid, he was afraid that it would affect Zhang Feng. Besides, he did not want Zhang Feng to be involved in the affairs of the previous dynasty. Therefore, there were some things that he had to do. At this time, looking at the first batch of students in the academy, the old scholar sighed and turned to enter a room with a large number of books. He sorted out all the poems that Zhang Feng had recited after drinking. This was the future of the academy. If anyone had any objections, he only needed to take out these poems and it would be enough to solve any problem. This was the game between scholars. If anyone had objections, come leave your poems. Chapter 469. After sending off Lao Li and the others, Zhang Feng moved the recliner to the entrance of the pub again. He put on his sunglasses and looked at the people on the street who were pulling baskets of malt or counting banknotes happily. Zhang Feng suddenly felt that he had nothing to do. Now that Lao Li and the others had taken over the brewery, and he was personally in charge, he didn't want to worry about the tricycle. As for the salt factory and other things, he could just lie down and count the money. Now even Guzi Zhuzi and the others were busy. They were now the right-hand men in brewing beer. Basically, when Zhang Feng brewed beer in the backyard last time, they had already learned his true skills. The cooperative had now taken root in the Tang dynasty. The people of Chang'an City also threw away the vinegar cloth and replaced it with fine salt. Zhenla seemed to have become ruthless. The poisonous salt, which was more abhorrent than mud, had now become the main export product of the Tang dynasty. Although the price was still very low, 10 carts of poisonous salt could be exchanged for 1 cart of salt. This made the Zhenla people from top to bottom laugh crazily. And the table salt of the Tang dynasty people, who couldn't afford it in the beginning, now only cost 2 copper coins to buy a caddy of table salt. This kind of free and easy feeling made all the people of the Tang dynasty feel so unreal. This was all the strategy of the cooperative and Zhang Feng. The locust plague in Tubo and Tuyuhun was also completely solved, but now they encountered a serious problem, that was the shortage of food. They had to buy it from the Tang dynasty at a high price, but now they also carried the fate of working for the Tang dynasty. They couldn't even struggle. What's more, the Tujue, who had always been Tubo's biggest backer, couldn't even take care of themselves at this time. When Shili took time out to rob the Tang dynasty and collect a wave of leeks, he was shocked to find that the horses in his tribes were basically gone. They didn't even have the horses to form a cavalry of 50,000 people. After learning that the war horses had been exchanged for food with the Tang dynasty merchants, Shili vomited blood and fainted. In the end, Shili could only send an envoy to the Tang dynasty, wanting to establish a good relationship with the Tang dynasty. However, the emperor of the Tang dynasty was also a thief, exchanging the rare ironware, iron ore and other precious items of the Turks for food. This basically stabilized the surrounding situation for the time being. However, Zhang Feng knew that 3 years later the final war between the Tang dynasty and the Turks would break out. The Tang emperor had never forgotten the shame of the Wei River, nor had he forgotten this great calamity. In the 6th year of Jingguan's reign he launched an all-out war against the Turks. Although the current situation seemed clear if the current emperor were to act against Guanlong at this time, or if the 5 families and 7 families had the intention to be killed. Once the emperor made a move, Guanlong was not a fool. They would definitely help the Turks. After all, only the Turks could contend against the great Tang. At the thought of this, Zhang Feng's eyes could not help but burst out a burst of scorching light. By the way, the economy of the Tang dynasty has basically stabilized, but now it seems that something is still missing. If I start the Industrial Revolution in the Tang dynasty now, what will happen? Zhang Feng's eyes could not help but be heated. Everything that Zhang Feng had done before was to pave the way, and eventually, the Tang dynasty would enter the beginning of a prosperous era after the situation was clear and the locust plague was over. Zhang Feng thought that after doing so much the system would be activated. However, until now the system showed no sign of activation. Was there something wrong with the way it was activated? Or could it be that this damn broken system was broken? After thinking for a while, Zhang Feng still could not figure it out. The reason why he asked Lao Li whether he could become an official in the court today was that he wanted to see what was going on with the system in another way. However, when he learned that he had to pass the imperial examination to enter the court, or run the academy abnormally, Zhang Feng could only start to think of other ways. He must be an official. No matter how rich he was, without a title or an official position, he was still a commoner. Now, the emperor was a little unhappy that he opened the academy through the back door, right? Then, I'll make you unhappy for a while. Fengzi, damn it, prepare the wine. I'm so tired. At this moment, Cheng Chumo's loud voice interrupted Zhang Feng's reminiscence. Cheng Chumo and the others were walking over here with their arms around each other's shoulders. Their blue and white Confucian robes had long been spotless. Zhang Feng glared at Cheng Chumo and the others, turned over and went back to sleep. Fengzi, what's this? Let me have a look. When Zhang Feng turned around, the sunglasses on his eyes instantly attracted the attention of a few people. At this time, Zhang Feng remembered that he was wearing sunglasses. He hurriedly took it off and put it in his arms, but he was still a step too late. Zhang Sun rushed over and snatched it away. Zhang Feng was so angry that he stomped his feet. Give it to me. If you don't give it to me, do you believe that I'll make you pour out all the night incense in Hui Tong Fong tomorrow? Chapter 470. They bickered for a while. In the end, the sunglasses were smashed into pieces. They touched their noses and were dumbfounded. Zhang Feng did not feel sleepy at all. He dragged the recliner into the tavern. You bastards, come in. They shrank their necks and followed Zhang Feng into the tavern. Zhang Feng threw a bamboo tube of beer to each of them. He also threw a strip of beef jerky hanging on the wine cabinet to each of them. While eating, he said arrogantly, I have something to say. Go ahead. Li Gan said elegantly. It's like this. I haven't figured out what to do with the academy, so I'm asking you guys. Li Gan, tell me your opinion first. I'll give you a chance now. Say whatever you want. After today, I'll have the final say in this matter. Li Gan's eyes flashed with surprise. I've looked through the academy's lesson plan today. In the morning we'll learn about the 4 books and 5 classics and the way of Confucius and Mencius. Old Shio will teach us about this. And we've basically learned all these things. Afternoon, we'll learn about mathematics and study the classic works of various Confucian scholars. Li Gan thought for a while and said, although this arrangement is reasonable, I know how complicated mathematics is. De Bing and I have no problem with it. We've basically memorized it. But it'll be a little difficult for these fools. Zhang Feng nodded. This matter was really like playing the lute to a cow. Iron Bull, Bug, De Bing, you 3 tell me. Do you have the ability to take down this thing? I'm talking about mathematics. The 3 of them looked at each other and finally shook their heads. This thing is just a torturous thing. I know myself well. I don't deserve to learn this thing. Besides, what's the use of learning it? Going out to kill pigs and sell meat? Or doing a small business? Yes, we're here to learn the way of a general. What's the use of this thing to lead troops in a war? It's useless. If this thing has anything to do with leading troops in a war, then it's fine. But this thing is really useless. Fengzi, you're asking us to learn this thing. Isn't this torture? Cheng Chumo and the others also lamented. Zhang Feng also had a headache. But a strange thing flashed through his mind. It was time for smart people like Li Qian and Du Dabing to come into contact with physics. It was simple physics that belonged to elementary and middle school. They were now equivalent to Li Gan and Du Dabing, who had already reached the level of a 6th grader in primary school, while these three idiots were only equivalent to the level of a 2nd grader. It's not going on like this. Well, if you really think so, then we won't go to the academy for now. Really? When the few of them heard this, their eyes couldn't help but burst into bursts of scorching light. Zhang Feng immediately waved his hand. This matter is only temporary. The academy still has to carry on with it. These things, as well as the division table and the multiplication table, are still things that must be studied every day. Because I have something big to do soon. If it's the stuff, would you be willing to come? Once this thing is made, it can instantly raise the Tang dynasty to a higher level. Leading troops in a war? Have you ever thought of sweeping? I have a sharp blade that can block 5 objects. This thing is suitable for spears, bows, and other things. As long as you meet an enemy, you can shoot him from 500 meters away. Then the enemy will be like wheat being cut. Isn't that great? Cheng Chumo and the others' eyes were burning. However, Zhang Feng continued, I also have a type of shield that can block the most powerful spears in the world. If this kind of shield is made into heavy armor, even if the enemy has 10 million people shooting arrows and slashing at you, they won't be able to penetrate it even if they tire themselves to death. There's also a large engineering machine that can come and go on the battlefield without a trace, and a war chariot that can be used in various battle formations. It can come and go without a trace. Isn't that great? Great. Fengzi, are we brothers? If we are brothers, why don't you give me, Iron Bull, a set? I thank your 8 generations of ancestors. Zhang Feng's face darkened. He stopped talking to this idiot. Instead, he looked at Li Gan and Du. At this time, the two of them were deep in thought. They seemed to be thinking about what it was like as Zhang Feng said. Zhang Feng didn't explain. Instead, he asked seriously, the two of you have officially graduated from the academy. But don't be proud. This is just the beginning. As I said before, after mathematics there's another thing. It's also what Du Bing pestered me to learn. Physics. The amazing thing about this is that everything I said just now was created by the two of you. Do you want to learn this thing? Physics? The godly spear that could break through anything? What kind of physics did all of this come about? At this time, Li Qingqian and Du Go's eyes were burning. Do you want to learn? Of course. What was this? This was Zhang Feng's real ability. Li Qingqian took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Feng with a serious expression. He asked, Fengzi, tell me honestly. Is this your real ability that you said before? Zhang Feng nodded. This thing can only be considered a little bit of my real ability. Do you want to learn? Yes. Chapter 471. Who didn't want to learn it? A spear that could break anything. A shield that could not be broken. If it had been someone else who had said this with their tempers, they would have long since slaughtered this lunatic with a single blow. But this was what Zhang Feng said. This was true. If this lunatic couldn't do it, he wouldn't be so serious. When Zhang Feng was serious and when he wasn't, that was when Zhang Feng would talk about serious matters. Zhang Feng's temper had already been seen through by them. Zhang Feng wasn't bragging about this thing. This thing was the most common thing on Earth in the future. Steel. Stainless steel. Once this thing was created, would these things be a problem? They wouldn't be a problem. But these weren't what Zhang Feng really wanted to do now. What he wanted to do the most was something else. Once these people could research stainless steel and learn elementary physics, that would be the beginning of the real plan. Iron Bull, Big Idiot, Bug, do you three still want to fight the enemy with bayonets? What the F***ck? They couldn't help but be deeply shocked by what Zhang Feng described. With such a good thing, only a fool would be willing to dive in and be a target. Lao Tzu is wearing armor. Let him chop him. Isn't it better to tire him to death? When he's tired and paralyzed, Lao Tzu will chop him up. Isn't it good? This is the basic operation of a god of war. Feng Zi, the three of them looked at Zhang Feng with admiration. Feng Zi, once such a thing appears, it's equivalent to you creating a god for the Tang dynasty. A god of war. Once this thing comes out, the entire Great Tang will only need a few tens of thousands of people to wear this kind of armor and carry this kind of weapon to sweep through the world. Zhang Feng smiled slightly. Then do you know how big the world is? Li Qingqian frowned and instantly thought of the world's map that his father and the Crown Prince's junior tutor Li Gang had talked about in the Imperial Study. This map was basically based on the Silk Road. In the Far East there were Ryukyu, Goguryeo and other island countries. Further east was the boundless sea. Li Qingqian couldn't help but recount according to his memory, I once heard my teacher talk about this matter. He said that if you go east you will find Ryukyu Goguryeo, and if you go further east you will find the boundless ocean. If you go north you will find the frozen land where you can't live. If you go west you will find Dashi, the end of the Silk Road. If you go south you will find Jinla, India and other countries. Zhang Feng nodded. That's right. That's right. But it's not the whole world. This world is very, very big. It's at the other end of the sea. If we use the best ship we have now and sail for a few months, we will arrive at a piece of land. A land where savages live and only eat raw meat and drink blood. If we cross this place and head east we will arrive at another place. This place is an undeveloped land. If we head east we will return to Karalu and then return. Do you know where it is? Zhang Feng said all the things he wanted to say in one breath. In an instant these guys were completely dumbfounded. The world was so big? For them, the Tang dynasty was the biggest place. Except for the Tang dynasty, there were Turkic countries and other countries. They had never thought that the world was so big. At this time, Zhang Feng did not know whether telling them these things at this time was good or bad for them. But now the iron-armored ships were already being built. The long journey was inevitable. Moreover, with the establishment of the Science and Technology Department, if he did not give these guys a goal, their vision would be limited and they would have no goal. This was a drawback for them. Therefore, Zhang Feng prepared to tell them the map of the world today. Cheng Chumo, Wei Shuyu and Zhang Xuan's eyes flickered. They thought that they had no hope of fighting in this life. But now it seemed that, as long as they wanted to fight this damn war, they would not be able to finish it in this life. This was the goal of people's life, and it was the goal of this group of second-generation officials. They thought that this was the end of their lives. But now, this was just the beginning. What did this mean? This meant that whether it was the indestructible spear or the armor and shield that Zhang Feng mentioned just now, they would be able to use it when the time came. These three Turkic farts. When the time came, their goal would be the faraway land in the east that stretched as far as the eye could see. Li Qingqian and Du Go's expressions were a bit strange. Sometimes they were excited, sometimes they were frowning and thinking. But no matter what, at this time they were deeply attracted by the things that Zhang Feng described. They believed that Zhang Feng would not be so boring as to lie to them. It was useless. Once they knew that Zhang Feng was lying to them, then wouldn't Zhang Feng be asking for trouble and get beaten up? Was this something that Zhang Feng would do? Fengzi, just say it. What do you want us to do? Li Qingqian took a deep breath and asked with a firm gaze. Yes, Fengzi, just say it. Go up a mountain of swords or down a sea of fire. Just say it. What do you want us to do? Don't beat around the bush. Just say it in front of your brothers. Okay. Zhang Feng nodded. Then I will say it directly. I want to build a scientific research institute to research things that you have never seen before. Do you dare to do it? Chapter 472. Let's do it. Whoever doesn't do it is a grandson. Also, whoever doesn't teach is a grandson. Li Qingqian and the others immediately roared with beer. They were all born under the glory of their father. They had long wanted to do something to show their father's generation their results. But unfortunately, everything changed after Zhang Feng appeared. His father, who had strictly ordered him to leave the palace, no longer asked about his affairs. He even encouraged him to come and find Zhang Feng. He used to despise the common people. But when he learned that the things his father made during this period were all made by Zhang Feng, Li Qingqian truly realized how powerful Zhang Feng was. And then in this small tavern he had truly witnessed Zhang Feng's terror. While chatting, Zhang Feng had managed to toy with the surrounding countries that had been troubling the great Tang. All of this was a fatal attraction to Li Qingqian. And in the future he would be the master of the Tang dynasty. For him, it was only a matter of time before he went to war with the Turks. But now, the Turks didn't even have horses. Wasn't that equivalent to a toothless tiger? What was there to fear? Thinking of this, Li Qingqian couldn't help but think of another thing. He asked, Fengzi, what exactly is the scientific research institute you mentioned? We just passed the entrance exam. Are we going to quit? If that's the case, how can we explain it to them? Who says you can't explain it to them? Let me tell you, hurry up and do this. Within 3 days, recruit 30 students for me. And they must be the best in all aspects. Isn't that enough? Besides, there is an old elementary scholar here, so nothing will go wrong. Every morning you will have to come to the academy and teach these fellows what you have learned. I am talking about mathematics as well as military training in the future. Understood. Hearing this, Li Qingqian's eyes instantly widened. Fengzi, do you mean that I have to participate in the military training too? What else? Do you think you are me? Zhang Feng angrily glared at Li Qingqian. Li Gan, I'm doing this for your own good. Learn more about this. When the time comes for the actual combat class, you'll know how useful it is. There's an actual combat class. Li Qingqian and the others exploded. Cheng Chumo and the others clenched their fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Li Qingqian and Du Go, on the other hand, had mournful faces. That's right, it's a real battle, but it won't be you guys fighting together. Instead, it'll be going to the border to kill the Turks. This is the homework that must be completed every quarter. When the time comes, only the 5 of you will work together. You are not allowed to tell anyone about your journey, and you are not allowed to bring rations. You are only allowed to bring equipment, weapons, and armor. You are only given 10 days to make the round trip. Those who arrive within 10 days will be considered to have graduated. However, each of you must kill 30 Turks, and you must have a document from Long Yui or the garrison general of Yuzhou as proof. Hearing this, Li Qingqian felt dizzy. The 10th day. They were not allowed to bring anything, not even rations, and they still wanted to kill 30 Turks? In an instant, Li Qingqian felt as if the world was spinning around him. Motherf *Ker, he finally felt as if he had entered a black market. How was this school? They were clearly going to the military camp, alright? Furthermore, even if they were going to the military camp, they shouldn't be doing this, right? However, Cheng Chumo and the others grinned. Feng, Zi, rest assured. With the 3 of us here, these 2 fellows will definitely return safely. Zhang Feng glared at Cheng Chumo. I know that you, Iron Bull, have great brute strength, but this time, you will be supervising each other. Furthermore, I will have someone follow you. Don't worry, everything will be recorded. Furthermore, you are not allowed to help anyone kill. However, you must complete the battle yourselves. Furthermore, this is the course that will be taught after the research institute is established. I dare say that as long as you guys study seriously, these 30 Turks will be as easy as chopping vegetables for the 2 of you. Easy? Li Qingqian and Du Go glanced at each other bitterly. Feng, Zi, is this your true ability? You can say that. Zhang Feng nodded. This is a little bit of my true ability. If you guys don't want to learn Lao Tzu, I won't bother to teach you. When the time comes, I will pass it on to my son. Wouldn't it be better for him? After everyone saw that this was Zhang Feng's secret ability, their eyes burst with a burst of enthusiasm. Learn. Why don't you learn? If only this is your true ability. Haha, we will have confidence. Haha, we can finally show our ambition. Turk bastard, just you wait for Lao Tzu. Haha, shut up. Zhang Feng coldly poured cold water on everyone's heads. It's still early. This is only my initial setting. When the time comes, whether or not I will teach you is another matter. This will all depend on your own performance. Whoever dares to steal from me in the future, just you wait for Lao Tzu. While speaking, Zhang Feng's heart ached for his sunglasses again. The few of them curled their lips. They didn't care. Instead, they discussed their future ambitions. Zhang Feng was annoyed. He waved his hand and said, Scram, 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 scram. Go back and tell your father about this. If your father agrees, then we will report to him tomorrow. If he doesn't, then you can scram back to be your rich second generations or stay in the research institute and wait for death. Also, Li Gan, tell your father to come tomorrow. I have something to tell him. Also, I don't want a 6th person to know about the world I just mentioned. You guys understand what I mean, right? Chapter 473. Li Qingqian and the others were very excited. But they also knew the importance and urgency of this matter. Moreover, this was a really big deal. Li Qingqian and the others dizzily left the small tavern, sat on the sedan chair, and charged into the imperial city. Along the way, the steward of the crown prince's residence personally opened the way with a token. Who dared to stop them? Running was suicidal. They sped all the way. When they were about to descend the mountain, they arrived at Li Shimin's imperial study. Coincidentally, Wei Zheng and the others were also here. It was unknown what they were discussing. Everyone had a worried look on their faces. Seeing that Li Qingqian and the others had returned and seemed to have something to report, Li Shimin asked, What's the matter? Father, we have something important to report. Oh? What kind of important matter? Li Shimin was interested. Feng said that he wants to open a research institute. What? Li Shimin thought it was about the academy, but when he heard this term that he had never heard before, he couldn't help but be stunned. What's the Academy of Sciences? Wei Jing frowned and asked. I don't know. Zhang Feng didn't mention this. Oh, I'll say it. Seeing that Li Qingqian was gentle, Cheng Chumo directly stood up and said, Your Majesty, Father, Uncles, it's like this. Feng said that he wants to open a research institute, and it's the kind that studies the sharpest spears, swords, and arrowheads in the world. He also wants to tinker with shields and armors that can break anything. Even if he stands in the army and lets the enemy hack at it for a day, they can't see through the armor. Spears that can break anything? Shields that can't be broken? What was that? Wasn't this nonsense? How could there be such a thing in the world? But the key was that this matter was said by Zhang Feng, so there must be some truth in it. If it was said by someone else, Li Shimin would have directly given him 50 strokes. Damn it, why didn't you say that the sow could fly in the sky? Qing Chimo, let me ask you, is this really what Zhang Feng said? Your Majesty, it was really Zhang Feng who said that. If I lie, may the heavens strike me with lightning. Hearing Qing Chimo and the Crown Prince's words, Li Shimin couldn't help but hesitate. Everyone, do you think this is true? Qing Yaojin stroked his curly beard. No one knew what he was thinking, but a cold light flashed in his narrowed eyes. Your Majesty, if this is true, then wouldn't the current situation be easily resolved? Zhang Sun Wuji stood up to remind him. Li Shimin understood. He waved his hand and said, "You can leave first. We'll talk about it later." Li Qingqian cupped his fists and said, "Father, Fengzi asked you to find him tomorrow. He said that he has something to tell you. Besides, he wants me to recruit 30 students by tomorrow. When the time comes." Li Qingqian gave a brief account of what had happened before he left the imperial study. "Everyone, this matter seems to be exactly what we want. Aren't all of the officials complaining that Zhang Feng isn't qualified to teach the Crown Prince? If the Crown Prince were to become the teacher of these people, would these people shut their mouths?" At this moment, Li Shimin was facing a difficult problem. During the morning court session, all of the civil and military officials were basically impeaching Zhang Feng. They said that Zhang Feng wasn't qualified to be the Crown Prince's teacher, especially the Imperial College. But now, if the Crown Prince were to teach these people personally, wouldn't they be able to shut their mouths? The Crown Prince would teach them personally, and there would be a great Confucian scholar, who was also a former official and an old scholar at the same level as Yu Shernan and the others, who would dare to say anything. Moreover, this old scholar was really capable. He could persuade all the great Confucian scholars in Chang and city in just one day. What did this mean? Although he hadn't appeared in front of the public for several years, now that he appeared in this newly opened academy, it was also a kind of guarantee. When the time came, if Yu Shernan and the others also entered the academy, then, in addition with Zhang Feng's means and the things he taught the Crown Prince and the others, if the Crown Prince and the others taught these students personally, then, Li Shimin didn't dare to think about it. When the time came, it would probably become the top academy in the Tang dynasty. It wouldn't be an exaggeration. Your Majesty, we think that if the Crown Prince becomes the teacher of the academy, wouldn't it be better if the Crown Prince's children enter the academy? Fang Xuanling's words. In an instant, Li Shimin's eyes lit up. Fang Xianling, I agree with your words. Come, send an order to Qing Chumo, Zhang Sun, Chongwei Shuyu and Yuchi Baolin and Yuchi Baoqi. By tonight, no matter what method they used, they have to gather 30 people. Sometimes, these people really needed Qing Chumo and his group of stubborn people to deal with. When Li Shimin thought of the scene tonight, he laughed and said, "Dear officials, let's wait for a good show tonight." Ah. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 474. The sky turned dark. But the lights of Chang and city were completely lit up. And when the lights were just lit up, it was also the time when the stubborn people of Chang and city went out for activities. Qing Tiniu, the 4 demon kings, had disappeared. And they had obediently entered the academy to be obedient students. This was undoubtedly a joyous occasion for Chang and city. Now, all the stubborn people had arrogantly gathered at Swallow Descent restaurant. It seemed that a certain stubborn person had directly booked the entire Swallow Descent restaurant. Although Jingshu was no longer at Swallow Descent restaurant, this still couldn't stop their excitement. After all, tonight was the day when the new 4 demon kings would be selected. The door of Swallow Descent restaurant had long been closed. Unless you were familiar or a young person, no one was allowed to enter. The 30 burly men at the door were like door gods, who dared to force their way in. Come, come, come. Let's see if your legs are sturdy or not. Inside Swallow Descent restaurant. At this moment, it was in an uproar. Large amounts of copper coins were thrown down from the upper floor as if they were free. And as the son of Zhao Yugui, the supervisor of Imperial College, Zhao Gang could be considered to be in the limelight today. At this moment, he was standing in the attic on the 2nd floor, waving a folding fan and hugging Hu Ji in his arms. He couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the singers and servants fighting for the copper coins below. Where is the brothel keeper? Today, bring the most expensive wine and the most beautiful girls to this young master. Tonight, the entire place is on me. All right. Young Master Zhao, you're so generous. Girls, are you all deaf? Why aren't you thanking young Master Zhao? Thank you, young Master Zhao. Surnamed Zhao, when Tiniu and the others aren't here, why do you, a monkey, dare to call yourself a king? At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded from the door. Instantly, all the clamor in Swallow Descent restaurant stopped. A youth with a gloomy appearance and a tuft of hair on his forehead was lazily looking at Zhao Gang on the second floor. When Zhao Gang saw the person, he couldn't help but grin. I was wondering who it was. Isn't this that person? Right, the son of the previous imperial astronomer Go Baoming, who was killed by the Emperor Emeritus. Why didn't I see you come out when Iron Bull and the others were here? Now that Iron Bull and the others have left, you can't sit still anymore? Let me think, how long have you been holding it in? How long has it been since you slept with a girl? Under Go Zhangming's cold gaze, Zhao Gang said with an exaggerated expression, "Oh, I remember now, it's been 2 months. No wonder you're here today. Men, pick 2 girls that I've used and reward them to young Master Go." Zhao Gang emphasized on the word, cowardly, and deliberately delayed it. Instantly, all the children of the officials on the second floor burst into laughter. "Aha, mother****. Men, I'll also give young Master Go a girl. Madam, go find a Huji. How dare you? Zhao Gang, are you courting death?" Go Zhangming was furious. Zhao Gang put on a fake smile and said, "Who doesn't know that the selection of the 4 great demon kings is held tonight? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're qualified to come here? If your father was still here, it would be fine. But your father is dead, so you don't have a chance anymore. If it were me, I would have King found a place and hid far away. Do you still dare to stay in Chang'an City? Zhang Gang, you're going too far. You know, even if my father is gone, we're still grasshoppers on the same rope. If you dare, bang." At this moment, the door of Swallow Descent restaurant was suddenly kicked open by someone. The loud noise instantly made the Madam and Zhang Gang subordinates angry. Who has the guts to barge into Swallow Descent restaurant? Men, break his legs and throw him out of Chang'an City. Yo, Zhao Gang, mother****, I haven't seen you for a few days and you're really a monkey calling himself a king? A mocking voice slowly sounded at the door. It was hard to tell whether it was good or bad, but everyone instinctively trembled when they heard this voice. Zhao Gang and Go Zhangming trembled. They directly fell on Hu Ji beside them. "He's here. That fiend is here." Everyone recognized this voice. All the children of the officials knew this voice. At this moment, all the stubborn guards threw away the steel blades in their hands and kneeled on the ground together with the madam. "Master Qin, why have you come?" Cheng Chumo boldly brought Zhang Sun, Wei Shuyu and Yuchi Bao Lin, who were clenching their fists and smiling playfully, into Swallow Descent restaurant. Especially Yuchi Bao Lin's iron tower-like figure, as well as his previous brutal methods. When people heard his name, they couldn't help but tremble. "Grandpa Yuchi, Grandpa Wei, Grandpa Sun, why have you all come?" Zhao Gang and Go Zhangming wanted to cry. For these killing gods to appear at the same time, it was definitely not a good thing. This was impossible. Cheng Yaojin looked at Go Zhangming, who was squatting at his feet and holding his head. He said with disdain, "Trash like you dare to call yourselves the stubborn people of Chang'an? Moreover, the 4 great demon kings? Why don't you all take a piss and look at yourselves in the mirror?" Originally, this master had spared no effort to bring you all to a fun place, but now it seems, men, break the 3 legs of these 2 idiots and throw them to the Tenli slope. Isn't this too much? Zhang Sun frowned and reminded. They were afraid of going overboard. What are you afraid of? We're just following orders. It's not like you didn't hear what these 2 trash were doing here. If Lao Tzu finds out about this, even killing them would be a light punishment. We're doing a good deed. Chapter 475. When Cheng Chumo and the others left Swallow Descent restaurant, they couldn't help but fret. Li Quan and Li Tai, who were only 6 or 7 years old, couldn't go. How old were they? However, there were only a few of them in their family, less than 20 of them. They all understood the emperor's intention. He wanted to select a few of the sons of the officials to join the team. After all, they were now part of the team. If there were any benefits, they naturally had to be shared with them. Shuyu, where do you think we're going to find them? We're still short of 9. Why don't we go to their residences? Go. At most, we'll just fight our way in. We're just following orders. What's there to be afraid of? Yuchi Bao Lin's voice was filled with disdain, instantly causing the 2 of them to feel a headache. Was he still human? If they fought their way in, wouldn't they be poking a hornet's nest? Enough. When the time comes, we'll stick to the old rules. Fine. In a residence in the Palace Historian Province. A youth was pretending to read the 4 books and 5 classics. Beside him, a middle-aged man dressed in official robes was yawning. At this moment, a rock the size of a quail egg smashed into the middle-aged man's forehead. The middle-aged man's eyes rolled back and he fainted. At this moment, Wei Shiyu's voice slowly sounded from the nearby courtyard walls. "Surnamed Zhou, come over quickly. Big brother will bring you to a fun place. Do you want to come?" This person was the son of the palace historian province's supervisor, Zhou Huaihua. He was actually a stubborn son, but today his father had suddenly come up with an idea and captured him to be a scholar. Under Wei Shiyu's voice, Zhou Huaihua instantly regained his stubborn nature. He tossed aside the book in his hand and looked worriedly at his father. "Don't worry, he's just fainted. Let's go." "I'm coming." On the other side, in the residence of the Minister of Ceremonies, Cheng Chimo and Yuchi Baolin boldly charged into the courtyard. After greeting the Minister of Ceremonies, they asked, "Milord, is your house inspector present?" "Yes, but it's already so late. I'm afraid he's reading." "No, it's fine, Milord Wang. We'll just have a few words. Tell him to come out for a moment." This. Lord Wang glanced at the two of them, but considering that this was the residence of the main character, he knew that the two of them wouldn't do anything rash. Thus, he waved his hand and had the butler bring Wang Jianshu over. "Virgin Mo? Baolin? Why are you here?" "Let's go, big brother has found a good place. Where should we go to play?" Lord Wang's face instantly darkened. How could he bring his son to cause trouble in front of Lao Tzu? Was there still any law? Nonsense. Cheng Chimo, Yuchi Baolin, for the sake of knowing your father, if you leave now, this official will not go to your residence to look for your father. If you dare to lead my family astray again, do you believe that old man will personally seek an explanation? Cheng Chimo and Yuchi Baolin didn't even spare him a glance. He carried Wang Jianshu and walked out. Although Wang Jianshu was still struggling, the agitation in his eyes could not be concealed at all. He was F*King agitated. What the F*CK? This was the first time someone had come to their doorstep to kidnap someone. Men blocked them for old man. Oh my god. This is Chang'an City. Is there still law here? Is there still law? Men blocked them. Without waiting for him to finish, Yuchi Baolin drew the Mo saber from his waist with a flick of his hand. Everyone shrank back and slipped away. "We're just following orders. You'll know tomorrow." With that, Yuchi Baolin left with his men in a carefree manner. Only a dumbstruck Lord Wang was left behind. Everyone in the residence was stunned. "Virgin Mo, Boss Baolin, this is F*King exciting. Tell me what's our next step?" "What? Snatch people. We're still short of 8 people. I wonder how many people Yuchi Baochi, Dugo, and the Crown Prince have managed to snatch." When Inspector Wang heard that even the Crown Prince had made a move, his eyes widened. "What are we going to do?" The young man had been indoctrinated with the idea of being loyal to his country since he was young. The stories he had heard since he was young were all about his parents. When he saw the Crown Prince snatching people in Chang'an City in the middle of the night, he could not help but feel excited. However, Cheng Chimo glanced at Inspector Wang and said, "You go to the next house. You snatch people and we'll keep a lookout for you. What do you think?" When Wang Jianshu heard that, the excitement on his face turned into a look of dismay. This, F*CK off, you coward. If you want to do that, you'll have to go and snatch people. Otherwise, don't say that you know us in the future. You don't deserve it." Yuchi Baolin glared at Wang Jianshu. Wang Jianshu's eyes turned bloodshot. F*CK, let's do it. Let's go. Tell me who's next. Lao Tzu will go and snatch people personally. If you don't hand them over, beat them to death. The next house is the son of the imperial censor, Li Gang. "Kid, it's up to you now." When Wang Jianshu heard that, he was completely dumbfounded. The imperial censor. That was the Crown Prince's junior advisor. F*CK. How big of a gamble was this? Chapter 476. Who are you? Don't you know that this is the imperial city? Breaking into the imperial city at night is a capital offense. If you don't want to die, get lost, Lao Tzu. At midnight, in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate, cries rang out one after another. On top of the city gate tower, groups of patrolling soldiers as well as the imperial guards in the city had already gathered the moment these people arrived. As time passed, these people did not leave. Instead, more and more people gathered. In the end, there were more than a dozen carriages. This time, the people on the city gate tower finally realized that something was wrong. Just as the voices on the city gate tower fell, an angry voice came from downstairs. "This old man is Li Gang. I have an important matter to discuss with the emperor." Old man Wang Jianan, supervisor of the Chamberlain province. The Minister of Measurement requests an audience with the Emperor. As the voices of people who only reported their names sounded, the people on the city gate tower finally could not sit still. What the hell was wrong with these important people? Were they collectively having a fit? Were they going to break into the imperial palace in the middle of the night? Quickly report this to the higher-ups. Quickly inform the Chamberlain province. As the orders sounded one after another, the soldiers at the imperial city gate went completely crazy. They had no idea what was going on. Were these officials collectively having a fit? Moreover, he was actually crying and sobbing? What was going on? In less than half an hour, Yi Zichen's expression changed. The imperial city gate opened. Little Gizi appeared at the city gate. He looked at the ministers and said indifferently, "The emperor has been waiting for you in the imperial study for a long time. Please." Everyone was dumbfounded. But now was not the time to ask. Finding their son was more important. After the inspection at the Vermilion Bird Bridge, everyone followed little Gizi to the imperial study in a hurry. In the imperial study, Li Shimin and the others were drinking tea and chatting. It was as if they had been prepared. The courtyard outside the imperial study was already brightly lit. When these angry ministers arrived, Li Shimin took a sip of tea and said, "Let's go. Follow me to take a look." As soon as they went out, the ministers led by Li Gang knelt on the ground excitedly and said, "Your Majesty, I have a memorial tonight. Your Majesty, we also have something to report. This old subject has something to report." Li Shimin calmly sat on a chair brought by a young eunuch and said. Only then did Li Gang bow. "Your Majesty, Chang, and city is no longer habitable." Li Shimin heard this and asked calmly, "Oh? What was the reason for this? My beloved, please don't get angry. Tell me what happened first." "Chang, and city is right under the feet of the emperor. How can it be uninhabitable?" "Your Majesty, there's something you don't know. Today, just 2 hours ago, old man's beloved son, Li Xiaoji, was kidnapped." Li Gang finished speaking. Instantly, the group of ministers behind him also reported in grief and indignation. "Your Majesty, look at the big bump on my head. I don't know which bastard it is. When this old subject was reviewing my son's recitation of the 5 classics, this old subject was ambushed. When this old subject woke up, I found that my son was gone. Your Majesty, tonight Yuchi Baolin and that damn Cheng Chumo directly kidnapped my son, Wang Jianshu, from my residence under the pretense of visiting me. Your Majesty, what is this? They are bandits." "Lord Wang, are you wrong? This old man's son, Li Xiaoji, was kidnapped by your son Wang Jianshu. I didn't say anything just now because I was waiting for you to give this old man an explanation. Now you actually dare to call the thief, stop the thief? Shouldn't you give old man an explanation? Master Li, my son was also kidnapped by your son. What do you mean by that? Come on, don't think that you can be lawless just because you are the master of the crown prince. If you don't return my son today, do you believe that old man won't be friends with you today? My poor son. What an honest person. Old man, how honest do you think your son is? Who here doesn't know that your son isn't a good person? He's not even 19 years old, but he already has 13 concubines. What are you thinking? My son was clearly taken away by your son with a knife to his neck. Return my son to me. Your Majesty, you have to uphold justice for me. My son wouldn't do such a thing." The more the officials spoke, the more indignant they became. They basically included Cheng Chumo, Zhang Sun, Chong Wei Shuyu, and the others. However, every official whose son was kidnapped discovered that one moment their son was kidnapped, the next moment, they would kidnap someone else's son. What was going on? None of the ministers understood what was going on. As they spoke, Li Shimin and the others' expressions became more and more strange. In the end, Li Shimin couldn't hold it in any longer. "Ha ha ha, these little bastards, I clearly asked them to invite people. How did this happen? Cheng Chumo, you have to discipline them when you go back tonight." "Yes. We understand." "Understand my ass. Who here didn't know the details of their sons? Each one was more stubborn than the other. Those who could be taken away were the best among the stubborn. How many people would take away those who weren't qualified?" At this time Li Shimin said, "You can rest assured for the time being. Your sons are probably excited now. You all know about the academy that appeared in Chang'an, right? From tomorrow onwards they will all receive compulsory education there. We're all so old. In the future they will all be the successors of the Tang dynasty. I don't want to see them neglected like this, so I have decided that the crown prince will personally be the teacher tomorrow. What do you think?" This? Chapter 477. The ministers were stunned. They all knew about the academy. They also knew some inside stories. How many people dared to open an academy in Chang'an? Even if you are a famous Confucian scholar, it is impossible for you to open an academy in Chang, and under the nose of the emperor. However, how long has it been since the academy was established? Just like that, it was done. What did this mean? It meant that the emperor had acquiesced to the academy. Perhaps, it was the emperor's idea. The emperor had shuffled the ministers in the imperial court, which meant that he wanted to target Guanlong. Everyone could see that. As for what happened tonight, if they were told about it in a serious manner, or if the emperor directly issued a decree or sent ministers to their residences, it would definitely attract the attention of those people. However, once these stubborn people made a move, it would only be regarded as these stubborn people causing trouble and would not forget to be involved in this matter. Thus, Guanlong's people would let down their guard. However, what about now? Everyone was deeply shocked. Li Gang cupped his hands. Your Majesty, this method is a bit inappropriate. If people know, then. Lord Li, you think too much. Zhang Sun Wuji cupped his hands. Think about it. Now you know the meaning of the academy. I won't say more. Now it's basically the crown prince who has the final say in it. Think about it. His Majesty is giving you another chance. I won't say more. You all know it in your hearts. Furthermore, this academy is now known to the public as a place for the crown prince and the others to gain experience. Think about it, this is the greatest deception. As for what your sons are like, this old man won't say much. We all know. Zhang Sun Wuji's words made them ponder. In an instant, they couldn't help but think of the guy named Zhang Feng. Was this person just a person cultivated by the emperor and the crown prince? A talent? Otherwise, why would she be willing to open an academy for him? Where did this kid come from? But no matter what, they knew very well what their son was like. As for this school named Chang, and university, those strange rules that were mentioned when it was opened, could they really change their son? What were they struggling in the imperial court for? Not only was he doing this for the sake of improving himself, but he was also doing this for his son. If his son could be influenced by the crown prince, he would be able to get rid of his ruffian tendencies and learn some things. That would be great. Take Li Xiaoji, the son of Li Gang, as an example. Although he was the crown prince's junior tutor, what about now? His son, on the other hand, was a complete bastard. He didn't study hard all day long and only thought about fooling around outside. But if you put this group of bastards together, Li Gang suddenly thought of something terrifying. It was like a basket of rotten eggs. If they were separated, they would be unbearably smelly. But what if they were put together? There should be 1 or 2 golden phoenixes among them, right? Li Gang couldn't help but look at the crowd, then at the emperor. The depression in his heart was swept away. Instead, he couldn't help but show a touch of horror on his face. Was this the emperor's plan? This was simply terrifying. Li Gang, thank you for your support, your majesty. I am willing to go through water and tread on fire for the Tang dynasty. We thank you for your painstaking efforts, your majesty. Tonight, we have wasted your majesty's grace. Please punish us, your majesty. Otherwise, we will feel uneasy. Okay. It's late. If there's nothing else, you can all leave. Li Shimin waved his hand with a smile. Although we are emperors and ministers, we are also colleagues. Our common goal is to serve the Tang dynasty. That's why I thought of this trick. You are not vulgar people. Since you can understand what I mean, you can do what you usually do. We accept the decree and thank you for your kindness, your majesty. Everyone knelt on the ground again in unison. Li Shimin waved his hand and the crowd left respectfully. But when Li Shimin was about to return to the imperial study, he suddenly turned around and said, Minister Li. Li Gang hurriedly turned around. Yes, your majesty. How about you go to the Chang'an Academy? Well, Li Gang hesitated. Nominally, he was the crown prince's teacher. Now the academy was the crown prince's place to gain experience. If he went, what would it mean? What I mean is, you know the significance of the academy. I am worried about the crown prince, so I want you to help him run the academy. But if you do that, your official position. Li Gang heard that. He knelt down excitedly. I will do my best to fulfill your majesty's decree. Tomorrow morning I will retire and return to my hometown. Then I will go to the academy. Well, okay. But I promise you that your salary will still be the same as before. I will also reward you with 3,000 dawn of rice, 3,000 strings of coins, and a real estate in Chang, an East City. How about that? What could Li Gang say? That was tantamount to hiding his identity in the dark. He didn't know how many years he could be an official now. Once he retired, his salary would be pitiful. But now, the emperor promised that not only could he leave this quagmire with dignity, but his salary would also remain unchanged. Perhaps when the academy was established, he could even return to the imperial court. That was a favor. Thinking of that, Li Gang knelt down excitedly. Thank you for your kindness. Chapter 478. Compared with this idle job where he could be careful in the mud at any time, Li Gang was more willing to choose this carefree job, where he only needed to teach students all day long. This was what a great Confucian scholar liked to do most. Drinking tea, reading books, studying things and giving guidance to students when he had nothing to do. What was this? This was what a great Confucian scholar dreamed of most. After staying away from disputes, he could study knowledge quietly. At that time, he might be able to leave something that could make the protagonist go down in history in his lifetime. Li Gang was very excited. Although he was 82 years old at this time, as soon as he got home, he waved his hand and asked the servant to invite the barbecue seller on the street to barbecue for him at night. While drinking beer and eating barbecue, Li Gang laughed like a child. His abnormal behavior instantly frightened everyone in the mansion. Li Gang was so poor when he was a child that he didn't marry his current wife until he was 52 years old. Then he had a son when he was 69 years old. Therefore, the whole family and the people in the mansion doted on Li Xiaoji even more. But this was not the case. It was the case that he had a son when he was old. Thinking of the past and everything that happened tonight, Li Gang always felt that it was so unreal. Master, what's wrong with you in the middle of the night? Right at this moment, a young man in plain clothes who was about 40 years old entered the study. He couldn't help but frown when he smelled the fragrance of barbecued meat that filled the room and the oil and wine stains that had splattered on the books that Li Gang normally treasured and didn't want anyone to touch. It's all right, madam. Come on, sit down and have a drink with me. Li Gang's face was unusually red, and Madame Li was so scared that she hurriedly sat down. She wiped Li Gang's back. Master, didn't you go to the palace tonight to ask the emperor for your son? Ew. Madam, don't worry about Xiaoji's affairs. And no matter what he does in the future, don't ask about it. This is the old man's only request. What? Madame Li was shocked. But Li Gang waved his hand. Don't ask about this matter and don't bother about it. Our son has grown up. He naturally has his own path to walk. Also, I have something to tell you. Didn't you want me to retire early and enjoy my old age? I promise you now. Tomorrow morning I will ask the emperor to resign. Mrs. Li was scared out of her wits. She hurriedly touched Li Gang's forehead. After confirming that he was fine, she became even more panicked. In the past, when he was asked to resign, he would always fly into a rage. He was even more strict with his son. But what was going on today? Not only did he want to resign, but he also wanted her to stop taking care of her son. Why was he so happy? What exactly happened in the palace tonight? Li Shi could not understand. Everyone in the Li residence was confused. Not only them. Tonight, as long as it was an official in the palace, it would be hard for them to sleep. It wasn't until the gong sounded that everyone slowly got up and drank a bowl of bone-strengthening powder. In an instant, they were alive and kicking as they headed towards the palace. In the political announcement hall. Since the establishment of the sign-in system, things had gotten a lot better in an instant. Basically, there were no more innocent people who did not attend the court. The discipline in the court had also improved a lot. On one hand, it was because Li Shimin had pulled a large group of people into his camp because of the matter of the locusts. On the other hand, it was because the relationship between the emperor and the retired emperor had been restored. Now, Guanlong, the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs, as well as the people of the Shandong nobles, no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. Once they raised their tails, countless ministers would instantly stand up and point at their noses to be scolded miserably before it reached the emperor's ears. How could anyone who could work in the imperial court be easy to get along with? No. His Majesty has arrived. While Xiao Gizi was singing, only then did Li Shimin slowly walk forward. Everyone held the white jade tablet with both hands and hurriedly bowed and shouted, "Welcome, Your Majesty." Rise. Li Shimin sat on the dragon throne on the 9 steps to heaven ladder. After looking around majestically, he asked, "Do you have anything to report today?" "Your Majesty, this old minister has something to report." Before everyone could speak, Li Gang, who had been a good man in the court all his life, hurriedly shouted in a loud and clear voice. Li Shimin nodded slightly. "Minister Li, please speak." "Your Majesty, this old minister feels unwell now. This year I'm 82 years old. Thanks to Your Majesty's kindness, this old minister is allowed to teach His Highness the Crown Prince. But recently this old minister feels that my body is really weak. I always dream of my deceased relatives at night, so this old minister wants to resign." "What? The crown prince wants to resign. Hearing this, all the ministers could not help but be surprised. Hearing this, Li Shimin nodded with a dignified expression. He sighed and said, "Fine. Although I can't bear to part with you over the years, you have done a lot for the Tang dynasty. Since this is the case, I'll allow it. Since the crown prince wants to resign, although I can't bear to part with him, I'm not a pedantic person. Come, bestow the crown prince's junior master the hereditary title of duke, 3,000 strings of money, 3,000 share of rice, and a mansion in Chang and Dong City. I'll let the crown prince's junior master enjoy his old age. This minister accepts the decree and thanks for your kindness." Chapter 479. After dealing with these matters, Li Shimin instantly felt that ever since the reward and punishment system was established, he had been especially idle. After accompanying Li Yuan to play mahjong 3 times in the imperial garden, he also accompanied the empress to take a stroll around the palace. By the time lunch was over, waves of sleepiness made Li Shimin involuntarily feel disappointed and frustrated. Although Zhou Dafu's culinary skills were not half as good as Zhang Feng's. But it was enough. Now, as soon as Zhou Dafu returned to the palace, he did his best to impart everything he had learned to a few trusted imperial chefs. Once he shared it with the retired emperor and the others, there were not enough people in the imperial kitchen. Even Qing Yaojin and the others sent their own chefs to the palace to steal his skills under the guise of discussion. Li Shimin tolerated this. Even Duke Qinho Junji, who was far away in Luozhou, sent people to steal his skills. Li Shimin couldn't take it anymore. But these old fellows were his old friends. Li Shimin could only thicken his face and prepare to send 3 more people to Zhang Feng to learn his culinary skills. There was no other way. If he didn't show them some favor, there would always be people complaining to him. Li Shimin would really be annoyed to death. Instantly, Li Shimin also wanted to see what Zhang Feng wanted from him and ask Zhang Feng about his future plans. Ever since he heard that there were still 3 years before the imperial examination, this kid was acting very strange. After finding an opportunity, Li Shimin used the excuse of taking an afternoon nap and slipped out of the palace through the back door. Although Wei Shiyu was missing, these people were basically Li Shimin's trusted aides. There was no need to worry about their safety. With his hands behind his back, Li Shimin patrolled the Chang'an city. He looked at the shouting on the streets as well as the bargaining and the red-faced quarrels at the meat stalls. Li Shimin was in a very good mood. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the entrance of the tavern in Tonghui Lane. At this moment, the tavern was still as cold and cheerless as before. However, it was a different story in the winery next door. In order not to disturb Zhang Feng, who was sleeping at the entrance, Old Ho purposely changed the front door to the back door and the back door to the front door. Zhang Feng was snoring in front of the tavern, which was filled with the smell of distiller's grains and malt. Li Shimin looked at the bustling Tonghui Square and then at the deserted tavern. He could not help but shake his head. Fengzi, I'm so envious of the way you're living your life." Li Shimin called out to Zhang Feng twice. He sat on the stone steps beside Zhang Feng and looked at the busy commoners in the distance. Although these people were very busy. However, his face was brimming with unconcealable happiness. This was what made Li Shimin feel gratified. In a prosperous era, wasn't it to let the commoners eat, wear warm clothes and earn money at the same time? Now wasn't this a prosperous era? Lao Li, when did you come? In a daze, Zhang Feng seemed to hear someone calling out to him. However, it was only a single call. Zhang Feng was too lazy to care about it. He slept for a while more before he woke up groggily. When he opened his eyes, he felt someone squatting beside him. He did not know why, but when he saw who it was, he was scared out of his wits. Li Shimin saw that Zhang Feng had woken up. Then he said, "Not long, only half an hour." "Half an hour? Then why didn't you wake me up?" Li Shimin was speechless. "You were sleeping like a pig. Who could wake you up? All right, let's go in. I have something important to tell you today." Zhang Feng got up. He did not even want the reclining chair. He pulled Li Shimin into the small tavern. As usual, Zhang Feng took out the spicy grasshopper that he had kept for a long time. Then he made a few dishes to go with alcohol. He did not drink beer anymore. Instead, he drank the white wine. After 3 glasses of wine, Zhang Feng said, "Lao Li, I believe Li Gan has already told you about that matter when he went back?" Li Shimin nodded. "He said that you are going to set up an Academy of Sciences?" Zhang Feng nodded. "That's indeed the case," Wang Yao said. "They've learned the basics well. Moreover, I've been observing the pedestrians since I had nothing to do these days. Look at Chang'an now. Basically, the economy has recovered. There's nothing else that can be produced. Actually, Zhang Feng did not say one more thing. That was, even if there were things that could be created now, would the people of this era be able to accept it? For example, soap, toothpaste, and so on. He wanted to do it, but how could he do it alone? Zhang Feng was the kind of person who was only interested in things for a short period of time. Once there was nothing, he would want to do it. But once there was something, he would be too lazy to do it. Just like the winery and the academy. He had done it. But the tedious trifles and the things that required him to get up before dawn to do it. Could he get up? If he could get up, he would not be Zhang Feng. He might as well have a helper and be a hands-off boss. That would be more comfortable. However, there were some things that he could not compromise on. For example, the development of the industry. Now that everything was not up yet, he could not be lazy. At the very least, he had to get Li Gan and the others to do it for him. Then wouldn't it be great to be a hands-off boss? Chapter 480. Soaking in a bathtub full of shower gel bubbles, listening to the beautiful music of the Tang dynasty, and hugging a beautiful woman, that was true enjoyment. But now he didn't have these things yet. He had to rely on himself to make them. Li Shimin also knew that Zhang Feng was a lazy guy, but things that could make a lazy guy care so much were bound to not be so simple. Li Shimin drank a glass of wine and asked, "Then can you tell me what this Academy of Sciences is? I haven't heard of this thing before." Academy of Sciences, this thing is amazing. Zhang Feng sighed and asked mysteriously in a low voice, "Lao Li, I'm not afraid to tell you. Have you ever seen a machine that can weave 30 feet of cloth in a day? Have you ever seen a spear that can be indestructible? Have you ever seen, come on, don't brag. Just tell me, what is this thing? Tell me honestly, is this thing your real ability?" Li Shimin had wanted to ask for a long time. This thing, he had never heard of it. An indestructible spear. How could it be? Only after figuring out whether this was Zhang Feng's real ability could Li Shimin determine what this thing was. Zhang Feng nodded. "If it wasn't my real ability, would I be able to do it like this? Then what you said is somewhat suspicious of bragging. Who doesn't know that weaving, a person can only weave 30 feet of cloth at most if they are exhausted to death? This machine of yours, can it be compared to more than 10 people?" Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. "What is this? Let me tell you, this weaving machine can not only do this, but it also doesn't need people to operate it. Do you believe it? Get lost. Didn't I say you were just fucking bragging?" How could Li Shimin believe it? But even if he believed it, with his understanding of Zhang Feng, the more excited he was, the more this guy would brag. So Li Shimin thought that this guy couldn't be agitated. Once he was agitated, everything would be revealed. It's not. Seeing that Li Shimin didn't believe him, Zhang Feng's eyes turned red. F***ck Lao Li, you don't believe me? Come. Today I'm going to give you a lesson. Let's talk about this textile machine. I have a way to use a windmill or a water wheel to connect these things. According to the data, a water wheel can connect at least 30 looms and let them operate at the same time. Moreover, one of them does not need a single person. Do you believe me? If that's the case, wouldn't this textile be the best-selling product of the Tang dynasty all over the world? Once you increase the production, won't you be able to make double the money? What is this? Not only will this not cause workers to lose their jobs, but it will also create more job opportunities. This is an opportunity to do good deeds. Once I do this, the emperor might come to see me in person. Keep bragging. Although Li Shimin was stubborn this time, he didn't have any confidence in what he said. He was deeply shocked by Zhang Feng's description. If this was really done, then, at that time, the Tang dynasty's trade was bound to rise to a new level. Zhang Feng wasn't happy. "Old Li, I'm not bragging. This is my true ability. Do you think that I, Zhang Feng, am only good at cooking? Do you really think that I, Zhang Feng, am good at national policy? You're wrong. That's just a drizzle, do you know that? This is real ability. Previously, national policy wasn't easy to show. Let me tell you, Lao Li, listen carefully. This is the real thing. This is called national destiny. Once this research institute is done, I'll tell you." Zhang Feng pretended to look outside the door mysteriously, closed the door, and whispered in Li Shimin's ear, "What is this?" "This is the good thing I told Li Gan before. It's something from the extraordinary scripture. I can't tell you the extraordinary scripture, and you won't understand it even if I tell you. I can only do it and use it." "Is this true?" Li Shimin was finally shocked. Extraordinary scripture. When he heard the words extraordinary scripture, he didn't have any worries at all. If you were talking about science, he really wouldn't understand. But when you were talking about extraordinary scripture, he understood. Seeing Li Shimin's reaction, Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin's shoulder and said, Have you ever seen me Zhang Feng say anything unreliable? That's true, Li Shimin nodded. Then tell me, what are you going to do? Nothing. I'm going to buy a piece of land and get Li Gan and the others out. That place isn't suitable for them. What I'm going to do is very complicated. So, they can only go to the institute for 2 hours a day to teach them some of the basic things I taught them. Most of the time they'll be doing research at my new place. Just tell me, which piece of land do you have in mind? I have some land outside Chang'an City. You said you want a few dozen acres. I'll ask my butler to bring you the deeds tomorrow. No. Lao Li, you're mistaken. I don't want a few dozen acres. Li Shimin was stunned. How many acres do you want? Can you get it in Chang'an City? No, I'm talking about 50,000 acres. Pfft. Chapter 481. Li Shimin was dumbfounded. This time he was completely dumbfounded. He originally thought that the Academy of Sciences might be bigger than the Academy of Sciences, but there were only a few of them. At most, he would give him a piece of land outside Chang'an City. However, he never expected that Zhang Feng would ask for 50,000 mu of land as soon as he opened his mouth. What was he doing? Are they going to build a fucking city? Why would Li Shimin be so dumbfounded? Anyone would think so. How big was Chang'an City? The moment Zhang Feng opened his mouth, he asked for 50,000 mu of land. Who wouldn't think that he was wrong? Brother Zhang Feng, tell me, how much do you want? 50,000 mu of land. And this is the area planned in the early stage. When the time comes, 50,000 mu of land will not be enough. Are you sure it's 50,000 mu of land? Not 5 mu of land? Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimin and pointed to his nose. Lao Li, who do you think I am? I'm Zhang Feng. I'm Zhang Feng. I also want 5 mu of land. Do you think I need to borrow money from you? If it's 5 mu of land, I can buy it with my own money. Do you think I want 5 mu of land? But you don't need to ask for 50,000 mu of land. Li Shimin had a toothache. If it were a few dozen or 100 mu of land, he could make the decision to give it away. But 50,000 mu? What the hell? Do you have a preferred location? Yes, it's the Shao Mountain outside Chang, and near the eastern foot of Zhongnan Mountain. Are you sure? Li Shimin couldn't believe that Zhang Feng wanted to move the new research institute to such a far place. In this way, if something happened there, wouldn't he be unable to take care of it? Fengzi, why don't you choose a place closer to Chang'an? There's nothing there, just a wasteland. Why did you choose there? Wasteland? Zhang Feng smiled. He had watched the White Deer Plains novels and dramas more than 10 times. That place was a military stronghold. More importantly, those who did research had to stay away from the hustle and bustle. No matter what they did inside, no one would be able to stop them. Wouldn't that be great? Lao Li, you don't have to worry about that. The reason why I chose that place was because I had my own considerations. To do research, I must be far away from the noisy environment of Chang'an City. What do I want? What I want is a quiet place. Before I came to Chang'an, I had an idea about that place. Anyway, no one lives there now and there are no commoners. I reckon that the place is cheap, so I plan to build the research institute there. But you don't need that much space, do you? Tell me honestly, what do you want? What? Zhang Feng thought for a while and said, actually, I haven't thought about it in detail. Let me put it this way first. The research institute here doesn't need much space, but I want to open 3 factories. Look at the environment and geography of that place. It's the most suitable place to manufacture textile machines. Once I finish my research, shouldn't I test it on the spot? Once that thing is produced, Lao Li, just wait for me to make a fortune. What else? Li Shimin continued to ask. 50,000 mu of land. That was not a small number. Then, I want to build a smelting factory to smelt the kind of spear that can break through anything and the kind of shield that can break through anything. Think about it. Don't you want others to know about these 2 things? This is our true ability. Say barbecue, beer and other things like that, it's fine if you let them learn it. But if you spread it out, it'll cause chaos in the world. Li Shimin also knew that whether it was the spear or the shield, once the weaving machine was spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Shimin couldn't help but be excited. There's another factory. What are you going to do? Didn't I tell you about the other one before? Isn't it that iron car? Do you think I made a tricycle for fun? You're wrong. That thing is only in its preliminary form. Okay. Don't pretend. I already know. You said you want to make a chariot, right? Zhang Feng saw that he couldn't pretend anymore and touched his nose. Wrong. You've already started that factory, so I definitely won't do it. What I want to do now is the wheel. You also know that it's not difficult at all. The difficulty lies in the material of the wheel. That material is also called rubber, and it's produced near Nanzhou. It's extremely precious, so I have to research something to replace it once he makes it. Zhang Feng paused and asked again in a low voice, have you seen a car that doesn't need a horse and can travel 1,000 miles in a day? And a ship that can travel 1,000 miles in a day? I didn't want to say these things. Otherwise you would say that I'm bragging. But now I have no choice. Okay, I won't pretend anymore. I'll tell you. I'm a genius. How about it? Lao Li, think about my Academy of Science. What do you think? Isn't it awesome? Chapter 482. What could Li Shimin say? Now he finally understood one thing from Zhang Feng's words. This guy really wanted to make it big this time. As for the thing that could travel thousands of miles in a day and did not require a horse, he was really looking forward to it. Li Shimin could not help but take a deep breath and ask, Fengzi, are you sure these things are really your real ability? Do you think I would lie to you, Lao Li? In the Great Tang, other than the few of you, I really don't care about anyone else. You are my brothers, and when have I not been open to my brothers? Li Shimin was a little flustered. But when he thought of the things that Zhang Feng described, he could not help but be a little excited. This time he was really moved. These things would be his in the future and he could not take them away. Moreover, they were things that could really change the Tang dynasty in the future. Now, basically everything that could be developed in the Tang dynasty had been developed. Foreign trade as well as commercial routes, all of them had fixed routes that belonged to him and so on. The people were also really rich because of these things. Once these things, especially the textile machine, were implemented, if everyone had one, wouldn't everyone be able to lie down and make money like Zhang Feng? This was not a golden age, what was it? At that time, would the people of the Tang dynasty starve? In the military, once there were chariots and the spears and shields that Zhang Feng said, who would dare to provoke the Tang dynasty? At that time, it would not be others who provoked the Tang dynasty. It would be others who would be afraid of the strength of the Tang dynasty. Outside there would be the best equipment. Inside there were so many things to develop the economy. Li Shimin felt his blood boil just thinking about it. Fengzi, just tell me how much you want. I Lao Li will take care of it. Isn't it just 50,000 mu of land? Thanks to you, I Lao Li have a lot of money. Just tell me how much you want. Li Shimin patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Zhang Feng couldn't help but look at Li Shimin in surprise. Why do I suddenly realize that, old Li, you really deserve to be called a businessman? You are so damn cunning. Alright, since you've already said it, then let's not be coy. You'll pay for it, but I'll take care of the purchase of the land. Otherwise I'll be the one moving my mouth while you run your legs. That won't make sense. This time this matter is too important. I don't dare to make any mistakes, so, alright, since you want to do it, go ahead. Li Shimin thought about it and finally agreed. This matter was not complicated. Zhang Feng was now a little famous in Chang'an City. If he came forward, he could also show his face in Chang'an City. After the two of them discussed some details again, Li Shimin said, Fengzi, I have something to tell you. What's the matter? I want 3 more cooks in my family to learn from you. Zhang Feng stared at Li Shimin in horror. Brother, what's wrong with you? Is your family running a restaurant? Didn't you teach one of them? Why are you starting again? Do you really think I'm a free cook? No, I mean that Zhou Dafu was taken away by my father. Now, old Chin and old Sun's wives are pestering my wife all day, wanting to learn this thing. I have no choice. Alright. Look at you, do you think I have time now? It's okay. You do your thing. When the time comes, I'll ask them to take care of the tavern for you. You can teach them when you have time. This matter is not urgent. Alas, Zhang Feng sighed. Alright, since you are so embarrassed, let the 3 of them come. After all, we are brothers. Seeing that Zhang Feng finally agreed, Li Shimin left with satisfaction. Zhang Feng stretched. The dizziness made him sleepy again. Walking out of the tavern, he hung a sign that said closed, and habitually lay down on the recliner covered with tiger skin. But the next moment, Zhang Feng was scalded and got up. He touched his lower body and roared angrily, which son of a bitch took away Lao Tzu's tiger skin? At this time, Cheng Chumo, who stole the tiger skin, looked at the angry Zhang Feng from the corner and could not help but laugh. Go. Let's hurry up. Don't let Imperial Father see us. Li Qingqian looked around worriedly. His Imperial Father had just left. Who knew if their actions were seen by the Jianghu guards? It won't. With Idiot Wei watching, there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, isn't it just giving his tiger skin to Jingshu? If this brat is stingy, can't we just get him another one? That's his wife. We're just doing him a favor at no extra cost. I hope it's okay. Li Qingqian nodded hesitantly. The two of you, His Majesty invites you in. Just as Cheng Chumo and Li Qingqian were whispering something, little Gizi's gloomy voice sounded behind them. The two trembled in fear. Chapter 483. Chang and Local Government. He had to deal with everything in Chang, and even the matters of the land. Although it was just a small county government, it was still a great place under the rule of the emperor. At this time, the county magistrate of the county government was temporarily taken over by Fang Xianling after the Minister of Works was dismissed. Also, because the imperial court was deliberately targeting the officials in Guanlong, the old county magistrate finally got the promotion document recently. After the old county magistrate happily took office, the county magistrate transferred from Lantian was a little confused. In the place where Lantian's uncles and grandparents didn't love him, he was the sky and had nothing to do all day. But since he had just taken office yesterday, he had been dealing with things from noon until sunset before he had visited the neighborhood and learned about the general situation of Chang, and from the private advisor. At this time, the newly appointed county magistrate, Niu Weili, had a headache. He just got up and made a pot of tea ready to relax, and then he encountered a case of grievance. What time was it? It was only F*King time. Dressed in emerald green official robes, he rushed to the court without even bothering to eat breakfast. The constables in the court seemed to be used to it. They yawned and lazily shouted. Bang! Niu Weili slapped the gavel and said, "Guards! Open the court." Niu Weili led the way. The private advisor didn't even bother to fasten his belt. With a folding fan behind his neck, he walked in leisurely from outside the court. "Lord Niu, this is the complaint. Take a look." Niu Weili waved his hand and grabbed the complaint. When he read it, his lungs were about to explode. The complaint said that two barbarian businessmen went to the brothel last night, but they lost all their money this morning. What kind of bullsh*t case was this? Guards, summon them to the court. As Niu Weili's voice fell, a crying woman in gorgeous clothes and a skinny man with a black beard and a pair of beady eyes entered the court. When the bearded man saw Niu Weili, he knelt on the ground with a thud. "My lord, you have to uphold justice for me. Last night, this lowly one went to Chunfeng Lu to spend the night. But this morning, when I woke up and was about to tip this coquettish fox 10 copper coins, I discovered that my money pouch was gone. That's the money our small clan is waiting for to save our lives. My lord, you must uphold justice for me. Your Excellency, don't listen to this nonsense. Last night, when he gave my mother money, I saw with my own eyes that there was only a piece of leather left in his money bag. He's obviously trying to blackmail me." "Shut up." Niu Weili looked at the bearded man and then at the woman. He asked, "Are you that flower? Let me ask you, was there a witness last night?" "Yes. Last night when he was paying, my mother also saw it. She even muttered that he was a pauper." Men summoned the procuress. After a short while, a middle-aged woman who looked old but still had some charm walked into the hall with graceful steps. When he saw Niu Weili, he bowed respectfully. "Madam Sun Lucier greets your Excellency." Niu Weili frowned and asked, "Let me ask you, did you see that there was no money in this person's money pouch last night?" "Your Excellency, this servant can testify to this matter. This servant has been in this business for many years. Although this money pouch is separated by cloth, I can still see how much money is in this money pouch." "Nonsense! Your Excellency, these two people are speaking irresponsibly. Yesterday this lowly one clearly sold 30 caddies of mink fur from the rice shop in Shi City. Look, this is the receipt that the old shopkeeper of the rice shop gave me. There's also the time. After receiving the money, I saw that it was already late, so I went to this unscrupulous shop. Please take a look." The bearded man was so agitated that his whole body was trembling. Niu Weili looked at the receipt and handprint, then waved at the advisor. "Advisor, look. Is this the old shopkeeper's handwriting?" The advisor squinted his eyes and took a look. He picked up the paper and sniffed it. "That's right, this is indeed the old shopkeeper's handwriting. If you don't believe me, please wait. I'll go get the old shopkeeper's tax receipt this year. You'll know if it's real or fake once you compare it." As he spoke, the advisor really did hurry to the back room. At this moment, Niu Weili squinted his eyes and looked at the female brothel keeper and the bearded man. "If you plead guilty now, this official will be lenient. If you wait until the handwriting is compared, then this won't be a simple matter. Brothel keeper, this young lady and you. This official will give you the time to drink a cup of tea to consider. Men, go and summon the old shopkeeper of the rice shop in Shi City." When Niu Weili and Su Rian were in Lantian County, they basically had nothing to do. However, this didn't affect his judgment when it came to things like trying a case. Just now, he had already seen something from the three people's gazes. You tell me before you went to the brothel, is there anyone who can prove that you have money in your money pouch? Yes. My fellow countryman, he also stays in this brothel. He's right outside the door. My lord, can I have a word with you? The brothel keeper finally couldn't sit still. She walked up and said, My lord, I don't see your face. You must have just taken office, right? I have evidence here. My lord, please take a look. As she spoke, the brothel keeper opened her embroidered robe and placed it in front of Nyo Wei. What kind of evidence was inside? It was clearly a banknote worth 10 taels of silver. Nyo Wei was furious. He shook off the brothel keeper's hand and roared, Men, put this shameless brothel keeper in jail. Yes. Chapter 484. All this was seen by Zhang Feng, who was waiting at the door. He knew about Chun Feng House. It was a brothel that specialized in tricking those beards. It was notorious in Chang'an City. Ordinary people of the Tang dynasty did not dare to go there. Although Chun Feng Lu didn't talk about its own people, who would dare to go to the shadow tree's bark. Maybe they would get up early in the morning and take away the cloth in their pants. This was just an interlude. He knew that the procuress would come out at noon today. As for, needless to say, he understood. Although the case was solved, that unlucky barbarian merchant lost his 3,000 strings of coins. What? Just because he did not follow the rules of the Tang dynasty and went to a post house or a hotel specially designed for foreigners. Moreover, he dared to go there and report it to the government? Wasn't he courting death? After 10 beatings, the money and valuables found on the procuress' body and that flowery girl's body could be considered as his compensation. Only then did the bearded man suck in a breath of cold air and limp away. At this time Zhang Feng poked his head into the hall. Your Excellency, I have something to do. Zhang Feng stopped Nyo Wei, who was about to leave. Nyo Wei frowned. If you have any grievances, you can sound the drum first and then report it to the Grand Master. No. I'm here to buy land. Nyo Wei waved his hand impatiently. Go to the back door. This is the place where the case is judged. Don't you know this? Nyo Wei left while talking. Zhang Feng touched his nose and walked to the back door with his hands behind his back. Today Zhang Feng got up at dawn because of this matter. He waited for 2 hours and thought it was his turn. He did not expect to meet someone who cut in line. That was why Zhang Feng had come here to ask about it. Although he was rejected, Zhang Feng didn't care. He wanted to see the change in Nyo Wei's expression after hearing about 50,000 mu of land. When he arrived at the Yamen office, the head bookkeeper was flipping through a book at the entrance. He was shaking his head as he read. At first, Zhang Feng thought that he was reading something incredible, but when he saw the cover of the book, he couldn't keep his cool anymore. This guy actually read such vulgar books when he was on duty? Wasn't this 2F** King awesome? However, now that he was asking for help, Zhang Feng could only pretend that he didn't see it. Sir? What is it? The registrar didn't seem to have any intention of keeping the book. He merely covered the cover of the book and asked without even lifting his eyelids. I'm here to buy land. Buy land? Which one do you like? Pointed out to the old man here. Only then did the registrar put away the book and looked at Zhang Feng. Seeing that he was dressed well, his tone became slightly better. Zhang Feng glanced at a rough map of Chang'an City and said, Well, sir, I'm not here to buy land in Chang'an City. I'm here to buy the wilderness outside Chang'an City. Wilderness? Tell me, which one do you like? Although Chang'an City is wilderness, the emperor has basically enfeoffed the dukes in the imperial court. If you want to buy it, you can go to the duke's mansion and ask. It's more practical than me. No. I like a piece of land. I've asked before and also went there to have a look. It's a wasteland, Shao Mountain in the east of Zhongnan Mountain. You mean that piece of land? It's a bit difficult. Why don't you go and ask the county magistrate? After all, the county magistrate used to be in Lantian County. That place is beyond my jurisdiction, so I can only ask the county magistrate to come. Zhang Feng was slightly stunned. Okay, then may I ask the county magistrate now? Go to the Yamen. You ask me. How would you know that I'm not the county magistrate's son? Hey. Damn you, Zhang Feng was instantly annoyed. He was about to argue with him, but the next moment he swallowed the second half of the sentence. This was the Tang dynasty. If he offended this person, he would not be able to buy land. He did not want to have his ass hurt. Zhang Feng touched his nose and left angrily. In the front hall, Nyo Wei was still dealing with trivial matters. Zhang Feng waited for almost an hour before it was finally his turn. Niu Weili could not help but frown when he saw Zhang Feng again. Why is it you again? I already told you to go to the Yamen and look for the registrar if you have any problems. No, sir, it's the registrar general who asked me to come to you. Speak. What do you want to do? Buy land. Where do you want to buy? Shishan Mountain outside Chang'an City. Shishan Mountain? Niu Weili was stunned. You mean you want to buy Shishan Mountain? Yes, I want to buy Shishan Mountain. Do you know how big Shishan Mountain is? Where do you want to buy Shishan Mountain? How big is the area? 1 mu or 10 mu? This is a bit difficult. I have to report to the Ministry of Agriculture. Tell me how many mu you want first, then we'll talk about other things. Niu Weili was impatient. He wanted to get rid of Zhang Feng. He had seen idiots before, but this was the first time he met such an idiot. Although that place was in the wilderness, it was not that easy to buy it. That was a place with good feng shui. When he was in Lantian, he was thinking about that piece of land. But he did not expect to meet someone who wanted to buy that piece of land when he came to Chang'an. At this time, Zhang Feng also saw a touch of impatience in Niu Weili's eyes. He said slowly, I want to buy 50,000 mu.